Who are these people?
Everybody.
Hello, everyone. This is a special clip of INN News. I am Colin Rex Carter with my co-host, Reef Breland. How are you doing, Reef?
All right.
And we have a special guest. We are very excited to have Miko Peled join us. Miko is, for many of you know, he's an Israeli-American activist, author, karate instructor, author of the book, The General's Son, and A Journey of an Israeli in Palestine and Injustice, the story of the Holy Land Foundation 5. So Miko, very excited. I've been looking forward to having you. So it's a pleasure having you on the show.
My pleasure.
So thank you so much again for being willing to come on. I reached out to you because you wrote an article in the press, I think a few weeks ago, regarding Israel and its quote unquote democraticness. So you had some arguments about that. But before we start, since I think a lot of our audience may not know who you are, if you can just kind of share a little bit more about you and just kind of give us the origin story as to who you are and
Sure.
What was the catalyst that drove you into activism, especially for Palestinians.
So let me read something to you, okay? Because I tweeted something about 48 hours ago. I posted something on Twitter about 48 hours ago. It's got over 600,000 views in about 48 hours, which is a record. Even I think for me, it's some kind of a record, and it encapsulates. It's the answer to your question, who I am. And the tweet goes like this, and I'm happy people keep sharing it, and people did screenshots and they posted on other platforms. So I was raised in Jerusalem, in a very Zionist patriotic family. And that family included a grandfather who signed the Declaration of Independence, a great uncle who was the president of the state of Israel, my father who was a general in the Israeli army. And that's just a few of many, many members of my family who were part of who held important positions in the establishment of the state of Israel. So I grew up in this very, very patriotic Zionist family. And the end of this post, the end of this tweet, I say that I can state without hesitation, Israel was never a democracy, nor was it ever intended to be one. And I guess that spoke to a lot of people. Like I said, it's got almost 250,000 views in about 48 hours. So that's my background. I come from that unique background. As the title or the subtitle of my book, which is right here, suggests, it's The General's Son, The Journey of an Israeli in Palestine. And so I embarked on a journey into Palestine and began about 25 years ago and began meeting Palestinians. So even though I was born and raised in Jerusalem, growing up, I never met Palestinians. It's a completely segregated country. It's a completely, the two societies are completely segregated and they never meet anywhere. Even kids never have any activities, even in a city like Jerusalem, which is, quote unquote, mixed city. But then I began to meet Palestinians. I began to venture into Palestinian cities, to drive on my own to the West Bank and other areas that are predominantly Palestinians within the country. and then gradually realized that I was an Israeli who was born and raised in Palestine. And this whole notion of an Israel as a legitimate political entity is a myth. Israel is just another name of the brutal occupation and an apartheid regime that has taken over Palestine and has been, in place for 75 years.
Mhm.
Well,
So that's
it brings us to
that's
our first question we had for you, which you just touched on. You said, I can state without hesitation, Israel was never a democracy, nor is it ever intended to be. Can you elaborate on why you feel like Israel's not a democracy for the people who
Sure.
don't
I
know?
mean, sure, there's several things. First of all, the idea of establishing a state for Jewish people in an Arab country already contradicts the idea of a democracy. Palestine is an Arab country. It's been an Arab country going back a very long time. It's an Arab country. The idea of bringing European Jews, or Jews from anywhere for that matter, to colonize it and establishing a state only for them, not for everybody else, establishing a Jewish state in an Arab country, is already inherently undemocratic. Now, once they were able to establish, they were only able to establish the state, the Jewish state, after a massive campaign of ethnic cleansing that included horrific massacres and death marches and so on. I mean, there's plenty of literature and documentation of what the Zionist militia and the Israeli army have done to Palestinians. And that was how they were able to establish a state for Jews only. Now, the Palestinians who ended up living part of that state, who remained, lived under military occupation. It was like about 1948. And then when that military occupation was lifted, then Israel established a system of laws that specifically discriminated against that population. So my citizenship as an Israeli Jewish person, and the citizenship and the laws and the realities under which a Palestinian who has the same card, it looks the same, the citizenship card, is completely different. It's completely a set of laws, completely different reality, completely set of rules. Now, on top of that, later on, Israel occupied the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, and the people in that there have no right to even vote. I mean, they have no citizenship, no rights, no legal status at all that provides them any rights. Now, when I'm within the state of Israel,
Mm-hmm.
The laws protect me. I live as an Israeli Jew. The state of Israel treats me just like any other liberal democracy would treat a citizen. But if I was a Palestinian, I'd be living under a completely different set of laws and different set of rules. So, for example, there's an Israeli settler who was accused of murdering a Palestinian a few days ago. Mm-hmm. He went to civilian court and was released. There are Palestinians who are accused of all kinds of different things all the time. They're sent to a military court. So when you have a government that legally, systemically, and systematically provides privilege to one particular population and discriminates against another part of the population, and it does it with laws. In other words, this is all anchored in law. That is apartheid. That cannot be a democracy. When you do not have equal rights, then you are not a democracy. That's it. That's just the way it is. So Israel likes to say that it's a democracy. American politicians love, for some reason, to keep saying that Israel is a democracy. But Israel not only is not a democracy, it wasn't intended to be a democracy. It was intended to be a democracy for Jewish people, which is a completely different thing,
right,
than being a democracy.
Which kind of speaks into, it's interesting you kind of phrase it in this way, the white privilege that you mentioned in your article. So for you, how do you not resonate, that's probably not the right word, but how do you struggle with that in terms of, obviously you speak to the privilege that you have, but knowing the reality of what the Palestinians are going through in light of Zionism. So actually, I wanted to ask you, and I just feel, especially in the space, when we talk, I think there's a lack of discussion regarding Zionism in general. I think oftentimes it does kind of conflate with anti-Semitism at times. So what is Zionism, and why is this ideology significant in terms of what you just described in the article, in terms of the white privilege that is that you have seen and you kind of admitted to in terms of your experience, and also you as a white Israeli?
So let me start by saying this. Zionism is a racist supremacist ideology that claims that I have rights in Palestine that Palestinians do not, or at the expense of Palestinians. It's a racist ideology, pure and simple. There can be no compromise. There can be no discussion on it. It is a purely racist supremacist ideology. Anti-Semitism is also, racism. It is being anti-Semitic, of course, racist.
Right.
So Zionism and anti-Semitism and all other forms of racism, of course, need to be rejected, and there should be zero tolerance for any of them, regardless of what the title of the specific form of racism is. There should be zero tolerance. If we want to make sure there's no anti-Semitism, if we feel very strongly, as some American politicians like to say, elected officials, we have to fight anti-Semitism, we have a problem, that's great. It means we have to teach tolerance. We have to make sure that we educate, that we teach tolerance. And tolerance is a major part of an education system, that it's a major part of our culture. Tolerance for everyone. The idea that the answer to anti-Semitism is racism against somebody else and creating a place where there's this Jewish supremacy, so to speak, is absurd. If that's the answer to anti-Semitism, they like to say that Israel is the answer to the Holocaust. Excuse me? Racism and violence by Jews against somebody else is the answer to the Holocaust? What kind of an answer is that? We're only creating more hatred, more violence, more suffering. It's absurd. No, nobody can, there's nobody in the right mind can accept this unless they buy into and accept the racism.
Right.
So supporting Zionism is being racist. Opposing Zionism is just like opposing any other form of racism. It's the absolute right thing to do. Now, the Zionists, from very early on, before the state of Israel, were aware that this was a problem. And conflating anti-Semitism with rejection of Zionism was a big part of their campaigning from very early on. If you reject the idea of Zionism, you are an anti-Semite, which is, of course, absurd because, especially in the early days, but even today, there are many Jewish people who reject Zionism. There are many Jewish people who do not accept this racist supremacist ideology. So it's always been absurd, but they know it, so they push it very, very hard. And here in America, particularly, they've been very, very successful. So when an American politician wants to defend themselves against accusations of anti-Semitism, they don't say, I believe in tolerance for everyone. What do they say? I'm the biggest supporter of Israel.
Right.
You're a biggest supporter of Israel, then you're even more of a racist than we thought you were to begin with. That shouldn't be the answer. Supporting Israel should be something that is completely unacceptable to people who care about racism.
So let me ask you this then. Why do you think there aren't people like you who are speaking out, like in terms of the illegal occupation that is Israel? Like,
there are people who speak, but they're not enough. And the problem is the Zionist organizations have been, people talk about the Israeli lobby, they think of, a bunch of people with suits and ties or whatever up at Capitol Hill, lobbying. The Zionist lobby existed long before the state of Israel was established, at least 100 years ago. It started even actually more than 100 years. And they knew that they needed to influence not just politicians. They needed to have a hand in education systems, in culture, in media, in philanthropy, and of course in politics. And they did a remarkable job. I mean, there are NGOs here in America whose sole objective is to take a look at social studies textbooks in middle school and make sure the students are learning about Israel-Palestine the way the Zionists want them to learn about it.
Right.
And they provide teachers with curricula, and they provide teachers with, material and, all this fancy stuff for free. And when teachers go and take these courses from these Zionist organizations, they get continuing education units. So they're very, very, and they understood also very, very early on that not only in America, but particularly in America, all politics is local. So you've got to start local. So somebody running for school board or city council of a small city will get a free trip to Israel and will get all the information, all the indoctrination about Israel. So they're very thorough. So the competition that we have as people of conscience, people who care about justice for Palestine, is enormous. And we don't have the resources, and we don't have the loudspeakers and the cameras that they do. So it's a very difficult uphill battle.
Right.
Yeah.
So ideally, what would you like to see, or what should be happening that can kind of counter the Zionist narrative? I think maybe thinking in terms of maybe our audience, I think especially the good thing is, I think the idea of more of a pro-Palestine sentiment, I think, is growing. I think for just slowly. And I think more people are becoming a lot more aware of, I wouldn't say it's a conflict of Israelis and Palestinians per se, but I think there is definitely a more pro and Palestinian sentiment, right now, which I think we definitely want to kind of grow. But as you said, like resources are not necessarily there to kind of counter the Zionist lobby. Like, what in your mind should happen to kind of increase that awareness and kind of increase this narrative of what you describe in terms of the needs of Palestine and to kind of counter those Zionist plans, basically.
So the bigger problem is that the Palestinian issue does not have a parent. The South African, during the struggle against apartheid in South Africa, you had the ANC, and you had the South African Communist Party, and you had the entire Soviet bloc, Eastern Bloc, that was very heavily supporting the anti-apartheid movement. Without Cuba's intervention in Angola, the apartheid may not have fallen. So Cuba had a major role. Palestine does not have that. Israel was very smart in dismantling any power, any source, any power source, if you will, that was pro-Palestinian and could support the Palestinian cause. So if we look at the Middle East, if we look at the Arab countries, who are the countries that were supporting the Palestinian cause? And think about each one of these countries and what they faced: Iraq, Libya, Yemen, Syria. What happened to these countries? As opposed to the Arab countries who do not give that kind of support to the Palestinians and are willing to normalize with Israel and have good relations with America, and they're doing fine. And then if we look around the world, beyond the Middle East, African countries were very supportive of the Palestinian cause. Israel has been working tirelessly. Israel even has an observer status in the African Union. Now the African Union they want to kick them out, but it's not that easy. Israel is inside and has relations with African countries, even African countries that are majority Muslim, that you think would tend more to support the Palestinian cause, because Israel is destroying Islam in Palestine. Israel is destroying Muslim sites. Some of the most important Muslim sites in the world exist in Palestine, and Israel is taking over and destroying them. So you think there was the sympathy, but in every single country, same thing in Latin America, same thing in Indonesia, Malaysia, even Pakistan, Israel is pushing very, very hard to gain influence in these countries and to push for normalization. On top of that, the Biden administration just appointed a full ambassador for the role of pushing forward what they call the Abraham Accords, normalize the accords whereby countries that did not have relations with Israel normalized with relations with Israel. So now it's a full ambassador. I don't know why the American people have to pay for an ambassador to convince countries that don't want to normalize relations with Israel to have good relations. Why is it an American problem? Why do Americans have to pay for this? Right. Why do Americans have to worry about this?
Biden resources are at play.
Nominated a full ambassador for this. Yeah. It's absurd. So that's what we're facing now. That's the reality now. So Palestine the Palestinian issue has no parent. There's no group, no organization, no country that is behind the Palestinian cause, calling for a free and democratic Palestine over all of historic Palestine, rejecting, clearly rejecting Zionism, clearly rejecting the state of Israel. There's very few, there's nobody doing that. So without that, without countering, having, somebody counter these enormous efforts by Israel and the United States, the Palestinian cause is disappearing. I mean, in Washington, D.C., that you won't find a single Palestinian flag. In Washington, D.C., you will not find a single Palestinian flag. That means there is no Palestine.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's why.
Is that why you think that, like, it feels like Israeli propaganda seems to run rampant and every politician seems to get hooked on it. Biden has to say on campaign trail that he's a Zionist outright, right? You have people like RFK who have to, say things like the Jenin bombing myth. But why do you think their propaganda works so well? Is my question.
They're very good at it. They've been doing it for a long time and they have all the resources. That's why they're so good. But what happened, if we take RFK as an example, and I've been meeting with people who volunteered to work in his campaign because they believed in him and are just completely disillusioned now because of his statements on Israel. Now, he was accused for all kinds of reasons of anti-Semitism. I won't get into that.
Yep.
Right.
So his response was not to stand up and say, look, I believe in tolerance. I'm not a racist. I do not believe in anti-Semitism. I do not support any form of racism, and so on and so forth. No, what did he say? He said, I am the biggest champion of the state of Israel. And he went and sat down with one of the nastiest pro-Israel Zionist apologists, racist figures, public figures that's out there supporting Israel.
Israel had my unconditional support before going there. And then had to backtrack his Roger Waters appreciation for the same thing.
Now, by the way, the Roger Waters appreciation, but let's focus on Palestine for a minute. So anyway, so he went and he sat with this mega Zionist racist figure. And he was obviously given a piece of paper with points to remember, which he recited very poorly, and he got into issues that he had no business getting into, because there is any 3-year-old can fact check and realize that everything he said while sitting on that couch with this guy, with Shmuel Boteach, was absolutely refutable, very easily refutable. And it was lie after lie after lie after lie. Why he had to get into this, who knows? Somebody in his campaign, who I think should be fired, thought that this would support him and show that he's not an anti-Semite, which is complete nonsense, of course. So this is the reality in America. American politicians are I don't know, they've been bitten by some bug that they cannot let go of supporting Israel. They won't be weaned. Americans will not be weaned of this absurd disease, for lack of a better word, of supporting Israel. Why should Americans support Israel so much? What is it about this country that everybody seems to love so much? It's absolutely madness. And even there are other, I just posted another article, even other politicians that like to call themselves progressive, who are running. Well, some are running, some are not running, some are in Congress. They keep repeating the mantra of Israel as a democracy. Betty McCollum, who's been working tirelessly on this very important bill to protect Palestinian children from Israeli detention and torture. And she keeps saying that Israel is a democracy, Israel is a friend, Israel is a democracy. Well, if Israel is a democracy, why do we need a bill to support children from detention and torture.
Right.
Doesn't make sense. If it was a democracy, we wouldn't need her bill. But there you have it. This is some kind of a mantra that they're not willing to give up. And it's up to us as voters. It's up to us as consumers of the media, consumers of the news, to stand up and say, stop it. This is no longer acceptable. You can't do this anymore. When Bill Maher and Jordan Peterson and all these others interview the Israeli prime minister, you think they were interviewed. I don't know. Moses came down from the mountain. They all but kiss his feet.
Right.
They don't challenge him on his indictment and his corruption. They don't challenge him on war crimes. They don't challenge him on the fact that he controls 7 million Palestinians without rights. We're not talking about a small population. We're talking about 7 million Palestinians that are governed by the state of Israel without rights. That's a big number. There are countries that are smaller than 7 million people, and nobody challenges him. When he comes to America, this is it. The president of the state of Israel came and spoke before a joint session here in Congress. He got standing ovations and all that kind of stuff. Why was he allowed to land on U.S. soil anyway? He's a war criminal. He's the head of state of a country that's been accused by Amnesty International of committing a crime against humanity. The crime of apartheid is designated as a crime against humanity. And the president of that state gets to speak in front of a joint session of Congress. But America is I don't know. I know it's inflicted with this disease of loving Israel, and they won't let go. And I think it's a very serious problem.
Yeah, it is a serious, and we reported last.
What happened? Where did they go? What happened? Oh,
Community in Orlando, and then he turned his back on them just before, his election in order to ensure his election. So, we have even, obviously we know like the characters like Hakeem Jeffries and Richie Torres, who just blatantly proclaim themselves to be, pro-Israel, but then and then we have
now getting primaried by AIPAC lobby favorite, even though he's probably been super good to them. So
I know what you're probably going to say, but I'm going to ask this anyway. The 2-state solution, that's kind of another talking point that politicians make. We want to work towards a 2-state solution, in Palestine. Is that really realistic, or even like a 1-state solution? Is that realistic?
Well, the 2-state solution is a Zionist idea. It's a solution that will never take place, that is an impossibility. And Israel made sure it was an impossibility. And I'll explain why in a second. But it's very safe. So the more liberal, even progressive, quote unquote, politicians in America always fall back on the 2-state solution. So we're pro 2-state solution, which is safe. Number one, it's never going to happen. Number two, it's an impossibility. And number three, it doesn't solve any other problems, even if it was possible. Now, if we're talking about realistic solutions or realistic options for the question of Palestine, I see only 2 options. One option is the reality that we see today. It's an apartheid state. And this is what Israeli politicians have been calling for and acting on, from the very beginning. From their perspective, the Arabs, they don't say Palestinians, they say Arabs. The Arabs in the land of Israel, they call them the Arabs of Israel. They call Palestinians the Arabs of Israel. So they say the Arabs of Israel have 3 choices. They can remain and live quietly as residents with no rights. They can leave, or they can fight and die. That's it. The question of partitioning the land or dividing the land into 2 is completely out of the question.
Right.
And it doesn't make sense anyway, because the country is small, and the 2 populations, even though the segregation is complete, geographically they're very close to each other. Israelis and Palestinians sometimes live across the street from each other, even though albeit within this very, very effective segregation. Now, so that's one option, maintaining the apartheid state. And that's where America is going. That's where certainly Israel is going. And that's the one option. The other option, which I believe is the one we should fight for, is a free, democratic Palestine. So not an apartheid Palestine. And forget about dividing. It's all one country. It's all one state. Right now, it's all the apartheid state known as Israel. The fight that I believe all people of conscience should be part of is the fight to bring down the apartheid regime and replace it with a free, democratic Palestine. One person, one vote, and immediately put in place mechanisms that will allow the refugees to return. So the right of return is used a lot of times as kind of a bumper sticker, as kind of a headline. I'm not talking about it as a headline. I'm not talking about it theoretically. I'm talking about putting forward mechanisms that will make it possible for the refugees to actually come back and return. And so that is the other option. There is no third option. Those are two options. Zionism, the Zionist state, Zionism is a racist ideology, and it created an apartheid state, not surprisingly. The two go hand in hand. If we want to see freedom and justice and democracy, and I added this in that tweet that I mentioned earlier, democracy is only possible in Palestine, in a free Palestine, after Zionism falls, in a post-Zionist Palestine. When Zionism falls, when the apartheid state collapses and is replaced by a democratic system, which, by the way, has never existed, does not exist, then there will be a democracy in Palestine, and Israelis and Palestinians will live in a democracy.
But what do you think the individual could do to reach that goal? What's the next step for the people at home who want to support Palestine in this way? What do you think they should be doing?
Well, I think what people can do, first of all, is there's a call for boycott, divestment, and sanctions. Make sure now the boycott, divestment, and sanctions. People think, okay, so if I don't buy an avocado or an orange or whatever hummus from Israel, that's important. Don't get me wrong. But you can take it the next level. First of all, you can go to your local store and tell them to stop purchasing stuff from Israel and stop selling it because there's a call for boycott. Mm-hmm. But I was at a gathering, just a casual gathering here in Washington a few weeks ago, where kind of a social gathering. Half the people there were going to Israel on a trip. There are all these really fun trips that Israel or Zionist organizations here in the U.S. I think it's called a reality trip or something. It's for yuppies. It's for wealthy, young, professionals. They have a trip for chefs, and they have a trip for whatever else, and they have a trip for whatever else. I don't know. And don't go. Reject Israel. Reject Israel in your conversation. Reject Israel in your politics. Reject Israel when you travel. If you're going to go visit the country, and I believe people should go visit the country, they should go to visit as Palestine. Now, granted, the country is controlled by Israel, so when you land at the border, you go through Israeli passport control. Fine. But when you visit the country, you stay in Palestinian hotels, shop at Palestinian shops. Now, Palestinians exist throughout the entire country. People think that Palestinians only exist in the West Bank or in Gaza. Palestinians live throughout all of Palestine, from the very tip in the south to the very, very tip of the north, and east to west. There's Palestinian cities, Palestinian communities, Palestinian everywhere. It's just that there's a segregation. And when you go on a trip with a tour guide or on a tour to Israel, you're not going to see any of that. So if you do go, and again, I encourage people to go, but I think it's a beautiful country, and it's important to go and support Palestinians. Call me or message somebody else who's into Palestine, and I can give you references where to go and who to talk to and so on, and meet the Palestinians and meet the activists and see the incredible history and the archaeology and the culture that is Palestinian. Now that's a whole different story. So reject Israel, reject Zionism, and people will say, well, yes, but my son-in-law is Jewish. Or my best friend for 30, I've had a friend for 30 years and they're Jewish, so I don't want to bring it up. Bring it up. Why don't you want to bring it up? First of all, just because they're Jewish doesn't mean that they're racist and Zionist. And if they are racist, so if they're white supremacists, would you let them get away with it? Why do Zionists get a pass? If they're Zionists, if they support Israel, they are wrong. And it's important to point that out to them. And if you're willing to have a racist friend and not talk about it, okay, that's a personal decision. But I mean, that's how we change the story. And when your mayor or your chief of police or member of the school board gets invited to go to Israel, go to their office and tell them it is not acceptable. Any politicians, anybody who runs for any office, again, starting at school board, that claims that they support Israel should understand that they will not get your vote. Because if you support Israel, you support racism, and that's not acceptable. There should be zero tolerance to racism.
I agree. Colin, anything you want to add?
Yeah, so just as build upon that thought, like what, in your opinion, the role of independent media should be in terms of, advocating for Palestine properly so that, more people are aware. And I just feel also at times that people say, oh, I want to learn more about Israel, but they never follow up with it necessarily, or they find the wrong people who kind of maybe inadvertently or not kind of share a pro Israel sentiment with their audiences. So what do you say within independent media we should do practically to offer solidarity to the Palestinian community?
And if you could add any suggestions for media and in any form to follow, research, go look up on the subject, that would also be appreciated. Close this out.
Sure. I mean, this book that I wrote is a great primer. And the reason I say it's a great primer is because it's my journey as an Israeli into Palestine. So it's a lot easier for some people who are kind of confused and bothered, and troubled, but don't really know how to deal with this issue. Going through this personal story of an Israeli and reaching and finding out why or how somebody like me goes from being this patriotic Zionist to being the guy that I am and speaking the way I do, it's a really good primer. And I know a lot of people that buy it for their friends. So if you have a friend who's struggling with the issue, and I know I'm promoting my own book, but I mean, I'm telling you, it's been seen as, it's been used, and it works. And by the way, it just came out in a 10th anniversary edition, so it came out 3 times already. So it's so I strongly recommend starting with that. The General Sun, it's available everywhere. And then there's so many resources. Mondaweiss is a great resource. Electronic Intifada is a great resource. You have there's a great organization called Grassroots Jerusalem. It's a great resource. They have a lot of material, and it's political. Basically, they do political tours, but they also have a lot of media. These are great resources, and each one you go to will lead you to others, right? To other people, to other books, to other material. And as independent media, I think it's important to be independent and to support the right cause. And again, I wouldn't call it solidarity. I don't think so. I think we're beyond the place where solidarity is enough. I think we all need to be part of the struggle. I don't see what I do as solidarity. I am participating with my Palestinian brothers and sisters in the struggle. Granted, we all have different roles within the struggle, but it's a struggle to free Palestine. It's a struggle for justice. Solidarity, I would equate solidarity with, you walk by, you see a person bleeding to death, and you throw them a Band-Aid, or you say, hang in there, brother. That's solidarity. Palestine is that. Palestine is the person who's bleeding to death. What they need is first aid. What they need is action. What Palestine needs is for all of us to participate, in Palestine. And so, this is how we participate. And when we call the country Israel, we're legitimizing the racism. We're legitimizing Zionism. The name of the country for 4,000 years, going back 4,000 years, until May 15th, 1948, was Palestine. There's a great book, I have it here maybe behind me somewhere, called Palestine, 4,000-Year History. Get it and read it. It's the authority. It's written by Nur Masalha, who's a very important Palestinian, well-known Palestinian historian. He goes back 4,000 years to show how that country going back to the Pharaohs and the Babylonians and the Assyrians and the Greeks, always referred to that country as different versions of Palestine, Palestine. Learn the history, drop the biblical Zionist mythology, which is mythology, it's not history, and focus on the history. And I'll say one more thing. For us to be able to envision a free Palestine and the potential, the enormous potential of a free and democratic Palestine, we need to understand what the history of Palestine, a rich culture, a rich history, a rich economy, political systems, and the different groups within the country, the cuisine. I mean, everything. It's a very rich country in every way. In 1948, what the Israelis did, what the Zionists did, they claimed that they made the desert bloom. They stole the money, they stole the cities, they stole the equipment, they stole the produce on the trees, they stole a wealthy country, and then they said, well, it was just barren and we made it bloom, which is absurd because Europe was buying oranges and olive oil and soap and wheat and cotton and barley from Palestine. There was a rich economy of exporting all of these things to Europe, and they knew that it said Palestine on everything. Suddenly, May 15th, 1948, amnesia. Everybody forgot that they did business with Palestine. Look at any map under the sun up to that day. The country is called Palestine. So, it's important to be familiar with these things, to educate ourselves. After all, we as Americans give Israel almost $4 billion a year at a push of a button every January. $4 billion a year. And it's a rich country. It doesn't need foreign aid. It's a foreign aid bill. It doesn't need foreign aid. It's a very rich country. So At least you would think, let's educate ourselves and find out what the hell is going on. Why are we sending this rich country so much money? And why not? Is none of it going to Palestinians, by the way?
Right.
Who are the majority of the population?
Yep. Anything else?
Oh, no,
I think that's good.
Yeah. You kept it concise and tight. And we got through everything that we wanted to talk about with you today. But I think this is just a tip of the iceberg. I think we definitely need to have you on again. So I really appreciate you coming on, Miko. Before you leave, because I know you do have other arrangements, where can people find you, especially if they want to know more about you and the books that you've mentioned? Where can people find
you? They can go to mikopeled.com, and there's lists of books, and there's they can get my book, they can get other books. I have a podcast, Miko Peled Podcast. I've got stuff on Patreon as well. I've got a Patreon page. Some of the stuff is free, some of the stuff is, there's a $5 paywall or something. So I'm all over the place, and I'm all over social media as well. So, I'm very easy to find and follow. mikopeled.com has everything condensed pretty much. And so it's easy to find me and connect with me if people want to, or just follow me and listen to the things I say and read the things I write.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Well, Miko,
Yep. Absolutely, guys. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We should do this again. But anyway, I think that's it for us. As always, kids, remember, labels are bad. Stay independent.
Who are these people?
Everyone's favorite artist ripoff machine, Spotify, decides to censor Palestine. At least pro-Palestinian artists. You hear about this at all, Colin?
Nope.
So Alan McLeod put this out June 12th over at Mint Press. Shadowy Israel-linked group attempts to censor pro-Palestinian Spotify artists, right? So, a shadowy Israel-linked pressure group is attempting to remove artists supporting Palestinian liberation from Spotify. We Believe in Israel, an outgrowth of the British Israel Communications and Research Center, aka BICOM, is lobbying both the UK government and the popular music streaming platform in their efforts to censor a range of artists, including Mint Press News is low key. Studying these organizations' key figures, Mint Press can reveal that the lobby group may have sympathetic ears in key positions in both. Earlier this year, following a long campaign from We Believe in Israel, Spotify removed a host of Arabic language songs containing incendiary lyrics toward the state of Israel. In a press release, the group welcomed the decision but made clear that they saw this as only the first step in a much wider campaign of censorship. It's good news that Spotify have finally listened to public disgust about hosting clearly anti-Semitic content, which contravenes their own content policies, including directly inciting violence against Israelis, said the group's director, Luke Akehurst, the notorious Labor Party operative. Now we need them to look at why they're hosting explicitly anti-Semitic and conspiratorial songs by Low Key and Ambassador MC, he added, defaming both artists simultaneously while clearly sending a signal that they were next. This is that same Labor Party operative that claimed Corbyn was anti-Semitic, yes?
Yes.
So, it was also widely reported last month that We Believe in Israel was behind Spotify's decision to remove Palestinian pop star Mohammed Asaf's My Blood is Palestinian from its platform. However, it later transpired that the reason the 2012 Arab Idol winner's music disappeared was a contractual dispute between his record label and the streaming service. We Believe in Israel, who have conceded that they work closely with the Israeli embassy but insist they had not directed by them, had been campaigning for some time to cleanse Spotify. Last year, it launched a petition which gained 4,000 signatures and directly lobbied the British Ministry of Digital Culture, Media, and Sport on the matter. Right. So we don't work with them, but we definitely do everything we can for them.
Right.
So here it is. This is an excerpt from Ofcom's 2017 broadcast and on-demand bulletin, which states, the Israeli embassy, Shai Massat, the Young Fabians, and Labor Friends of Israel were amongst those who did not respond to our findings. We Believe in Israel did confirm that while it was not controlled financially or otherwise by Israel, it worked with a range of stakeholders, including the Israeli embassy. Right? You know, we didn't do it, but we take their money. The Jewish labor movement denies that it has worked closely with Shai Massat. So, leading the drive was We Believe in Israel's campaign manager, Rachel Blaine. Spotify must take down songs promoting hatred, she thundered in an article in the Times of Israel. Before conflict of interest much? Before joining We Believe in Israel, Blaine has worked at the Zionist Federation,
Okay.
British Board of Deputies, and at an unnamed embassy in London. I wonder which embassy that was, Colin. Given her professional background, it is likely that the embassy was the Israeli one. Oh yeah, that place. Allegedly. I'm sorry. Allegedly.
I'm in danger.
Allegedly. I love that though. It's like, oh, our main campaign manager definitely worked at that fucking embassy, but you know, we never had anything to do with that embassy. Okay. So the president of Loki's music is particularly offensive. Akehurst complained, it's not, I've heard it, it's great. Claiming that his songs were a direct incitement of violence toward Jews and Israelis. Beyond a few lyrics, which, even if uncharitably interpreted, hardly rose to the level, he provided little by way of evidence. Telling, however, was the fact that We Believe in Israel singled out songs of Palestinian liberation for particular vitriol, especially Low Key's Long Live Palestine and Long Live Palestine Part 2. And Ambassador MC's Free Palestine. God, that sounds like they're inciting some violence, huh? You know, freedom and living and long life and okay. The campaign failed spectacularly, however, as it elicited a huge worldwide pushback. A counter petition demanding Spotify not buckle to the Israeli lobby's pressure draw tens of thousands of signatures, including from hundreds of the world's leading intellectuals, artists, and musicians. This included dozens of the most prominent Jewish individuals in the creative industries. Akehurst seemed dumbfounded by the failure of his crusade. The reason for targeting Loki in the first place was also the reason why the plan ultimately backfired. As a hip-hop artist recognized as one of the most gifted of his generation, Loki has amassed a worldwide following of tens of millions of people. His relentless social critique and his steadfast support of Palestinian rights may have effectively banned him from mainstream airways, but has gained him enormous respect from critics, musicians, and fans alike. His 3 Long Live Palestine tracks have become anthems within the pro-Palestine movement, and his skill has seen him collaborate with some of the most notable names in the music industry. As far back as 2011, the Jewish Chronicle noted that his mere existence was a, quote, potential nightmare for the state of Israel. Thus, when pro-Israel groups attempted to cancel him, they met with global pushback. We Believe in Israel's Spotify lobbying attempts intensified last June at the same time as the music giants announced its Safety Advisory Council, a body that would decide what content to remove from the platform on security and welfare grounds. Managing to secure 2 seats on the council was the Institute for Strategic Dialogue, a London-based think tank with close links to the pro-Israel lobby, including We Believe in Israel itself. Founded in 2006, the Institute for Strategic Dialogue brands itself as a body dedicated to analyzing and combating all forms of political and religious extremism. However, scrutinizing its founders, key staff, output, and funding sources suggest they may have ulterior motives. You think?
I think.
The organization was co-founded by socialite and media mogul Baron Weidenfeld, serving as political advisor and chief of cabinet to Chaim Weizmann, the first president of Israel. Weidenfeld spent his entire adult life relentlessly pursuing the Jewish state expansion. This included launching a global PR campaign to convince the world that West Jerusalem should belong to Israel. He was also a trustee of the Jerusalem Foundation, an organization that builds illegal Israeli settlements. Upon his death in 2016, he was rewarded with a burial at the ancient Mount of Olives in Jerusalem, one of the holiest sites in Judaism, an honor that very few figures receive. Institute for Strategic Dialogue co-founder Baron Weinfeld on the left with the notorious war criminal Henry Kissinger at the International Bertelsmann Forum in 2006. So they're good buddies, them. The Institute for Strategic Dialogue's current chair is Michael Lewis. Before joining the ISD, Lewis was director of BICOM, the group that birthed We Believe in Israel. Thus, BICOM/We Believe in Israel is now petitioning the Spotify Council, while their former directive is now in charge of an organization that sits on the panel that will help decide whether to ban pro-Palestinian artists. The Institute for Strategic Dialogue is funded by a host of NATO governments, including Germany, the UK, Denmark, Canada, Finland, and the Netherlands. It is also bankrolled by the National Democratic Institute and the International Republican Institute. Subsidies the notorious National Endowment for Democracy. Yay, the NED's here, Colin. The CIA front organization. Great. The CIA front organization set up by the Reagan administration to carry out many of the agency's most controversial and illegal activities. Do you think that on lady is going to come after Mint Press News McLeod for calling them a CIA front, or is it just Blumenthal and Rubenstein, you think? Attorneys at law. Spying and surveillance are not unknown to the ISD. Earlier this year, the Electronic Intifada revealed that the British government had secretly paid the Institute to help carry out a spying operation on Palestinian citizens. Its ranks are filled with national security state-adjacent figures, former fellows of NATO's Atlantic Council, and individuals who helped advise on the occupation of Afghanistan. Mint Press also found at least a dozen ISD employees who received postgraduate degrees from the Department of War Studies at King's College. Colin, you remember that, don't you?
Yes, we do.
Yes, we did. That's another banger of an Alan McLeod article about King's College and their War Studies department. Go back and check. I think what do we call that? Spy school. I think if you go back and look that up. Yeah. The university department infamous for training the West's top spies, including British MI5 and MI6 agents, as well as CIA operatives. Therefore, while it presents itself as a counter-extremism organization, there are grounds to suspect that, to the Institute for Strategic Dialogue, any form of Palestinian resistance to Israeli occupation might be considered extremist. That Spotify has allotted 2 spots on its council to the organization is cause for concern. In lobbying the UK Department of Digital Culture, Media and Sport, we believe in Israel is likely pushing at an open door considering some of the key figures in the organization. Chief amongst these is the Secretary of State herself, Lucy Fraser. Before entering politics and joining the Conservative cabinet, Fraser had worked at the Israeli Ministry of Justice, a post suggesting that she may be sympathetic to We Believe in Israel's goals. You think? The Conservative Party in general has been extremely pro-Israel. The Conservative Friends of Israel, the party's principal pro-Israel association, once noted that the remarkable 80% of Tory MPs were members. The organization works alongside with other pro-Israeli groups, including We Believe in Israel. The aforementioned Rachel Blaine left We Believe in Israel in 2022 and is now the CFI's Public Affairs Director. It's just a big revolving door over here, Colin. Like, all this shit is. The CFI is a highly influential organization. In 2012, it helped the future Prime Minister Boris Johnson win re-election as mayor of London, organizing parts of his campaign, while it managed to block Johnson appointing Alan Duncan to the position of Middle East minister due to the latter's support for Palestinian rights. A 2020 Run report from Declassified UK found that 1/3 of the Tory cabinet, including Johnson himself, were funded by Israel or by pro-Israel groups. Public image rapidly deteriorating, Israel and its supporters have repeatedly attempted to remove opposing voices from the airwaves of the internet. Former Israeli Justice Minister Aliyat Shaked, isn't that how you do it? Shaked boasted that she worked closely with Facebook to censor Palestinian voices, with the Silicon Valley Corporation agreeing to take down around 95% of the content she asked them to. Today, former Director General for the Ministry of Justice, Amy Palmore, sits on Facebook's advisory council, the board ultimately responsible for content moderation of the world's largest news and social media platform. At key moments of worldwide political attention, Palestinians have found their Instagram accounts blocked and still cannot use services such as PayPal. The organizing culture boycotts of Israel because of its systematic oppression of its indigenous population find themselves attacked and smeared. Low-key is no stranger to this, having had gigs and speaking opportunities canceled. Nevertheless, Western support for Israel and its crimes is waning as the country loses the battle for public opinion. Faced with this reality, its supporters are increasingly turning to nefarious means to shut critics up. While Spotify has so far stood up to attempts to ban artists like Low-key and Ambassador MC, it should be clear that big media organizations are not global town squares, but corporate Western platforms that will always be ambivalent, at best, to third world struggles and movements to effect change. This is especially true when groups like the Institute for Strategic Dialogue are placed in charge of moderating them. So, thoughts, Care Bear?
More of the story, don't fuck with hip-hop.
Yeah, I would say so. But they're gonna try. It's just,
but well, not hip hop. But I was somewhat half kidding. But like, this we should actually get DJ Joe Nice or somebody, like, because I know he's very much a music hound.
You probably reach out to Low-key too.
Yeah, but I think this is not new.
No,
this
has been happening.
This has been happening. Think of like Bob Marley in the 60s. In the 70s, just the idea of speaking in terms of liberation, especially among working class and especially among people of color, has always been targeted in music. So this shouldn't be a huge surprise. I mean, we report on Israel and Palestine all the time. So this really isn't a surprise. I just want people to understand that this is nothing new.
No.
That this has been going on.
Talk to 2 Live crew.
Decades, but it's just
like,
more or less now that there actually are lobbyists now that are up in the ante, so that
are
trying to
covered these in spooky ectoplasm, like National Endowment for Democracy is here, the War fucking Department of King's Cross College is here, which is like MI6 CIA. Like training program. It's just, and now they're what, heads of Facebook, and removing 95% of the content that these Israeli groups are asking them to.
Right.
Like,
But this should be a warning for, I think of someone like Jesse,
Yeah.
because he has political
some spicy content on Spotify. People should check it out.
Like, what's it not to say, like, his stuff will not be removed from Spotify for similar reasons.
Yeah.
So this is just another version of censorship that is bullshit, but it should make, but I think this is a way of kind of making music artists kind of not talk about any type of liberation, especially more in the political realm, that could lead to coalescing and actual like movement changing in their music. And so that's very dangerous to kind of think about, because it's going to affect a lot of artists. Now, I think the thing, again, as the article stated with Low-Key, because he's so popular that his fans basically
stuck up for
fire
him.
back.
Yeah.
I've never heard of him before, but actually now that
He's
you
done
read it,
some
I'm actually
great stuff on Assange. He's up there. I dig him.
Yeah, I think we should try and get him on the show to maybe
him and KRS-One.
about
We can just call KRS-One real quick and have him show up for this.
Yeah. So, look, like, you guys know us. We'll talk to mostly everybody.
Yeah.
But but it would be also interesting to see what. I should connect with DJ Joe Nice pretty soon because I know he's touring, but I think there'll be like, there'll be points over the summer where I think he'll be like in the country. So we'll try and see if we can get him to talk more about like this type of censorship, in music in general. But but I think because Low-Key is a big artist, I think relatively in Palestine, and I think throughout the world, that he, not to say he got away with it, but he had the backing of his fans to actually make noise about it. But what's to say like a smaller artist would just be taken out? It's like just like YouTube, the larger channels, especially in this space, who kind of kowtow to the establishment, generally do fine. And then channels like us are the ones that get struck down, if not straight up removed from the platform, because we talk about things that are more counter to establishment talking points. So same thing. So yeah, I definitely sympathize with it.
Yeah.
But I think that's why this is just more of a reason why I think, just to kind of speak to our audience a little bit, how much we're really thankful for you guys. That, like, you're very small but mighty in terms of how you've advocated for us, how you share our content, how you promote our content, and that we're able to kind of get a bigger footing. We're still a baby channel, but you guys are helping us be elevated in the space more due to you guys' efforts and support and love for us. So we definitely don't take you guys for granted in terms of that, but this is part of the reason why, especially if you believe what we're doing, why we need your support. So,
great article by Alan McLeod. We hopefully can reach out to him.
Who are these people?
So if you looked at any of the tweets happening this past weekend, you'll notice like a lot of common language. It seems they kind of I guess they kind of got tired of using this for Ukraine, and so they're just recycling words now.
Oh, so yeah, just calling it unprovoked.
We have just this unprovoked nonsense where it's the vicious
attack. Completely ahistorical freaking analysis of what's going on there on purpose. Like, oh, living in an open air prison for freaking decades is not a provocation. Depriving people of their right to have food, to have water, to like, you know, have a home that doesn't get blown up every other, you know, weekend. Like, who are the provocateurs here?
The unprovoked attacks by Hamas terrorists.
Yeah, it's just, it's like they purposely, it's like the propaganda machine like purposely tries to get ahead of it by completely having an ahistorical analysis so people don't look too far into it. Because obviously, if you talk about this to somebody with you know, half a brain cell, you know, it doesn't take much to look at history and be like, oh yeah, like Zionists like totally provocated this stuff, you know. So it's just a very, very almost insultingly bad propaganda narrative, because it's so easy to freaking look over and like be informed about, you know. It's just people don't really like, people eat this shit up. People don't want to freaking like learn. It's just frustrating.
It's sort of a hypnotism in a way.
I would agree with that. It's like the safe and effective thing. You know, just say it over and over and over again until it becomes a mantra.
No. So it's the illusory truth effect, and Caitlin Johnstone talks about this a lot.
Okay.
I feel like it's important to bring this up. Like,
illusory truth effect. That's interesting. I haven't heard that before, but I
no,
think it sounds
no,
like what I'm.
No, we talked about this.
I mean, we talk about this sort of stuff all the time.
No, this
So
is what you're referring to. The illusory truth effect, the illusory truth, the validity of truth effect, is the tendency to believe false information to be correct after repeated exposure.
Mm-hmm.
This phenomenon was identified
right. Yep.
in the study. When the truth is assessed, people rely whether the information is in line with their understanding or if it feels familiar. The first condition is logical, as if people compare new information with what they already know to be true. Repetition makes statements easier to process relative to new, unrepeated statements, leading people to believe that the repeated conclusion is much more truthful.
Makes sense. That's why they have just this really, really small slogans, unprovoked, you know, something really simple that they can just beat into people's heads ad nauseum. So eventually they'll just sort of internalize it. Makes sense. It's kind of like the whole thing with human shields and all the other freaking right-wing extremist rhetoric we hear.
Plays a significant role in advertising, news media, and political propaganda.
What you got?
Here's what Netanyahu
oh,
said
fucking
himself.
Netanyahu, of course.
This is what the Israeli response is, technically. Breaking today.
Israel is at war. We didn't want this war. It was forced upon us in the most.
So they're officially declaring war.
Yeah, but the thing is that technically they've been with war with Palestine since at least 2007 when they started the blockade. It's been, as long as it's been an illegal occupation, they've been at war with Palestine. So this is just like it's a moot point. All he's saying is that they're going to freaking rain hell upon innocent people. Yeah, it's going to be
a savage way.
As Desert Man
But though
is
Israel
saying.
didn't start this war, Israel will finish it. Once the Jewish people were stateless, once the Jewish people were defenseless, no longer. Hamas will understand that by attacking us, they've made a mistake of historic proportions. We will exact a price that will be remembered by them and Israel's other enemies for decades to come. The savage attacks that Hamas perpetrated against innocent Israelis are mind-boggling, slaughtering families in their homes, massacring hundreds of young people at an outdoor festival, kidnapping scores of women, children, and elderly, even Holocaust survivors. Hamas terrorists bound, burned, and executed children.
Which are being used as hostages for Palestinian refugees in return, which is like a much higher ratio.
Children. They are savages. Hamas is ISIS. And just as the forces of civilizations united to defeat ISIS, the forces of civilization must support Israel in defeating Hamas. I want to thank President Biden for his unequivocal support. I want to thank leaders across the world who are standing with Israel today. I want to thank the people and Congress of the United States of America. In fighting Hamas, Israel is not only fighting for its own people, it is fighting for every country that stands against barbarism. Israel will win this war.
Oh my God, dude.
And when
Projection.
Israel wins, the entire civilized world wins.
So no, this is them flailing their arms.
This is just, again, like, I know I've said this before, but like, I'm just like a little bit more awake than I was a few years ago, and I just feel like I'm living in freaking the world of doublethink, like, or like doublespeak all the time, where they're saying the exact opposite of what they mean at all times. It's like that movie, They're Here. You put on the glasses, and it's like
they live.
Yeah. So it's just disgusting, man. Like, you just know that everything that comes out of Netanyahu's out of his mouth that he's saying, accusing the Palestinians of doing, is just pure projection. You know, it's just everything that the freaking fascist Zionists are doing. But that's freaking disgusting.
All the freaks came out for this. So, well, first of all, they're cutting off electricity, fuel, water, food. So they're just completely cutting them out.
Yeah,
that's the result of this.
But that's not a provocation. You know, but they expect Palestinians to put down their arms. They expect them to just like stop and like ask for peace. Oh, whoa! You take everything away from us. We'll stop now. You got us. No,
they're already surviving on themselves already. So, as you can predict, what Israel is doing is in response to this is to do what they know best, and that's to terrorize the shit out of Gaza. Even this is literal hell on earth.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to fight.
Do you have? Actually, there's literally video.
Do you have any? You want to fucking protest this? You want to protest with these?
That's crazy. Absolutely. I actually have on our Telegram a ton of footage of the Gaza getting bombed to hell. If you wanted to pull that up, I don't know. We're kind of experimenting with our Telegram, and we started posting a bunch of stuff over there because it doesn't make it on the Twitter, but we haven't really experimented with it on the live stream yet.
Yeah, Telegram's a really great resource for a lot of the war porn. I saw someone mention that before, war porn.
Oh, I definitely want to pull it up anyway because there's some more Hamas propaganda I want to show because it's fucking badass.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's see, where are we at? Let's see. But yeah, I guess I could share my screen, huh? Let me see, I'll do it then. Give me 1 second here. I guess I have to do. Oh, cool. I can just do Telegram. All right. So let's see. Do you want me to pull up my screen?
So it's not just Gaza. It's Lebanon too. Just this morning, they're striking at the Lebanese border now.
Well, that's Hezbollah attacking Israel.
Israeli occupation forces striking. This is Israel, the tower in South Lebanon.
Oh,
okay.
Because I've seen other stuff of Lebanon attacking. They actually there's reports.
Here's another story that this morning that they struck southern Lebanon.
So now it is a Middle Eastern conflict.
You heard Netanyahu, right? He said, we're going to eliminate Gaza and all of Israel's enemies. That includes Lebanon. That includes Syria. So what they're doing, their plan, their big smart plan, is to flail their arms around and be like, "What?" Like just shoot everyone around them, like literally all the countries around them. That's their game plan.
People are going to find out that Israeli military is not what everybody thinks they are.
ويتحدث هذا الإعلام عن عمليات تسلل إضافية إلى داخل الجليل الغربي.
This is war. This is like literally. This is so. Is this a world war?
I mean, I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be the world war. I think. I mean, at this point, if they're attacking Lebanon, and like, because think about who's going to get involved. You know, you have Palestine, you have Lebanon, you have Syria, you have maybe Iraq, you have Iran, you have the Taliban from Afghanistan, like, and you have the U.S. We already have an aircraft carrier there, so, you know, like, what's the definition of a world war? You know, how many countries have to be involved for it to be a world war? Sounds like a world war to me. It's going to have like a rippling effect across the entire planet. You know, whether you're in freaking, you know, Sweden or you're in freaking, you know, somewhere in Africa, you're going to be impacted by the war that's brewing in the Middle East. You know, so that's kind of how I see it. I would call it a world war. I mean, it looks like it's going to be like that in a matter of time. Palestine's not going to stop doing what they're doing. Israel's not going to stop doing what they're doing.
And Russia's not going to stop doing what they're doing.
Yeah,
and then
okay.
And then you begin to wonder like how much Iran is going to get involved, because that's becoming a world power too. So think of BRICS.
I think it's already kind of clear that. I mean, I don't know if I would say this the same way as the U.S. is using Ukraine as proxies, but I would say that Hamas is an Iran proxy. You know, like they get all their funding from, they get tons of funding from Iran. You know, they definitely get their drones from Iran. You know, so they get a lot of their freaking parts to make their rockets from Iran. So, you know, in a way, I think that they're kind of already involved. It's just a matter of when they're going to start shooting rockets, because they have rockets that can reach fucking Israel from fucking Iran.
Yeah, they can beat the Iron Dome. They showed that.
Because I haven't messed around with it. But yeah, you can just go to the videos on our own. Okay, but we'll listen. This freaking.
But let's step back, because I want the American people to.
This is as expected, but I just want people to pay attention to the language that these people are using. That it's pure on full mania.
Kind of take this in for a second. Just imagine that here the Israelis woke up and communities were bombarded. Families were murdered. Women and children were taken hostage, dragged through the streets. The elderly were taken. All of this has happened in front of everyone, on top of thousands of rockets that hit Israel. This should be personal for every woman and man in America. Why? Because when they did this surprise attack, when they took these hostages, when they murdered these families, they were celebrating. And what were they celebrating? They were saying death to Israel, death to America. This is not just an attack on Israel. This is an attack on America, because they hate us just as much. And what we have to understand is this is the reason that we have to unite around making sure our enemies do not hurt our friends. America can never be so arrogant to think we don't need friends, just like we needed them on 9/11. That's why Ukraine needs us when Russia's doing this. That's why Israel needs us when Hamas and Iran are doing this. And I'll say this to Prime Minister Netanyahu, finish them. Finish them. Hamas did this. You know Iran's behind it. Finish them. They should have hell to pay for what they've just done.
So what do you... We have Lindsey Graham out here. This motherfucker.
I've been on the
phone. He wants to strike Iran. This motherfucker.
Absolutely all day to the Mideast, and I've told our allies and people with connections to Iran. What I would do, I would tell Iran that if Hezbollah attacks Israel, we're going to come after you, the Iranians, and have a coordinated effort between the United States and Israel to put Iran out of the oil business by destroying their refinery.
They don't have the balls to do that. There's no way in hell.
He's so unhinged, dude. Like,
They-
you can always
we
count on
realize-
Lindsey Graham to have like the most bloodthirsty takes. He's been consistently bloodthirsty. Just awful. Like, it just reminds me, it harkens back to when he was with McCain talking to all the Ukrainian Nazis. It's like the same sort of shit. You know, he's just like so consistently bad when it comes to freaking egging on for more war. This isn't Mortal Kombat. She's running for president. Like, I can't believe you could say that as a president. Like, oh, let's just kill like millions of people, no problem. And like, they all need to disappear. Like, that's fucking frightening. That's fucking frightening. Like, can you imagine somebody like that being president with the freaking nuclear codes, thinking that they just want to commit like genocide one day? They're like, oh, you know, the ADL told me I need to freaking flatten Gaza. Okay, beep. Like, that's just terrifying for that, like, reactionary to the situation. Anybody who talks like that should be immediately disqualified from running for president.
No, there's maniacs currently running for president who want to bomb Israel. They want to bomb Iran. They want to bomb Mexico. They just want to go all over the place, and they just want to start dropping.
At least we know that the Ukraine war is going to have to wind down because the U.S. does not have the resources to provide for two wars at the same time.
That is the main strain, and I feel like that is where we're going to get into the more like, you know, conspiracy false flag round a little bit later on. But Iran, like, there's a big geopolitical, like, the two biggest oil giants in the world is number one Russia, and the second one is Iran. So they can't be fucking with both of these people at the same time, because our oil is done. Our energy reserves are done.
I think we're down to, I think our reserves are at like 17 days or something. It's the lowest it's been in freaking decades.
If they both sanction us, it's done. It's both done. We're absolutely done. This is, I mean, you know, I don't want to say it's World War II, but, you know, however much we can speculate that throughout this stream. I don't know if I can confirm this, that like I saw
white phosphorus. I've seen other videos of it.
So like I saw a post that was corrected, and it was like really like a video from Syria. But
okay, because I've seen it wouldn't have been the first time that
if it's not from Telegram, that there's no real, even on Telegram, there's no real way to know.
Yeah, but I would say that it's not the first time that Israel has been caught using white phosphorus. So they've done it before, so I wouldn't put it past them. Oh yeah, and I just wanted to show this because as Nikki Haley is talking about Palestinians slaughtering children, here's a video of a child that is, you know, ostensibly got impacted by one of the airstrikes by IDF. So Nikki Haley wants more of this.
معمول غلط هذا لو في ايدك كان مبين هذا ممكن يكون ببشر شو اسمه هذا بس كان ببشر لا كان مبين بالسكينه بس راحه هذا مش شوي.
But yeah, so that's just like one example, and there's tons of videos like that. But like that's what Nikki Haley wants. That's what Nikki Haley wants.
It's complete. It's complete. Again, flailing arms. I feel like the West kind of got caught with their pants at their ankles. That's pretty much.
I mean, I'm of that belief pretty strongly too. That, you know, we were, and this is what I was trying to articulate earlier. Is like, I don't know.
Thing we can do.
Like, do you kind of internalize prior to being aware of what's going on that like Palestine freedom fighters were just kind of like your average person who just picked up a gun and kind of like just pretended to know what they're doing? Like, you didn't, unless you like are familiar with the situation.
They dedicated their life. They joined Hamas.
I don't think most liberals are aware of the professionalism and the fact that it's like a bona fide, military outfit. So I don't know if that's my own bias because I've been unfamiliar for so long.
I don't have the timestamp, but there's actually a video of like one of the Palestinian refugees. Like he talks about like how like his house got bombed and he lost his his sister or his daughter or something. He lost his entire family, so he joined Hamas. Mm-hmm. And he said, like, you know what, that's it. If this is the only thing I have left, then fuck it.
I mean, that's what I mean. Like when you witness freaking death and destruction every single day, eventually you're gonna be like, my purpose in life is to exact revenge on my friends and family. My purpose in life is to free my neighbors, free myself from this freaking prison. Like, I don't know if there's another place on the planet that is more sure of their fate and sure of like what they need to do than the Palestinians, because all they have to consider right now is how to liberate themselves, how to not live under apartheid. Like that's their goal. I can only imagine being in a culture surrounded with 2 million other people, over 2 million other people, and that's the culture. It's like we're trapped in this prison and we want to escape it. Imagine being around millions of people every single day, and that's the culture you're exposed to. Of course, these people are going to be like, yeah, I'm ready to die for my freaking neighbors. I'm ready to die for my family. I'm ready to die for Palestine. So, I get it. I get it. What did you want to...
Yeah, no, there's simply no... there's simply no reason for these people to have any sort of humanity left. I mean, you're asking a dehumanized population to have a sense of humanity. That it simply doesn't exist. Like when you dehumanize a population to that point, you're gonna produce dehumanized people who, at this point, they have nothing else to lose. They just want to liberate. Yeah, they just don't want to liberate their land. So obviously, Israel had to go hard overdrive on the propaganda coming out this weekend.
Yeah, because it's apparently so unbelievable to most of the world that Hamas is capable of undermining Israeli tech and intelligence and their military. Oh my God.
Did you see that? Thousands.
I mean, you saw the airport. It is thousands of people.
Thousands. This is an official Israeli.
I didn't even notice that.
The IDF, they couldn't even hire a good enough a fucking trailer.
Should have hired somebody from Hamas. They would have made that shit fucking lit.
Thriller movie trailer. Thousands. Man. They can't even use spell check.
Couldn't find an e-girl to fucking double check that's working for them.
Can't find an e-girl to double check your Israeli propaganda. That's a shame. Damn it. The worst they can find is a guy shot in the leg. Compared to all the shit that we just showed you earlier in the stream, the worst they can find is people running, a girl crying, and a guy that got shot in the leg.
I mean, to be fair, I've seen some photos of some of the bloodshed.
No, there's definitely tragedy happening, but it's war. But it's what so, it's to be expected.
And my kind of take on that, so it's complicated in Israel because everybody. It's my understanding that everybody has to go into the service at some point for a period of time.
You think that video was real?
I mean, I think it's doctored. There's elements of that came from some of the stuff I've seen on Telegram, 100%. But definitely doctored. But as far as like the whole innocent civilian thing, so Israel is a little bit complicated because anybody at any time can be called to arms. Okay, so they can put out a bulletin and be like, okay, everybody grab your guns, meet out in the corner. We're going to like hold our ground. And it's my understanding that everybody in Israel has to enroll into the service for a period of time after they graduate high school. Now, I know that recently a lot of people will, go to jail and resist instead of being in the reserve, but it kind of muddies the water a little bit. And like when you're trying to say who's like an innocent civilian who like isn't a potential combatant and who isn't. Now, obviously, like I haven't seen any videos of dead children at the hands of Hamas. I've seen dead kids at the hands of IDF. We saw that one video of the woman in the back of the truck, which is like the probably the most barbaric thing I've seen. But when you know that the entire population can be mobilized at once, it kind of like, if I was a Hamas soldier, am I going into these settlements and considering that every single one of them might be armed? I think that's kind of the headspace that they need to be in, right? So it's war. It's complicated, but if you're having a rave outside of Gaza, I have to get outside of being empathetic. I can't be empathetic for these fucking goons.
It's flailing. It's exactly like we said, flailing their arms.
Oh,
Israel
this is
wants
fucking
to start
crazy.
propaganda campaign.
You might see this on a YouTube ad near you guys. This is fucking wild.
Yeah, no, it's on platforms like YouTube, like literally calling for violence and revenge.
Yeah, so we have to watch what we say on stream, but IDF can come out with advertisements like this to go in front of our streams where we're censoring ourselves.
Yeah.
This is fucking wild. This is fucking wild.
If you watched, how did we miss that yesterday? Reef and Indy went over about how the YouTube channel suppression, where if you're searching within a specific channel anything about the Israel and Gaza situation, it'll only pop up mainstream media sources.
Yeah,
so like
the first page on your own channel, if you use the search, it's crazy.
Yeah, just another effective form of censorship.
Censorship suppression for sure.
Yeah, this is an emergency damage control campaign aimed at justifying Israeli violence and to gain public outrage amongst
Hamas declared war against Israel. Armed Hamas terrorists infiltrated into Israel via a ground invasion and started going door to door slaughtering innocent Israelis. Hundreds of Israeli civilians, including children and women, have been killed or injured, and Israeli hostages have been taken. This is a war, and Israel will take every measure necessary to protect our citizens against these barbaric terrorists.
Crazy.
So embarrassed. They're so embarrassed. You could tell how embarrassed they are.
Dude, it's wild to me how, like I said, like we're not allowed to say certain things, but they can literally call for the death of, an indigenous people, essentially, who have been oppressed for freaking almost a century. And like that could be on like a fucking YouTube video. Like what the hell? It feels like if I saw this come in, like if I was watching one of our videos and I saw this pop up in the beginning of our video, I would be insulted. I would be offended.
No, I would. It's probably going to happen. It's probably going to happen.
I mean, you can imagine how much money
IDF would roll out. Just wait. Just keep on waiting. Like as the
God, this is the new thing, isn't it? This is the new current thing. Thing.
Going to be the new current thing is to support Israel because we need to support
at least we know that the Ukraine war is going to wind down, that there's going to be negotiations, that the children being trafficked out of Ukraine, that won't happen anymore.
No, the US
dude, the US does not have, I mean, watch enough Scott Ritter, watch enough freaking New Atlas, you'll see that like the US does not have the means. We don't have the weapons. We don't have the means to freaking have two wars at the same time. We don't. Like I think people paying attention are aware that like our arms supply is really bad right now. That's why when you see like Ukraine get a shipment of tanks, it's like 10 tanks, and they get freaking taken out in like 2 days. You know, like freaking. It's just that they're constantly like Zelensky's constantly asking for more weapons because we can barely keep up with the production at this point. Like I think as far as like missile production is like 2 years behind at this point. So we're, you know, if China decided they want to liberate the United States, they could probably do it. You know?
So as we like predictably, you know, we're saying now that the Israeli propaganda, like this is just the beginning of the Israeli propaganda.
The beginning.
This is just the beginning. You're gonna start as long as this is going on. As long as this is going on, you're going to see more pro-Israeli commercials. You're going to see more people on television screaming about how we have to fund, yes, free Palestine, free Maui. This is insane. East Palestine, Flint. We're in hell world, guys. But like, I wanted to play this video in terms of
fucking Mnar, of course.
As we're watching Israeli propaganda pop off in real time. Watch and it's called Hasbara. This is the Israeli form of propaganda.
Israeli propaganda, okay.
Yeah.
America, Israel seems to be able to fight wars very quickly. What is your secret? Because we don't seem to have the hang of that.
The secret is that we have America.
Nah.
אתה רואה אור בקצה המנהרה? כן, אני בוודאי רואה אור בקצה המנהרה. אני לא מאמין שהמלחמה עם ערבים, אני חושב שהערבים בסופו של דבר הם בני אדם. הם לא יתיחו את הראש בקיר לנצח. אבל אם הם רואים בקיעים בקיר, אם הם רואים שחלק מהקיר נהרס, אז ודאי שימשיכו, ויסייעו להם כל העולם. לכן מה שדרוש כרגע זה לעמוד מול הדבר הזה, לעצור את הרעה, ופשוט להתלכד ולהתאחד, כדי שישראל תעבור את המכשול הזה, ואין לי ספק שיכולה לעמוד. אבל אנחנו הולכים למסלול התנגשות עם הממשל האמריקאי.
ארצות הברית זה לא מקשה אחת, זה לא מקשה אחת. יש את הסנאט, יש את הקונגרס, יש את הכוח היהודי שהוא עצום, יותר חזק משהיה אי פעם. יש דעת קהל, יש לנו כוחות כבירים בדעת הקהל שמתנגדים למדיניות הזאת, גדולי הפרשנים. אמריקה לא תכפה לנו דבר, אם לא נרצה בכך.
They think it will break us. The main thing, first of all, is to hit them. Not just one blow, but blows that are so painful that the price would be too heavy to be borne. The price is not too heavy to be borne now. A broad attack brings to the point of being afraid that everything is collapsing. Wait a moment. But then the world will say, how come you're conquering again? The world won't say a thing. The world will say, we're defending. Are you afraid of the world? Maybe, especially today with America. I know what America is. America is something that can easily be moved to the right direction. Oh, he's right about that.
Yeah, we got to work on this popcorn reading. If you're gonna pop in, you got to tell me.
Huh? They won't get in our way. It's really fast. Let's say something. They said 80% of Americans support us. That kind of support. You're saying, what will we do with the administration was extremely pro-Palestinian. I wasn't afraid to move there. I was not afraid to clash with Britain. I was not afraid to clash with the UN. So
they're not afraid.
You can see that the propaganda machine runs deep with freaking Israel. And like, I mean, I think it's really obvious at this point where, you know, especially even with just what we're doing right now, but it's just so black and white that Israel, like Zionism, is a pretty defenseless political ideology. Like without the propaganda, people would immediately be aware that Zionism is fucking awful. You know, without the freaking decades of indoctrination and gulping this Kool-Aid, like there's no way that Zionism would resist. There's no way.
Well, it's not. That's the thing. It's like Zionism doesn't affect just Israel, it's literally the entire world.
Who are these people?
Dropping an atomic weapon as one of the possible options on Gaza. Now, meanwhile, they've already dropped the equivalent of 2 atomic bombs. They only killed 60 Hamas members. So
is that the quote unquote official number? 60?
Yeah. Yeah, 60 out of 10,000. It's a 99% civilian rate.
Yeah.
So this'll do the job, I think. I mean, the goal is to get them into Egypt, right?
I mean, you could say it's an option of biblical proportions.
I mean, but yeah, it's just freaking
set up.
It's again, it's crazy. It's crazy that people just talk so casually about this stuff and think it's like okay to like, you know. And then I guess it's just as crazy that they can say it knowing that people will be like, yeah, that's a good idea. Why didn't I think about that? And it's just absolutely completely unhinged. These people should be like cut off from making any decisions.
I know, right? They're just like, yeah, we could just do a Fallout about it. It's fine. The fuck?
And I mean, the size of Israel is so small that like any fucking fallout from a nuclear explosion in freaking Gaza would impact the entire coast, as well as like reach all the way to Tel Aviv.
Right on their border. What do they think is going to happen?
Like they're going to blow up. Like what? They're going to like that fallout's going to freaking enter into Egypt. Like it's just going to be a disaster. These people are crazy.
There's people still in Hiroshima. There's people in Hiroshima that are still experiencing symptoms from atomic weaponry. So, what do they think is going to happen to their own people from just being exposed to it?
Hey, but at least they got the Hamas, Mr. Hamas.
At least we the hacker known as Hamas.
The hacker.
Bro, do you guys remember that news article where they're like the hacker known as 4chan? And I'm like, oh no. Oh, I love it when they're out of touch about like anything they have no fucking idea about. But yeah. I mean, this is like, I feel like this is like a Leroy Jenkins sort of situation. Like, they gotta know.
That's the thing. It can get to that because, like, I see how I've seen a little bit. Like, it's been too much. Like I said in a few shows, it's just like I've been overexposed to this stuff. But the stuff that I've seen with some of them trying to do a ground operation into Gaza has not been working well. You know, that like resistance fighters have been pushing them back the entire time.
No, they're fucked on the.
It's eventually going to escalate to like I think a bigger bombing campaign. Like I think we've already seen some stuff that's been bad over the last 3 or 4 weeks, and it's going to be even fucking worse because like Netanyahu's already decided that he already pushed the button. He's already like moving through with the ground assault. Like he's fucking. Wait, what? Oh, okay. I was like, wait, did I miss something? But
calling go.
No, because Netanyahu's like already like all for doing the ground assault. He wants to like save his face.
Yeah, but you know why
population. He what?
You know why he got suspended?
Netanyahu got suspended.
It wasn't because he suggested that it was that to drop atomic. You're right. Netanyahu's all for it.
Mm-hmm.
They have a very deliberate nuclear opacity policy, and people get like they've like sent like whistleblowers to jail, like for the rest of their lives for telling nuclear secrets, like for basically saying.
I believe it. They're fucking crazy.
That's the real reason why he got suspended. This is the headline because this is how they want to make it seem. But this is that I just want to make that clear. I mean, I'll also show the video I made earlier later.
What it's basically against the law for a bureaucrat to even discuss the option of dropping nuclear weapons. Like, yes, we do it, but we're not supposed to tell you about it.
Dude,
no.
They broke the rule. What is it? It's better to ask for forgiveness. What is it?
Than to ask for permission.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Like a modified
they've been doing that
version of that.
They've been doing that for decades with Gaza and the West Bank. You know.
But I mean, like, how long has Israel been? How long has Israel been a nuclear threat for?
That's a good question.
Let me check.
I mean, I'm assuming that the only reason they have a nuclear program is because the U.S. gives them weapons, right? Like, do they actually have a nuclear weapon program?
Like
Well, right. I mean, we gave them like I don't know enough about Israeli nuclear program. Did we just be like, here's how to make nukes, or did they like discover how to do it and we enabled that?
They stole it from us. They stole the program, but it was facilitated through like certain actors within the U.S. government. Yeah.
Their first nuclear weapons test was reported. There was a reported local Israeli underground test in 1963, a reported test in 1979.
So they've been doing it for fucking half a century, a lot longer.
Yeah. So let's get ready,
weird.
folks.
Wikipedia.
Got the nuclear arsenal ready, or Iran. Also, friend of the show, the network, Mr. Social Security Nick, is on the similar wave when I'm talking about nuclear war, which is very possible in this region. I'm going to make the case for it, but it's these small, desperate countries that are going to be the most willing to use them.
Yeah,
so
that's kind of the impression I get.
How crazy this is getting.
Genocide Joe Biden in the United States is threatening war with Iran to protect Israel as it committed genocide against the Palestinians. The United States deployed a submarine that is capable of launching a nuke as a threat against.
Oh, did we just lose it, or was it just that clip? Did you clip?
No, I clipped it. Okay. Something back.
Genocide Joe Biden in the United States is threatening war with Iran to protect Israel as it committed genocide against the Palestinians. The United States deployed a submarine that is capable of launching a nuke as a threat against Iran. And this is at the same time where Israeli officials were floating the idea of nuking Gaza. Remember when people said that Putin was saber-rattling a nuclear war, even though he never said he was going to use nuclear weapons? Now you have the United States and Israel that is straight up putting nukes on the table, and the corporate media is still like, Israel has the right to defend itself. Like, bruh, if anyone drops a nuke in this region, everyone is fucked. Let's see if we got this straight. The Biden administration is threatening war with Iran because they are illegally occupying Syria and Iraq, and they want to protect Israel as they commit a genocide. Biden is sending nuclear submarines to Australia and South Korea in order to promote war against China. He's currently arming Taiwan to the teeth, a direct violation of the One China policy. Biden also armed neo-Nazis in Ukraine in order to promote endless war with Russia. Joe Biden bombed Somalia. He called for military occupation and intervention into Haiti. He is currently escalating the blockade against Cuba. And the United States is sanctioning 1/4 of the world's population right now. The Biden administration is batshit crazy.
I don't think you get
Bro, I will never.
I don't remember Trump being this bad. Was Trump this bad?
Well, we had no new wars under Trump, although like he was still funding Ukraine, he was still like supplying weapons to Ukraine, he was still like he killed fucking Soleimani. So it's not like he's innocent, but like I was talking to my mom about this yesterday. Like we
lived in a peaceful world though.
We can show that like there were less wars under Trump than there were under Biden. Like that's just true. You know, that's just a true statement. But you know, I don't really like being in the position where I have to defend Trump because Biden is so bad. Like they're both awful. They're both going to lead to the destruction of this planet. Like,
so
like, why are we like we're so like aligned with this duopoly that like we remain all of our conversations within this one context of, oh, what about this guy or this guy? There's got to be a guy, right?
Doesn't matter, especially with the Israel question. Israel question is like over. It's like 99% like approval, like bipartisan. Right. So you know, with a question like with Israel, and really, I would say foreign policy for the most part. Even though I think Trump said just like a couple days ago that he would have stopped the Ukraine war in 24 hours. So I know Trump seems to be more motivated to establish some sort of peace between Ukraine and Russia. But I mean, as far as Israel is concerned, I don't see any difference between Trump policy and Biden policy. It just doesn't.
No.
Israel and the U.S. Israel is like the 51st state. Like everything that goes on is Israel has like bipartisan support almost like 100% of the time.
Well, it's their most important client state, right?
Exactly. The freaking unsinkable aircraft carrier in the desert. I think that's what it's called.
Yeah. So Trump did two major things. Number one, he hit the high score in drone strikes, everybody. So it's like whenever someone's like, he didn't start any new wars, I'm like, yeah, he was way fucking better at the ones we're all already in. So there's that.
That's kind of what, yeah.
Also, he removed a I'll have to look it up. I think it's called the BOFA policy, but no, all jokes aside, he did remove something about something I think that was put in place during the Obama admin with reporting like civilian deaths or something like that. I'm tired of my memories hazy, so I don't remember all of that. But it's like, yeah. So it's like, and he did a bunch of other warmonger shit. It's been 50 Shades of Reagan since Reagan, and we all just need to
exactly.
Reagan. Like,
so Victor actually has a thing here. So they talk about nuclear war like it's some casual thing, and I'm over here looking at Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So this is a good point, because this is like, I think about this a lot, is that when you're like a bureaucrat working in DC and you're surrounded by the freaking Beltway bandits like Raytheon lobbyists and freaking Northrop Grumman lobbyists and all this stuff, you end up getting into conversations with people and these freaking like 5-star generals and stuff, and they have normal conversations and do war games with, you know, nuclear powers like Russia and China, and they simulate how they can have nuclear war, like wars that take place over years, if not longer. Like nuclear war doesn't eventually happen. Like that's not the actual like end thing that happens. So there's this kind of this fantasy that happens with the people who are that entrenched into establishment politics, that they eventually like can't have a realistic conversation about war and nuclear weapons, because nuclear weapons are always on the table if they have them. You know, that's the thing. So they can't really, like, it's always going to escalate into destruction. You know, I think that's one of the reasons that we haven't seen as quick of a response from countries like Iran on the whole Gaza situation, because they know that if Iran gets involved, the U.S. is involved, Israel is involved, Russia is involved. Like, how many nuclear powers do you want to get involved to turn this? Like, you could just turn freaking the entire Middle East into a freaking crater. So, you know, I think people are trying to, like, some of these powers that be are trying to use some sort of detente and try and like have some, I wish they were a little bit more prudent and faster about it. But I think there's like this balance that they're trying to weigh, because they know with like the freaking submarine in the freaking Mediterranean now, right? It's the Mediterranean where we got nuclear subs like ready to freaking launch missiles into Iran. Like, it's just crazy. It's just crazy.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is that they're desperate. They don't care. Israel has a very explicit policy of nuking themselves in order to basically get out of a situation.
So they see it as a W. They're like, "Oh, gotcha."
Yeah.
Israel has the right to bathe itself in nuclear hellfire.
That's kind of, I mean, that's what I mean. Like, they blow up a nuke in freaking Gaza, it's getting into Tel Aviv. Like, it's
Just to hammer it home a little bit more, this is from today. Another one.
Now is in the greatest danger that we have been for years, and actually the entire region is in the greatest danger we have been for years. We could theoretically be just 24 hours away from a nuclear war, because there is a credible threat that Hezbollah and other Iranian allies will attack Israel with tens of thousands of missiles, in which case Israel could defend itself with all the weapons it has, including nuclear capabilities. So this is a very dangerous moment. now is in the greatest danger that we have been for years.
So
and
that's
actually,
it's so for those of you who don't know in the chat, Yuval Harari is a transhumanist World Economic Forum lackey. So, you know, when he speaks, he's kind of speaking on behalf of that kind of globalist, imperialist, the stateless oligarchy. And I was going to put that in my, I'm glad you brought that up because I was going to put it in my segment anyway. But I think what's interesting about that clip is that here we see that there's some places that are kind of giving credence, and I bring it up anyway. But it's interesting to me that the World Economic Forum is basically giving the rubber stamp for Israel to do what they want to do. That's kind of the impression I'm getting from that announcement, is that he's speaking on behalf of that oligarchy, right? That, like, that's how I see it, that he's always representing this kind of like stateless bourgeois class. So when he speaks, I'm kind of like, oh shit. Like, he's basically saying that all these billionaires think it's okay to just turn freaking Gaza into a crater. Or well, like, they can find a credible reason. He's like, oh, if there is a credible reason, that means they can find the credible reason.
I just feel like the thing is, there's two things for me at least. Number one, this isn't like the prime aim. It is an aim, but it's not the prime aim. This ain't the last boss. Everybody's been paying attention to the rhetoric coming out of the establishment for the last 10 years. Knows who the last boss is going to be in this whole free fall Western Empire crumbling sort of
Hillary
song.
Clinton.
Yeah, it's going to be Hillary. She's going to finally transform into the Tarrasque. And I hope y'all got your 20-sided die, because there no one's on my shift here. But yeah, no. I feel like,
I mean, I just want to make it clear that, like, we're not dealing with
there it is
rational, sane, like, high populated countries with like a giant arsenal. They maybe have like a couple of nuclear warheads, but they're ready to go. Like they're ready. They'll activate them at any point. And I just want to show that Israel, in particular, is insane enough to consider a nuclear holocaust as a legitimate foreign policy position. This is not this isn't like fake or like any sort of like conspiracy thing. This is like things that have actually been coming up with.
Yeah, this is part of their freaking war policy.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's Leroy Jenkins, the original Leroy Jenkins.
Crazy.
But Israel's like main objective is, I guess I'll just play the video that I made. But Israel's,
I thought you were going to play the video.
Israel has an existential crisis on its hands. Israel needs to exist.
Yeah, because it never should have never mind.
No.
Never should have existed since day one, but that's why it's always been an existential crisis, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, you should play your video.
Play your video.
Because I looked at it earlier, and it ties in well to where I'm going. My next segment.
Yeah, this is really good work, my dude.
Thank you. So last night, I've been working on this sort of like the past couple of weeks. I knew I was going to talk about this, so like I've been collecting notes, and like this is just like I already knew everything I was going to say for this, but like I had too much condensed information that I wanted to like say at once. So like, and this is a whole can of worms. Like, I'm not even talking about the fact that Israel stole our nuclear policy, and there's this whole back and forth with JFK, and which we talked about. But I just feel like this is important for people to know, because we're not dealing with any regular, rational, sane country. This is Israel. We're talking about people who like, literally like they well, first of all, they're a safe harbor for pedophiles.
I've seen that map.
Sex criminals.
Yeah.
They beat up Christians, Jews. They literally have a live concentration camp at their border.
I mean, it's like we were saying a few weeks ago. Like, imagine the kind of mentality your culture has to have to be throwing a rave when you can see the walls of Gaza.
Imagine being
so brain damaged. So Just incredibly fascist. Just
I
incredibly.
I saw TikTok.
And yeah,
it was like the live where like it was like two people talk to each other on like TikTok live, and it was a Palestinian and Israeli girl, and like maybe I'll show the clip later, but like it was he was like showing them pictures of dead Gazan babies, and she's like, "That yes, I'm full of joy. I love it. I love it." She's like disgusting, absolute, like
Yeah, it's
pure
part of their
death.
culture. It's crazy.
Part of me,
Yeah, it's evil. It's the whole country is based off of racism.
I swear, all of these psyops are just different attempts to normalize fascism in places to kind of just, you know, push it along a little bit further. With COVID in some degrees, it was a little bit further. With Ukraine in some degrees, it was a little bit further. Ukraine got super
And now
fascist.
we're at the bar. The bar is genocide, which is no bar.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
Congratulations.
That's a bar.
Congratulations.
And I'm sorry to everybody who's getting screamed at by chuds in your life, especially if they're frothing at the mouth. But if you're getting screamed at by chuds who say if you don't stand with Israel, you support war, all you got to do is ask them one question. So the last World War, what was it over again?
Yeah, exactly.
Done. Fucking
what were we doing that
done.
over?
What? It starts with a G, doesn't it? Pretty sure it starts with a G. Fucking. I'm just trying to plant seeds. No, go ahead.
Called Amimut, which in English means deliberate ambiguity. For decades, Israel has conducted itself under complete nuclear ambiguity, basically operating in complete secrecy. It's really not a question whether or not Israel has a nuclear arsenal. It's probably one of the worst kept secrets in the world. Even though they have refused to confirm or deny it, several international bodies recognize Israel as one of the few countries with nuclear capabilities, and that's without all the whistleblowers and politicians outright admitting that they do indeed have nuclear weapons. Israel doesn't have nuclear power plants, but it does have a nuclear research center with a nuclear reactor, a pretty big one, based in the city of Daminia. Now, Israel doesn't allow the International Atomic Energy Agency to investigate them. Instead, they have the United States come in and send inspectors who have to announce their arrival in advance. And there's even stories from the Seymour Hersh book, which is a great read, by the way. I really recommend it. About Israelis building a fake control center on top of a real one underground. There are reports of Israel have conducted nuclear tests as early as 1979 during the Vela incident, which many experts believe was a joint nuclear test between South Africa and Israel. Ever since Israel was established, its principal objective was fairly clear. It cannot afford to lose a single war. And so Israel's nuclear policy is fairly simple in that sense, as it is based off of a biblical passage from Judges 16:30. Israelite Judge Samson, who pushes apart the pillars of the Philistine temple, bringing the roof down, killing himself and thousands of Philistines along with him who had captured him, and mocking him, crying out, "Let me die with the Philistines." And so the earliest threat of the Samson option was during the third day of the Yom Kippur War, where the Israeli Prime Minister Golda Meir ordered an Israeli airstrike planes and missiles to go on alert. And when Israel was desperate and losing the war against Egypt and Syria, there was significant evidence. In fact, there's a memo here from Henry Kissinger.
Kissinger was shitting his pants, and so was Nixon, because they had the one woman prime minister, Golda Meir. I'm not sure if you know this, but the JCS felt that Israel's program if Israel's program becomes known, we should be in a position to say that we did everything in our power to prevent Israel from going nuclear. JCS felt that we should try to stop Israel's missile production and use the Phantoms as leverage.
So wait, you saying Kissinger actually tried to stop Israel's nuclear program?
They were going to use nuclear weapons on the third day of the Yom Kippur War.
Oh shit! Oh, this is 67.
They made the explicit threat of using to prevent Israel from going.
Oh, so this isn't the first time where they've threatened to just bomb the shit out of their own country.
Right.
To
Holy fuck.
President Nixon that Israel had been threatening them that they would be, quote, going nuclear if they didn't immediately airlift supplies. In fact, it's also worth mentioning that
So they needed those Phantoms really badly. They're basically like alert aircraft. I gotta talk to like Scott Ritter or something about this, but like they bank on like infinite weapon supplies from the United States,
right?
And this was a case of like explicit like nuclear blackmail. Like, we're gonna fucking blow everything up if you don't give us. That's basically essentially like just like how the mafia operates.
Israel's nuclear
that's
program
kind of like
has a
why
connection.
you're saying one of the reasons that we continue to provide them weapons and support is because they are crazy enough to fucking destroy themselves.
I think that's how Joe Biden feels right now. I feel like they sort of feel like
this is like part of the like Christian Zionist thing. Is like, on the one hand, like, you should be categorically against a country that's willing to like erase itself and millions of people with it. And on the other hand, these Christian Zionists want the second coming of Christ. So they think that that's like a shortcut, right? Am I reading this right? That,
no,
like,
they're trying to facilitate the Armageddon and end times.
Yeah. So okay, so
it's man-made Armageddon.
Are we crazy enough to think that they have an incentive to be like, well, if he's going to launch a nuclear weapon, at least we have the second coming of Christ, right? So it's worth, 8 million, 10 million people. Not a huge deal. Like,
that's the weirdest part of it all. It's like
all the Jews are supposed to die in the Bible. Or like a certain amount of Jews.
Okay, I don't know all the details.
That's the most awkward part of this whole fucking thing.
I don't know either. Like,
why are y'all supporting this? Why are y'all not weird about these people supporting this?
Yeah,
because
that's
they have very alternative motives.
It's like the people know that it's like the Christian Zionists, like if the second coming means that all the Jews die, then what? This is like two enemies that are like friendly with each other because they both want the same thing until they don't. Like,
this is literally threatening a Holocaust. This is
weird.
Oh my god, that's brilliant. That's a brilliant clapback. You can be like, oh, you're Christian and you support Israel, so you support genocide then. Sweaty.
Stinky.
To the JFK assassination.
This is a whole different rabbit hole that I didn't even touch.
Due to a lot of the escalated tensions with Israel's Prime Minister Ben Gurion. And so we find ourselves at a point again where tensions are extremely high with Israel in a desperate situation, and we're seeing Israeli politicians and pundits already considering the nuclear option as if it wasn't already bad enough. It's also important to note, this minister was not suspended because he suggested nuclear weapons. He was suspended for admitting that they have nuclear weapons.
Two, the Israelis haven't asked us to get involved. They asked us to give them equipment. Number three, they have their own arsenal, which they never admit. And I'm saying to you this, I'm telling you the truth. Sometimes it's tough. If Israel is going to face annihilation, you think they have those nukes in there to collect dust? I'm not even encouraging anything be done. I'm not even saying nuke them, nuke them, nuke them. I am saying Iran needs to understand, and Hezbollah needs to understand, that if you think you're going to wipe out these people, you're not. And so we have to do a reality. And reality is...
This is Mark Levin. Does he actually
Dude,
think...
he sounds fucking insane. I cannot believe, like, people who just so openly talk about, oh yeah, well, they should know that nukes are on the table, should be just ripped off the fucking stage and been like, go home, never show your face back here again. We don't need any of your bullshit. Like, psychopaths. Unprecedented psychopaths. I can't get over how fucking crazy these people are.
What, you didn't think? Well, you just don't want us to...
Our nukes are collecting dust. Jesus
You
Christ.
just don't want them to...
Won't somebody please think of the nuclear weapons?
Think about the nukes, man.
But America's involved in this. America I said they're going to drop them. In my opinion, they might. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm the only one bringing this up. I'm not even encouraging it. But if you're a country that has that kind of weaponry, and your people are going to be slaughtered as they were, except this time totally destroyed, they need to be thinking about all their options.
Like the Samson option.
And my guess is they are. I don't know. So when we go on TV and say, what are they going to do? What are they going to do? They're surrounded. They're going to wipe them out. We can't send troops. We can't. Fine. But if I'm the president or prime minister of Israel, I got to think it all through. All of it.
One of the reasons that developing some sort of progress in the whole Mideastern relationship, defusing the Palestinian issue and so forth, is that the greatest danger perhaps in the future of nuclear war is not going to come from the United States or the Soviet Union, both of whom, because of the great amount of nuclear power they have, fear its use and would be deterred to use it. The greatest danger is going to come from a nation that is smaller, that is desperate, and that just wouldn't care. This lets the genie out of the bottle. It's proliferation of nuclear weapons that concerns me at the present time and should concern the Russians, should concern the Americans. Looking at the Israelis, certainly I would think they would be more responsible than many others, but let us suppose the Libyans got it. Now they are a little crazy, I think. Certainly the leadership is.
Okay, I'm
that
sorry,
is
I'm
why
sorry.
we've got to get this.
Yeah, he had to throw in the
sorry.
Libyan smear in there. He's a president. He has to.
Can we talk about how okay it was to say shit like that back in
they're
the
crazy,
day? When they're
like-
just like this bunch of people over here, they're nuts.
I mean, South Africa still had an apartheid regime, so like, who knows
That's
the
what
shit
it
that
was.
was coming out of their mouths? Like,
Certainly
fucking
the
wild,
leadership.
man.
That is why
What does that even
we've got to
mean?
get this thing under control before it's proliferated out there, because the danger of a nuclear explosion then, which would spread worldwide, is simply unacceptable.
Insane.
Thoughts
Even
of
Nixon,
Jesus fucking
even Nixon was
Christ.
like, "Fuck that." So
Bro,
that's insane.
when
I
Nick-
cannot.
president.
Bro,
I can't
when
get
they-
used to how candidly and how openly these freaking idiots talk about nuclear war, and like they say, "Oh, I'm not suggesting anything," but they are. And when they use their words to communicate that, they're not just representing themselves. They're like using that time that they have on mainstream media to telegraph that message to hundreds of thousands of people. You know, maybe not so much on CNN, but like they are getting their message out and they're doing it deliberately. So these people are fucking crazy.
Bro, when
Guys,
the
even
original
Ronald
when the
fucking
original sin when the original sin is
original
out,
sinner.
like I'm sorry, you've gone into marbles free land, as only I say.
We've reached new boundaries. Once you move to the right of Ronald Reagan, what No, wait. So the right of Ronald Reagan is genocide. That's literally what it is. That's 3 away from genocide.
Just like hardcore, like
Y'all,
he
everybody,
was right on the edge of it, and then genocide.
y'all, just take this in for a second. Being to the right of Ronald Reagan is currently being called a communist. That's how fucked we are. We are that fucked. The radical communist regime is to the right of Ronald Reagan. That's
this is insane.
oh my
So
fucking
even-
god.
The point of this segment, just some thoughts to think about. I also want to remind people, famous Freemason Albert Pike in 1817.
Oh, he's a Freemason, brother.
Oh no, he's the Illuminati. Well, this is this is verifiable. I mean, this is the extent of like what I know about this. I've read I maybe watched maybe 2 videos on it, but Albert Pike back in the 1800s left a note and predicted 3 world wars. Just listen to this. A Freemason predicted this. Left behind a note after he died.
He predicted 3 world wars. The First World War, he said, must be brought about, and I'm quoting from Albert Pike. The First World War must be brought about in order to permit the Illuminati to overthrow the power of the czars in Russia and of making that country a fortress of atheistic communism. The divergences caused by the agents of the Illuminati between the British and German empires will be used to foment this war. He says, quote, the Second World War must be fomented by taking advantage of the differences between the fascists and the political Zionists. This war must be brought about so that Nazism is destroyed and that the political Zionism will be strong enough to institute a sovereign state of Israel in Palestine. He's now thinking about this Third World War, and it says that it will be caused by the differences between the political Zionists and the leaders of the Islamic world. The war must be conducted in such a way that Islam, the Muslim Arabic world, and political Zionism, the State of Israel, mutually destroy each other. That's what it says. Meanwhile, the other nations, once more divided on this issue, will be constrained to fight to the point of complete physical, moral, spiritual, and economic exhaustion.
When was that? That's crazy.
1800s. 1890? Yeah. I think you're
1890? He was talking about Zionism in 1890? That's crazy.
Zionism
I guess
existed, man. Dude, there was Israeli terrorists. Dude, before 1948, there was Israeli terrorist groups.
That's one.
Well, I know
those
Zionism,
rare...
but like that's like right around when like the beginning of Zionism, when it was like kind of created, wasn't it? It wasn't much before that. That's I don't know. I don't know enough about Zionism to know its history, but that seems like quite prescient. The guy was a soothsayer.
That's honestly one of those rare, like, is this all a fucking simulation moments where you're just like, what? Come on, fuck.
No, I think I feel like this
long ago.
What's that?
Between the connections of like the Christian Zionists and like the Freemason like prophecies and like the biblical prophecies, all of this shit, like it feels, whether or not it's like scripted already, they want it to be scripted. It feels like they're really pushing some sort of like end game apocalypse. Maybe I'm paranoid.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would agree with that because one of the reasons against Zionism and establishing the state of Israel was because people thought that trying to usher in the Messiah and the second coming, trying to create all these events, was actually blasphemous and presumptuous on the part of like people trying to create that state. They're like, what are you doing? You're trying to like make a shortcut to seeing God again, you know, like, and people were actually against it. So I don't know. It's crazy.
It's literally trying to facilitate the second coming of Christ.
It's wild.
Listen.
It's wild that's like, it's really concrete evidence, I feel like, that there is a direct connection between like a religious agenda and like the political agenda.
Oh no, we're ruled by like literal like wackies. I think it's bad. I think it's
like we saw last week with freaking Lee Fong, where he's like, yeah, there's 40 or 50 people in Congress who are all Christian Zionists, and at some point you have to just kind of figure out that it's like really is like a religious agenda with a lot of the decision making, especially when it comes to Israel. So it's freaking wild to me. It takes a lot to wrap my head around it. Like, we're supposed to be separating church and state, but yet like so obvious when it comes to Israel that it's very much religiously motivated. So
I'm sorry, Christians. The Anunnaki are not coming back. Give up. It's okay.
You want me to?
Kissinger also said in 2012 that Israel has 10 years left to exist.
In 2012, he said that?
Yes, 1 second.
So, I mean, it's 2023, so he's like pretty much right on schedule because it looks like it's imploding one way or another. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen to Israel a year from now, but...
Bro, is this all in a fucking Asana or something? What the hell? Like... Oh, right on time. We got to do the thing.
I feel like people at this point
so goofy
know that the current state of Israel in its form can't really exist much longer.
No, it's politically
so fascist and so freaking violent and like so fucking crazy.
New York
got over there.
Post group columnist reported earlier this month that she's a former U.S. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger said Israel will not exist in 10 years. Reported to me, Henry Kissinger had stated, and I quote the statement word for word, "In 10 years, there will be no more Israel." In 2012. So I feel like there's like there has to be some level of awareness. Like, you can't tell me that the CIA, like the intelligence agencies, are not one step ahead and in some form or another, like, recognize the political instability and like how much of a like mess that Israel is, that it's going to eventually fall apart, or at least like they seem to like have to be they have an understanding of where this is heading.
Well, yeah. So then the question is, I guess, because my understanding of why we're so invested in Israel is mainly because it's a military outpost, right? So if the U.S. or other countries that support Israel see the instability on the horizon, then they're going to be like, fuck it, we'll see who else we can take out with us. That's how important Israel is to everybody, like the U.S., that they're more interested in going to war with Iran and Russia and China and all this stuff, and in the second coming of Christ maybe, and do all this crazy shit than to let Israel implode on itself. So, I mean, that's kind of where I don't know. There's so many different things to look at with that regard, but the
many different
motivation is strange to me.
Who are these people?
So this is from Mint Press. Big fans of them over here. Jessica Buxbaum from Mint Press does some pretty good work on this. The reality of Gaza's forced exodus, unveiling Israel's secret plan. Boo, boo, boo. Fucking secret plan, Colin. Turns out not so secret either, but it's been a plan for a minute. So last weekend, Israeli newspaper Local Call leaked an official Israeli government document recommending what Palestinians have been saying Israel is already trying to execute with its war on Gaza. The forcible transfer of Gaza's 2.3 million Palestinian population to Egypt's Sinai Peninsula. We've been talking about this all night. Sinai, yeah. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office acknowledged the intelligence ministry's proposal's exit. Still, it dismissed it in a statement to the Times of Israel as a concept paper, the likes of which are prepared at all levels of the government and security agencies. So immediate backpedal. Immediate. Yep. Just hit that little backpedal, fucking little crossfade, goes for the 3. So, yet Israel's actions, circulating information, and international support all signal that this policy on paper is quickly transitioning to the policy on the ground. This reminds me of the talks about, and I forget who it was, and someone will let me know in the chat, but talking to an American general where he hands him a paper and like goes, this is what we're doing in Iraq and Afghanistan and whatever. It has nothing to do with 9/11. We're just going to invade these 7 countries. And he then whistle blew on that, and everyone was like, no, that's not what's going to happen. Turns out exactly what happened. That's what this sounds like. So the document dated October 13th calls for Israel to evacuate the Gazan civilian population to Sinai, first by establishing tent cities and then building new towns in northern Sinai. Following the resettlement, the paper recommends to create a sterile zone of several kilometers inside Egypt and not allow the population to return to activity or residence near the Israeli border. Wesley Clark is what Desert Mantis saying. That's who whistle blew on that thing I talked about earlier. What does that sound like, Colin? We've seen some things in history very related to that.
Right, but
what I was thinking immediately, this gives precedence to what Daniela Weiss was saying in our previous.
Yes. Yep.
You know.
Yep.
Like,
Send them over to Egypt and Sinai
and what will keep Netanyahu in power? If people like her
Mhm.
are making that demand that we want them out, we want them into Egypt so we can essentially take that over too, you know, Bibi is going to go for it if he wants to maintain his position. So it just kind of shows.
Yeah, it's
like
politics
that's why
at
they're
work.
voted in, even though their politics, I think, are
It's
disastrous.
like the evangelical vote of Israel is causing this.
Right.
Over and over
Right.
again. That is if they have a democracy that works at all. You know? Which we know they don't, because when they put in one of his competitors, it was the same. Wait, I gotta go back. So Netanyahu's already attempting to put this plan into action. Last week, the Israeli prime minister sought to convince European leaders to pressure Egypt into accepting refugees from Gaza. You're already seeing that all over the place now, right? Well, why won't all these other places accept them? Right? That's what you're hearing. This is that. Okay, so according to the Financial Times, diplomats from France, Germany, and the UK, however, dismissed the idea, citing Egypt's strong rejection of the displacement of Palestinians from Gaza. While that avenue failing, Netanyahu is now reportedly proposing to write off a large chunk of Egypt's debt through the World Bank.
Oh, God.
Yeah. World Bank. Everyone's favorite BRICS alternative. So, yeah. To incentivize the country to take in Gaza's population. Now, we've talked about this a bit, at least with Indy. I think I've talked about this, where it's like, it's what is that called, Care Bear, when you send people and like have money attached, right? You are literally giving them money in the tune of like debt cancellation. What's that called? So like you could literally do the math, right? Which I'm sure we'll get to. That's called, for the kids playing at home, slavery. That's what that's called. Okay? You're just like, here, accept some of our refugees for fucking money. So anyway, everything that has been spelled out in this document in terms of the modalities is everything that we're seeing right now. International human rights lawyer Diana Boutou told Mint Press News. The plan's first phase details Israel's aerial bombardment of the northern section of the Gaza Strip and the moving of the population of over 1 million people to the south. The second stage outlines Israel's ground invasion beginning in the north and then taking over the whole region. Okay? So exactly what's been happening.
Right.
Compressing,
definitely in play right now.
Yeah. Compressing Palestinians to smaller and smaller areas may just be the first of what will ultimately be the fulfillment of these plans on paper. Adam Shapiro. We've heard this Shapiro name come up frequently here of late.
I mean, hopefully not related.
Fucking P word. But, you know, I don't know if there's a relation, Ben, but maybe, I don't know. So you don't call anymore. The controversial intelligence ministry document isn't the only police paper recommending 2.3 million Gazans forcible transfer to Egypt. Colin, what is that called? We've talked about this before. What is that forcible transfer to Egypt? Like, called a war crime? That right there, that's called forcible deportation. That's a war crime, just a war crime. There's one among many being committed in this region right now. Israel security think tank Mizgiv, Mizgav, I would imagine, for the Institute for National Security and Zionist Strategy. Okay. Published a paper written by Mizgav researcher Amir Whiteman on October 17th entitled A Plan for Resettlement and Final Rehabilitation in Egypt of the Entire Population of Gaza. Economic aspects. Whitman is an activist with Netanyahu's Likud party and reportedly a close associate of Intelligence Minister Gila Gamliel. The report calls for Israel to transfer as many Gazans as possible to other countries. Any other alternative, including PA rule, is a strategic failure. Therefore, Gaza's population should be transferred to the Sinai Desert and the displaced absorbed in other countries. Mizgav published a paper on X, formerly known as Twitter. That's because it is Twitter. Along with a tweet outlining the paper's central arguments. The post was deleted following widespread backlash. The original tweet, rascally wabbits. The tweet read, "There is currently a unique and rare opportunity to evacuate the entire Gaza Strip in coordination with the Egyptian government. An immediate, realistic, and sustainable plan for the resettlement and humanitarian rehabilitation of the entire Arab population in the Gaza Strip is required, which aligns well with the economic and geopolitical interests of Israel, Egypt, the United States, and guess who, Care Bear? Saudi Arabia."
Saudi.
Yeah. In 2017, it was reported that there are about 10 million vacant housing units in Egypt, of which about half are built and half are under construction. For example, in the two largest satellite cities of Cairo, there's a huge amount of built and empty apartments owned by the government and private parties, and construction areas sufficient to house about 6 million inhabitants. Colin, how many you think are in Cairo houseless right now? If you were to take a guess.
Oh God, I would say 2 million.
But you know what you don't get for housing them? Your debt's paid off.
Right.
Okay. So the average cost of a 3-room apartment with an area of 95 square meters for an average Gazan family consisting of 5.14 people in one of the two cities indicated above is $19,000, Care Bear. That's it. $19,000 for a family of how many? You want to round that up? Yeah. 5 people. You know, taking into account the currently known size of the entire population living in the Gaza Strip, which ranges from about 1.4 to approximately 2.2 million people, one can estimate that the total amount required and be transferred to Egypt to finance the project will be on the order of $5 to $8 billion. Injecting an immediate stimulus of such size into the Egyptian economy would provide a tremendous and immediate benefit to al-Sisi's regime. These sums, in retaliation to the Israel economy, are minimal. Investing a few $1 billion, even if it's 20 or 30 billion, to solve this difficult issue is an innovative, cheap, and sustainable solution. Okay? There's no doubt that in order for this plan to be realized, many conditions must exist concurrently. Currently, these conditions are optimal, and it is unclear when another such opportunity will arise, if ever. Mizgav subsequently published another paper related to Gaza entitled Hamas Enjoys Widespread Support Among Gaza's Population, written by Mizgav fellow Yishai Armani on October 19th. Okay, in this essay, Armani details the considerable support Hamas enjoys from its constituents, writing, Despite claims now being made that the majority of the public in Gaza desires peace and is being held captive by Hamas, data and evidence collected over the past 2 decades consistently demonstrates the opposite. Hamas enjoys widespread support among Gaza's civilian population. The paper then concludes that claims regarding the existence of a clear ideological or political demarcation between the majority of Gaza's residents and Hamas are entirely unfounded. Sure they are, guy. While Armani makes clear not to conflate civilians with Hamas militants, he does note that Hamas's popularity among Gaza's residents should be taken into account with regard to decisions related to the military campaign and to post-war arrangements in the Gaza Strip. The Mizgov Institute did not respond to Mint Press News' request for comment on these position papers. Israel legal advisor Adley Epstein explained on social media how the views outlined in Mizgov's recent documents are already translating into action. According to leaflets airdropped on northern Gaza from the Israel military, anyone who doesn't leave for the south could be considered affiliated with Hamas. Furthermore, yes. Yep. Exactly. Everyone is Hamas. Don't worry about it. Furthermore, Mizgov's executives already appear integral in crafting government legislation. Mizgov is headed by former Netanyahu National Security Advisor, Meir Ben Shabbat, an influential figure in the Israeli security sphere and one of the architects of Israel's normalization deals with the UAE, Bahrain, and Morocco. Mizgov is also funded by the Kohelet Policy Forum, now notorious for being behind the current Israeli government's judicial overhaul plans. The Institute's founder and former chairs are also entwined with the Israeli government. Former chairman Yoaz Hendel served as Israel's Minister of Communications. Moshe Alon served as defense minister under Netanyahu. Moshe Aarons also worked as Israel's defense minister and foreign affairs minister. Natan Sharansky served as interior minister and as deputy prime minister. One of the critical points in the intelligence ministry's document stressed the need for harnessing international support for the expulsion plan, something analysts argue Israel's Western allies are already doing. Care Bear. Yeah. On October 20th, the White House sent a $14 billion funding request to Congress for aid to Israel, Gaza, and Ukraine. The letter's language has come under scrutiny for suggesting the forcible displacement of Gazans to other countries. Oh, y'all didn't know that shit was in there, huh? Y'all didn't know about that shit. This is why. Okay?
What did the letter say?
These resources would support displaced and conflict-affected civilians, including Palestinian refugees in Gaza and the West Bank, and to address potential needs of Gazans fleeing to neighboring countries.
Wait, pause.
Yes.
Pause.
Yeah.
Pause.
Yeah.
No, this gives the idea that
remember that Band-Aid?
Leaving on their own accord.
Yes. Remember that Band-Aid? The Band-Aid that they put, remember that, like, oh, we can beat your wife, but, like, we'll put a Band-Aid on it and give her some bottled water for, like, that's,
yeah.
Like, that was this. This was the Band-Aid that they got, but guess what it's tied to, Care Bear? Guess what that aid is tied to? So for you to get the aid, that means you got to do what?
You got to go.
You got to fucking go. Like, so either get the fuck out or die.
Right.
That's what this is.
I'm sorry, this has to be clipped. Honestly, like this should be clipped. This should be all over Twitter, honest.
Yeah.
Because like this just gives more proof, like this humanitarian aid
is
that what we're hearing on mainstream is bullshit.
Is
There's
fucking
always-
bullshit.
It's always the devil's. I say it all the time. The devil's
It's in the fucking details,
Here
ain't it?
is the
Ain't
detail.
it fucking in there? Yep.
Well, it's worse than what we thought because it's the idea of like, oh, they get the aid, but they will continue to bomb. No, it's like
Mastermind hour. First you get the
and
aid.
they will bomb your ass anyway, but you got to leave anyhow.
Mastermind hour. First you get the aid, then you get the power, and then you get the women. In other words, Colin, cash rules everything around me. Gotta get the money. Dollar bill, y'all. Like that's literally like they're trying to make him an offer they can't refuse. Like,
well, honestly, like this article, and I think that was Crab saying secret plan. This isn't a secret. Like,
yes,
I think,
but it's
especially if you've been watching. This might be secret to the normies, but like for us who's been kind of watching this, we knew that this kind of shit was going to happen in some way, shape, or form. But I didn't realize how blatant this actually was in terms of, this is kind of, I think if anything, this is kind of showing that like what we've been thinking is happening a lot sooner than anticipated. I figured they will just kind of continue blowing shit up for an indeterminate amount of time. No, it's like, get out now. Like, and go to Egypt.
Yep. Someone said that
we'll bomb you there too.
Ben Sharpie only Twitter account got me suspended, and that hell site, he's Mossad. Colin, do you know what Mossad is? Mossad is a Hebrew word. Okay. And we asked them what it meant. Like, could you give us a translation? Right? Do you know what they called it? The Israeli Secret Intelligence Service. Spell that out for me, please. If that's like,
Israeli.
your... Yeah. Secret.
Wait, say the words again. Secret.
Intelligence.
Oh.
Service.
Oh.
Otherwise known as
ISIS.
Yes. Yeah, kind of a little bit. Maybe that's why they tried to call it ISIL for a bit. They didn't want it confused. But just saying. I mean, I'm not saying it's a coinky dink, but it is kind of coinky dinky, isn't it? So Dawn slammed the White House's request language and called on Congress to reject the supplementary funding bill. Okay, but we know how that worked.
Right.
The Biden administration isn't just giving a green light for ethnic cleansing, it's bankrolling it. Sarah Lee Winston, Dawn's executive director, said in a statement, gaslighting Americans into facilitating long-held Israeli plans to depopulate Gaza under the cover of humanitarian aid is a cruel and grotesque hoax. While the White House requests to acknowledge the possibility of Gazans being expelled during the war, U.S. President Joseph Biden had previously advocated against this forcible displacement. The White House did not respond.
Whatever. He's pussy popped and backtracks on every single thing that he said. So,
yep.
So whatever. Like,
the White House did not respond to Mint Press's news inquiries for comment on the aid bill. Mint Press, when the fuck White House respond to any of your questions, let alone this one in particular? Like, I mean, I feel you, but I feel like, I'm like, I know why you're doing that. That's like, they ain't saying shit. I know they ain't saying shit. They never say shit. The Americans are supporting Israel and creating the conditions on the ground that are catastrophic from a humanitarian perspective, Don Shapiro told Mint Press News. So far, the U.S. has repeatedly rejected calls for a ceasefire in Israel's war on Gaza. However, Biden recently advocated for a pause to secure the release of American captives held by Hamas. The U.S. has also sent senior army officials to advise Israel's military on its ground invasion into Gaza and increased its arms and troops in the Middle East and Eastern Mediterranean regions. This has included shipments of armored jeeps and advanced weaponry to Israel. Footage circulating online has also shown U.S. manufactured weapons containing white phosphorus being used in Israel's assault on Gaza. These artillery shells were made by Pine Bluff Arsenal. Feel free to put that into Google Maps. A chemical weapons manufacturer based in Arkansas, known for supplying white phosphorus ammunition. Guess whose neck of the wood that is, Care Bear? Arkansas. Who you know from Arkansas?
I
Like,
have no idea.
they've been in power a few times.
Oh, the Clintons, whatever.
Yeah. You think they've made any money on Pine Bluff? You think?
Oh, of course they have.
Okay, probably connected to the Waldens, who are also there. So the majority of the world is opposed to this attack on Gaza, Bhuttu said, but still Western Europe, the United States, and Canada are not. Bhuttu described the U.S. as totally complicit in Israel's displacement of Palestinians in Gaza, saying this is an Israeli plan that will be signed off on by the Americans, by the Canadians, by Europe, and so on. Israel's policy papers promoting the ethnic cleansing of Gaza simply mirror what many Israeli politicians and media pundits have expressed since the beginning of the war. Member of Israeli Parliament Ariel Kalner called for repeating the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians during Israel's establishment as a state in 1948 known otherwise as the Nakba, or catastrophe in Arabic, except on a much larger scale. You know, I don't know, there's another Jewish word about breaking glass, might be similar. Right now, one goal, Nakba. A Nakba that will overshadow the Nakba of 1948, Kalner wrote on Twitter. Dror Edyar, Israel's former ambassador to Italy, called for the complete destruction of Gaza during a live interview with Italian channel Rete 4. Quattro. For us, there is a purpose to destroy Gaza, to destroy the absolute evil, he said. Absolute evil. Mastermind Hour Kristallnacht, that would be the German word, I think. But, German Jewish, same diff, right? At least the Nacht part is. As Israel continues carpet bombing Gaza, and as even a sliver of humanitarian aid struggles to trickle into the besieged enclave, another Nakba, or arguably just another chapter in this genocidal series, is rapidly being carried out. So this has just been a continuation since 48, Bhuttu said. It's just a slow drip to get people to leave, and in some cases, not a slow drip, but even a faster one. So, yeah, you just sent me a thing.
Yeah, just what you mentioned several paragraphs ago reminded me of this. This was, I know a couple of other outlets kind of reported on this back in September, but I know Brett Wilkins, a friend to the show, wrote an article regarding Benjamin. Yeah, I have to find where he was. At the UN General Assembly. This was back in September.
Yeah.
Netanyahu showed this map, which he called the New Middle East.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds about right. That's like the Euphrates over to the Nile.
Right. Well, right. So basically in that map, we see Israel fully filled in.
Yeah.
So West Bank gone, East Jerusalem gone, Gaza gone.
Yeah.
but then like
all that area in green is from the Euphrates to the Nile. Probably further than.
Yes.
Because if that's Egypt,
really,
so the Nile's in the middle of that. So, you know.
So that big sliver of that river in between Saudi Arabia and Egypt.
Yeah, that little sea.
Like, yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's
Yeah, no, this is like this bit. This isn't a river. That's
inside,
like
it's instant within.
Yeah,
Egypt,
it's like in here. It's like from here down.
My geography is bad right now, but
yep.
No, but the idea is that just to eliminate Palestine, but developing relations with all of these countries in the Middle East, which is again where Egypt comes to play in like what you.
Yeah.
So you know, obviously pay off their debt.
Mm-hmm.
If you take our slaves,
right?
Essentially,
yes.
So,
well, I mean, it's like do what you want with these people. Here's money. Like we're gonna force march them to you,
right?
So, yeah. Meanwhile, Egyptians who desperately need their own aid and care are going to be ignored.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. And then Israel will then start blaming Egypt for retaliation against it. And then they'll go after it.
Find a reason to go after it. And
yeah. And then we'll support it with military aid and you know, then it'll be the Saudis next, and then, you know, this is invasion. But yeah. Well, on that note,
yeah. So we definitely need to have a lighter show next week.
We'll try. Even then, it might be a bit like depressing. Sorries. This is like the world. My apologies. If I could fix, I would.
You're gonna depress the people the day before Thanksgiving.
It's okay. They'll get boats. It'll be fine. You know, we'll figure it out. But
well, speaking of, so that's our show. So let's look.
Who are these people?
But this is from Kit Clarenberg. He's doing some stuff in Mint Press News this time. And he writes about the Jerusalem conference. You've ever heard about this, Colin? You know,
no.
You heard about the Berlin conference.
You know, most of the things most of the things you pull, I don't know of.
Yeah. So there's about Team B in the Jerusalem conference, how Israel helped craft modern day terrorism. So there's been a lot of talks about terrorism, Colin. Like what are we talking about recently? George W. Bush leading a monument in D.C. about the war on terror. Right. So where do you think we started a lot of that war on terror? Might have been another Bush, like this guy over here. Right. So we're gonna get into it, but this is published November 17th. So not too long ago, but since Israel's genocidal assault on Gaza began, Zionist officials, pundits, journalists, and their Western opposite numbers have endlessly invoked the sinister specter of terrorism to justify the industrial-scale slaughter of Palestinians. It is because of terrorism, twice-failed U.S. presidential candidate and unconvicted war criminal Hillary Clinton representatively wrote for The Atlantic on November 14th that Hamas must be permanently erased. Destroyed hospitals and schools and civilians killed en masse are reasonable collateral damage, such as the unparalleled evil of terrorists. Yet, the relentless stream of heartrending clips documenting the Israeli occupation force, Holocaust deluging social media feeds the world over, and the ever-ratcheting child death toll has compelled countless citizens to ask, if Hamas are terrorists, then what are Zionists? It is surely no
Right.
coincidence YouTube recently yanked the official video of a groundbreaking track by renowned rapper and Mint Press News contributor Low Key, Terrorist, posing this precise question. Terrorist was released in 2011, at the height of the U.S. empire's war on terror. Then, the purported global threat of terrorism, so this was 2011, this video's been up, Colin. They just now took it down.
Right. And we
So-
talked about that with Loki, like how
Yes.
they removed
His Spotify stuff.
stuff.
So, and that's literally
Look for
the
that in our
IDF
clip.
and the ADL working in conjunction to bully Spotify. And he wasn't the only one censored. So the purported global threat of terrorism was exploited throughout the West to savage civil liberties at home and wage relentless illegal military interventions abroad. Mainstream usage of the term precipitously plummeted thereafter. It is only now regaining popular currency due to the Gaza genocide. There is no accident, as we shall see. Israel, and specifically its Western leader Benjamin Netanyahu, was fundamentally to concocting the mainstream conception of terrorism explicitly to delegitimize anti-imperial struggles while validating Western state violence directed at oppressed peoples across the global South. The impact of this informational assault can be felt in every corner of the world, not least Gaza. In fact, one might reasonably conclude the specific foundations of Nakba 2, Electric Boogaloo, which is unfolding in grisly real time right now, were laid decades ago as a result of the conveniences of Netanyahu, the International Zionist Lobby, and the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency. What follows is the little-known history of how terrorism came to meet. A majority of the world's population, the Palestinian people in particular, live with the mephitic consequences every day. So, our story starts 1976, Care Bear, at the peak of detente between the U.S. and Soviet Union, right? After 2.5 decades of bitter enmity, the two superpowers resolved a peaceful coexistence at the start of the decade. They collaborated to systematically dismantle the structures and doctrines that defined the immediate post-World War II era, such as mutually assured destruction. So we're trying to deal with some nukes there, Care Bear. What country also has those? Just if you were to take a guess. But in May of that year, the CIA produced its annual National Intelligence Estimate, a comprehensive report combining data from various intelligence agencies intended to be a basis for crafting foreign policy. In keeping with the past 5 years, it concluded the Soviets were in severe economic decline, favored diplomacy over conflict, and desperately sought an end to the Cold War. Such findings lay behind Washington's push for détente and Moscow's eager acceptance of major disarmament and arms control treaties. However, newly appointed CIA Director George H.W. Bush categorically rejected these conclusions. He sought a second opinion and constructed an independent intelligence cell to review the NIE, known as Team B. It was composed of hardcore Cold Warriors, defense industry-funded hawks, and rabid anti-communists. Among them were several individuals who would become leading figures in the neocon movement, such as Paul Wolfowitz. Also present were the infamous CIA and Pentagon dark arts specialists who'd been professionally ostracized due to detente. One of those. Team B duly reviewed the NIE and rubbished each and every one of the agency's findings. Rather than dilapidated, impoverished, and teetering on total collapse, the Soviet Union was, in fact, more deadly and dangerous than ever, having constructed a vast array of first-strike capabilities right under the CIA's collective nose. To reach these bombshell conclusions, Team B relied on a confounding hodgepodge of peculiar logical fallacy, paranoid theorizing, crazed conspiratorial conjecture, unsupported value judgments, amateurish circular reasoning. So, look, there they are. There's HW, Gerald Ford. Look, they're looking over a map of Lebanon right there, Care Bear. Beirut. So, for example, Team B repeatedly assessed that a lack of evidence Moscow possessed weapon systems, military technology, or surveillance capabilities comparable or superior to Washington's own was inverse proof that the Soviets in fact did. They were so sophisticated and innovative, Team B concluded, that they couldn't be detected or even comprehended by the West. Team B's analysis was confirmed to be a total fantasy when the USSR collapsed, yet its methods informed all subsequent NIEs throughout the Cold War and likely endure today. On June 27th of that year, mere weeks after Team B was set to work on reigniting the Cold War, Air France Flight 139, en route to Paris from Tel Aviv, was hijacked by members of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. Redirected to a Ugandan airport, the plane was greeted on the runway by Idi Amin, military at least,
Right.
who ushered the passengers, the majority of whom were Jewish or Israeli, into the terminal, watched over by scores of soldiers intended to prevent their escape or rescue. The hijackers relayed a demand to the government of Israel. Unless a ransom of $5 million was paid to them and 53 Palestinian prisoners were released from jail, the hostages would be executed. In response, 100 elite IOF commandos launched an audacious action to free the hostages. Their mission, known as the Entebbe Raid, was a stunning success. All but 4 hostages were rescued alive. And the IOF lost just one commander, Yonatan Netanyahu, the older brother of Israel's sitting Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. For years, by that point, Israeli officials have been attempting to popularize the term terrorism to explain the motivations and actions of Palestinian freedom fighters. That way, the religious fury and repression could be reframed as a destructive ideology of violence for violence sake, without rationale, and Zionist colonial tyranny as warranted self-defense. This effort became turbocharged in September 1972 in the kidnapping of 11 Israeli athletes at that year's Olympics in Munich by Palestinian militants, ended with all hostages murdered. You remember that, right? Or at least heard about that. So, what does this bit sound like? This terrorism to explain the motivations and violent for violence sake. You ever heard that phrasing before?
Violence for violence sake.
Yep.
I mean,
yeah, like people are inherently violent in some way.
Well, yeah, I think that's kind of. I think people are not necessarily saying that, but that's the stereotypical view of Arabs.
Yep.
Or basically anyone melanated. More or less,
like sounds of the South and whatnot.
Right.
You know,
Yeah,
Song of
so
the South.
most of like Black and Arab people, like the darker you are, the more threatening you are.
Right.
So,
yep.
You know, and more prone to violence, if anything.
Mm-hmm.
So,
right, and it's almost like I don't know if you've ever looked at the Israeli justice system, but it has some parallels to our justice system. It has an 85% conviction rate, Colin. 85%. So that means everyone accused, 85% of them convicted.
Right.
I mean, I don't know about math, but that's a lot. You know, I mean, like 5-year-olds when they're like, you know, which we've been seeing. But I digress. This particularly public bloodshed centered world attention on Israel and left Western citizens wondering what could have possibly inspired such actions. Zionists had hitherto managed to largely conceal their systemic, state-enforced repression and displacement of Palestinians from the outside world. Journalists were kept well away from the scenes of major crimes. At the same time, Amnesty International's Israeli branch was secretly financed and directed by Tel Aviv's Ministry of Foreign Affairs to whitewash facts on the ground. For the Netanyahu family, the Entebbe raid was a tragedy, but also an ideal opportunity to validate and internationalize the concept of terrorism. As espoused by Zionists in 1979, Benjamin Netanyahu founded the Jonathan Institute in honor of his slain brother. Its purpose, he said, was to focus public attention on the grave threat that international terrorism poses to all democratic societies, to study the real nature of today's terrorism, and to propose measures from combating and defeating the international terror movements. When was this, Colin? 1979. We're almost to the 80s. Okay. So look at this guy in 83. Okay. Little fresh-faced Netanyahu here is explaining what terrorism is not. This is what he thinks is not terrorism. Okay.
Let me try to give an instance of what terrorism is not. In 1944, the British Royal Air Force sets out on a bombing mission. The target is the Gestapo headquarters in Copenhagen. Perfect target. The planes loose the bombs, drop the bombs, and they miss. Instead of the Gestapo headquarters, they hit a children's hospital, and scores of children are horribly killed. This is an accidental, tragic outcome of war. This can happen, but it is not terrorism.
So
what was the last part? It's not terrible.
Not terrorism. Is what he says there.
Let me try to give it.
But yeah, essentially stating that if you miss a target and a bomb accidentally falls on a Christian's hospital, it's not terrorism. That's his personal belief. He was relating the British doing that, so they learned it from watching you, Dad. Is what he's saying. So in July that year, the Institute, convened the Jerusalem Conference on International Terrorism in Jerusalem's Hilton Hotel. It gathered together a 700-strong mob of Israeli government officials, U.S. lawmakers, intelligence operatives from across the Five Eyes global spying network, and Western foreign policy apparatchiks. Hopefully I'm using that right. Perhaps unsurprisingly, apparatchiks. Perhaps unsurprisingly, many representatives of Team B were in attendance. For 4 days and 7 separate sessions, speaker after speaker painted a disturbing picture of the worldwide phenomenon of terrorism. Care Bear, I wonder if something similar might have happened recently with people like Elon Musk and showing them acts of terrorism, quote unquote. It's almost like they've had some practice at this. Yes.
Well, yeah. I mean, especially if AIPAC is involved.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Because I was, unfortunately, I know you're not going to like this, but I did listen to Briandra Gray, some of her interview with Ryan Grimm yesterday en route to work. And he mentioned, and we talked about AIPAC last week, of how their hand is just really deep in terms of the U.S. government. I mean, we saw it today in that resolution that was voted on, that pretty much everybody in the damn House voted for it. And then Tlaib voted present for it, which, but, AIPAC has had plenty of practice, plenty of money, and plenty of time to really, season their efforts to ensure that, they basically rule Congress.
Yeah.
And well, matter of speaking,
It's interesting to see how they're going to spin this in a second, because there's definitely parallels with what they've been doing now about tying it to the quote unquote Soviet Union, right? I guarantee you, if you are pro-Palestinian in any way, you will also be pro-Russian very quickly.
I'm sure.
They unanimously declared that all terrorists constituted a single, organized political movement that was being secretly financed, armed, trained, and directed by the Soviet Union. This devilish nexus, it was claimed, posed a mortal threat to Western democracy, freedom, and security, requiring a coordinated response. Eerily, as academic Diana Rolfe later observed the JCIT's collective prescription for tackling this purported menace was precisely what transpired just over 2 decades later during the War on Terror, the Gulf War, all that fun stuff. So, this included preemptive attacks on states that are alleged to support terrorists, an elaborate intelligence system apparatus, civil liberties, particularly for Palestinians targeted as potential terrorists, including detention without charge and torture, and propaganda to dehumanize terrorists in the eyes of the public. Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin addressed the JCIT's opening session. He set the tone by claiming Western state violence was ultimately a fight for freedom or liberation, and therefore fundamentally opposed to terrorism. He concluded his remarks by imploring the assembled throng to go forth and promote the conference message once it was over, and they did so. So, you know, the only democracy in the Middle East, right, Care Bear? So here he is. This is this conference. Look, it's at the Jerusalem Hilton, Care Bear. Wouldn't you like to stay at that hotel? You think they give good, like, breakfast in the morning? Probably not, right?
I'm sure for this.
What is the method? Well, see, they are enemies of democracy. And I myself, one of previous underground fighters, state here and now that wherever you can decide issues by the ballot, you must under no circumstances use the bullet from either direction or left, either right or left. Therefore, the New Left, a reactionary dark movement, fights democracy in Italy and in France and in Germany and in Japan and in other countries. But mainly the European countries, in which Jewish blood flew from the Rhine to the Danube and from the Bug to the Volga, with comfort and support to the so-called PLO, the basest armed organization ever.
Do we got to go back for people to see who that was?
To the so-called PLO.
Who's that?
Is that Biden? That almost doesn't look like him.
No, it's not. It's Mr. Hugh Fraser.
The basest armed
It kind of look like Biden there.
organization.
If I can catch that card.
It doesn't matter.
Since the days of the Nazis. You cannot expect to overcome your own terrorism if you open offices of the PLO in your capitals, if you accept them into the United Nations, if you give the representative the right to sit around the table of the Security Council,
As far as terrorism is concerned, except in the immediate aftermath of some IRA outrage, we tend to be a nation believing it can't happen here.
He's talking about what? The IRA being a terrorist organization? Yep. When they were definitely a liberation force, you know?
Right. I remember that.
Yep.
As I do, then you must join me in wondering why the community of liberal democracies has not banded together more effectively to oppose these international murders. The PLO attacks against moderate Palestinians, the murder of a moderate leader in the Gaza is a recent brutal example. I can go on and on. My colleagues have given us a good bill of particulars.
His colleagues gave him particulars, Care Bear. So notice they were talking about the PLO there. What did they do about the PLO, Colin? Do you know? We talked about this. they funded a particular group in Gaza to become leader. You know, to combat the
Sounds like
secular PLO.
It sounds like a certain spread.
Yes, it does.
You eat.
Yep, that hummus.
And maybe sometimes on.
You know, so among the JCIT attendees were American author and journalist Claire Sterling, who cut her teeth as a reporter decades earlier at the Overseas News Agency, an MI6 propaganda operation. Seeking to boost U.S. public support for entering World War II, following the conference, she frequently amplified the claims of JCIT speakers and articles from prominent newspapers, leading to an epic March 1981 front-page expose of the New York Times. Terrorism, tracing the international network. Okay, so, you know, propaganda goes way back. A book published later that year, The Terror Network, expanded significantly on Sterling's oeuvre and firmly cemented the notion of Moscow as a grand spider sat in the middle of a vast, globe-spanning web of deadly political violence in the Western public mind. It caused a sensation upon release, receiving rave reviews from major news outlets, being translated into 22 languages, Care Bear, and becoming a bestseller in several countries. That book right there, in case you wanted to, you know, pitch it out a window. So, most significantly of all, the Terror Network has a particular potent impact on newly inaugurated President Ronald Reagan and his CIA chief William Casey, committed anti-communists. They entered office desperately seeking a pretext for brutally crushing left-wing nationalist opposition to U.S. imperialism in Latin America. Sterling's work provided ample ammunition for achieving that blood-soaked objective and was key to the White House decisively shattering detent, and process began by Team 5 years earlier. Consequently, the Terror Network was circulated among U.S. lawmakers and heavily promoted overseas on the Reagan administration's dime. Casey furthermore tasked his agency with verifying its thesis. They quickly assessed Sterling's work to be irredeemable garbage. Okay? This is their agency. Ironically enough, it was heavily influenced by CIA black propaganda. Enraged, Casey demanded the evaluation be revised. An updated appraisal was less scathing, but nonetheless stressed the book was uneven and the reliability of its sources varies widely, while significant portions were incorrect. Still dissatisfied, Casey asked a CIA senior review panel charged with scrutinizing Langley's former estimates to write their own report on the subject. They concluded the Soviets did offer limited financial material and practical assistance to a handful of anti-imperial Global South liberation movements, some of which were labeled terrorist by Western powers. But there was insufficient evidence of Muscovite culpability for the entire global phenomenon of terrorism, yet alone funding and directing such entities as dedicated policy. So they're saying that it's full of shit, this whole premise.
Yeah.
So, undeterred, when Casey personally delivered the report to Reagan, he allegedly said of its findings, "Of course, Mr. President, you and I know better." So it was CIA-backed death squads that ran roughshod across Washington's backyard throughout the 1980s in the name of neutralizing Soviet influence in the region. Their actions were heavily informed by the agency's guerrilla warfare manual, which encouraged assassinations of government officials and civilian leaders and deadly attacks on soft targets, such as schools and hospitals. Sounds familiar. Terrorism, in other words. So, another example of Reagan's terrorism was sponsoring Afghanistan's Mujahideen resistance fighters in their battle with, ironically enough, the Soviet Red Army. This policy endured after the evil empire was vanquished. The same militants were transported to Bosnia and Kosovo in the 1990s to aid and abet the painful, forced death of Yugoslavia. Okay? So, in case people forget what those guys became, that's called Al-Qaeda now. In case people forgot. So, when these covert actions produced blowback in the form of the 9/11 attacks, well, we couldn't possibly remember why they'd be upset, Care Bear. Why would they ever do this? That is, if you believe they did it, which you shouldn't. Right. You shouldn't do that. Several individuals who attended the JCIT and their acolytes were elevated to the Bush administration due to their supposed terrorism expertise. Meanwhile, with public and state level fears of terrorism ramping up significantly the world over, many Western countries turned to Israel for advice and guidance on how to tackle the issue. As Netanyahu commented in 2008, we are benefiting, and I'm going to say this a couple of times so people get this. We are benefiting from one thing. This is Netanyahu. And that is the attack on the Twin Towers and Pentagon and the American struggle in Iraq. That's Benjamin Netanyahu saying Israel benefits from the Twin Towers being blown up. Okay? Just if we want to, just a very shallow level of this rabbit hole you can go down. There's a video by Joe, shut the fuck up shitlib, on, on a particular country doing 9/11. It's on Twitter. Go find that. It's like 30 minutes. Please watch it. Share it with your friends. This is not only because 9/11 swung American public opinion in Israel's favor. In a blink, Zionist repression and slaughter were transformed from a source of international embarrassment and obloquy into a compelling sales pitch and unique selling point for Tel Aviv's welter of defense and security firms. The occupied territory became laboratories, their inhabitants test subjects, upon whom new weaponry, surveillance methods, and pacification techniques could be trialed by the IOF. He means the IDF, but he's making a point. Then marketed and sold overseas. It is not for nothing that graphic videos showing IDF surgical strikes on Palestinians, their homes, schools, and hospitals are proudly displayed at international arms fairs and private demonstrations of invasive surveillance tools such as Pegasus routinely wow repressive foreign security and intelligence agencies behind closed doors. On top of a significant financial benefit, there is a diplomatic dividend to Israel secures an invaluable censor-stifling goodwill from customers, therefore permitting the Zionist project of permanently purging Palestine of its indigenous inhabitants to persist untrampled. We see a palpable demonstration of this currently, while the streets of almost every major Western city have regularly teemed with pro-Palestine fervor ever since the latest attack on Gaza began. The protesters' elected representatives are at best silent, at worst, actively complicit. Impassioned chants of "We are all Palestinians" have been a frequent fixture at these events. This rallying call is highly apposite, for in addition to expressing sympathy and solidarity with the Palestinian people, it is urgently incumbent upon us all to reflect that the very same techniques and technologies of control and oppression to which they have been so cruelly subjected daily for decades are firmly trained on us as well. As a result of Israel's invention of terrorism, as such, it is no exaggeration to say Palestinians are canaries in the coal mine of humanity. Care Bear, thoughts?
Yes, sir. I mean,
yep.
The rabbit hole goes deep with Israel. I think
And the
we
war
might
on
have
terror.
to do a separate. I think we have to do a separate playlist on what we've talked about on Israel over the last few weeks, because it just proves that it's a lot deeper. It just even with the history that I think a lot of people already know, but it's just so much more to it.
Yeah, there's decades. There's decades of this. You know.
Well, I think given the history in terms of Zionism and how that plays out, but I think even thinking in not so recent history, just within the last 40 years.
Yeah.
How they've been able to shift this idea and like basically they, thanks to Bibi, just redefine what terrorism is for their benefit. And,
not just redefined,
again,
they defined it. Like for us.
But again, right. And again, I have to say, you know, like Bibi met with AIPAC this week.
Recently.
Was it
and Elon.
Yeah,
and
recently.
Which we know Elon.
So
Elon is letting a Israeli tech firm run his like verification process now. You know, so you got to give some Israeli company your data. Like, you know, I mean, it's those fingers are everywhere. They're everywhere.
Everywhere. And so
there's a,
you know, so it's just
there's
really
a video game.
Go ahead.
And it's, I don't even know if you want to call it a video game. It's Hearts of Iron, what it's called. And it's essentially like you get to run a country in World War II. Right. And like it starts just before the war. Right. So there's a part of that game where it's all you get to send like envoys, right? You get to leave dissonance in the countries and try to sway public opinion, right? So that I don't know, let's say you wanted like fascist New Zealand, you know, like that's possible if you go through all these steps, right? You know, it's just an interesting way to think about that. That's what the Israelis have been doing. Like after the war, they've been sending a ton of lobbying and propagandists and people supportive of their cause so that, you know, every politician and businessman and whatever is heavily connected, you know, and they just have ears in the room. Like it doesn't have to be more complicated than that. It's literally just, you know, access and connection and power and money and trust, like standard stuff that we've been dealing with since. It's like I feel like a lot of our brothers and sisters woke up during that war on terror because it was so blatant, thanks to Julian Assange, that they were lying to us the whole time, you know?
Right.
And then before that, it was the Cold War, where people found out your government was lying to you the whole time. So it's just more of the same. So start there. Start with how they're lying to you. And then go from there. So, you know, follow the money. Not hard. Usually it ends up being over resources. So, but anyway, anything to add?
Really, no, I think it's, as I said, it's just really mind-blowing how sticky the hand is with the Israel lobby and just how all these connections. I think, you know, you can argue really going back to the turn of the century and how they've had the time to really perfect their craft, essentially, to, you know, where we are now. It just makes me think if the Arab lobby, you know, which, to be fair, I think in regards to voting, you know, against Biden now, I've seen a lot more
that block be Arab a bigger problem. Yeah.
Block being, I think, you know, I just think in terms more on protests, you know, like they're more or less being mobilized.
You're seeing some of the Democrats go, hey guys, brown people might not like us right now. Like,
right.
That's pretty much it, which I find fucking despicable, because it's like, you don't give a fuck about the issue. You care about how the issue affects your voting potential. Like, fuck you. But
Right. But I wonder, and I wonder if there's someone we could talk more about this, is the idea of like, could these Arab organizations, like, what would need to be done? Because at the end of the day, this all involves money. Like,
Yes.
you could say, oh, I'm not going to vote for the duopoly all you want.
Well, this is the
but
thing.
without the money,
Those lanes are open, just not with our country. They're already
right, but
going to
without,
other countries for that support. So
right, but without the money kind of backing that,
yeah,
it's going to be like we're still going to have to deal with the Israel lobby, for the foreseeable future. So I just wonder if there's someone we could talk to just to kind of see the viability of what is happening from what I'm kind of seeing online.
Well, and you're seeing a lot of economic things happening.
Being more organized to counter APAC. I don't think so, but I think at minimum being able to kind of throw a wrench into like some of this planning and kind of this, I imagine it would be extremely difficult given the practice the lobbyists had and the kind of influence they have over pretty much everyone in government. But something has to be done. I think just in general to kind of think about getting money out of politics, but obviously the Israel lobby is like the biggest dealer here, or if not among the biggest. So how to counter that?
Well, and you're seeing
not even speaking on the grassroots, but not just even like on the grassroots level, but financially.
Yeah.
How you're going to how can we counter like the money and influence that does exist within that?
Yep. Well, I'm sure we'll be talking more about this very stuff.
Who are these people?
I did want to talk about this. And as I said earlier, we talked a little bit about this before. I know Richie Medhurst, shout out to him, has talked about this probably a little more extensively than we have. But as I said earlier, I think this is a story that everyone should be talking about more, given the implications moving forward, considering what's happening in the Middle East right now, could very well be catastrophic in terms of how this relates to Israel, but other countries in the region and ultimately us in the West if we're not careful. So, I basically said to Reef, I'm talking about this story in a way as kind of insurance, because I'm sure that this will be mentioned at some point, probably not now, but within the next 2 years. So this could be something that, number one, we want to have on record to kind of say we've talked about this before. But number two, especially given you guys are here for a reason, we want to make sure that you guys are aware of the implications of this so that you can understand fully of what's happening in Israel right now, that you guys know it's not strictly just about the Palestinians, really. Like, there are economic issues involved in this that mainstream media is not talking about and will not talk about, that Israel is going through the motions right now to basically commit genocide against the Palestinians. But it goes a lot more deeper besides, eradication of Palestinians. If anything, and I said this, I believe, last week, Palestinians are in the way of the plans that Israel has had in mind for decades. What do I mean by that? So let's play this TikTok. If you can read the name on this, Reade.
Yes, Kim Runner. At Kim Runner.
There we go. So she talks about.
Well, that's not that's the person on Twitter who posted it. I will try to zoom in when we do the thing, and I'll try to read it.
So yeah, let's listen to what she has to say, and we'll continue after she's done.
We've all been getting played. My mind is blown. I just watched something that answers every question about why America, the UK, and France are so staunchly in support of Israel and what it's doing right now. And of course, it has to do with money, obviously. But not what we would have thought of. I think we all would have assumed it was oil. Turns out it's not. Turns out this is what it's all about. This is the Suez Canal. This is owned by Egypt. The Suez Canal makes about $9 billion a year. And where does that $9 billion go to? It goes to Egypt. Egypt nationalized the canal, so it makes all the profit. So who's not collecting on this are the Americans, the British, and the French, and the Israelis. They want to change that. Enter the Ben Gurion Canal project over here. This is what's happening right now in the Middle East. What we're seeing on TV is all a ploy. It's all about granting access for this canal. The American and Israeli government plan on nuking this land over here to build a canal. They're going to use this land because that land is built out of a rocky terrain, whereas the Suez Canal is built on more of a sandy terrain. By digging through a rockier ground, they would have more likelihood to have a wider canal allowing two ships to pass each other at the same time, as opposed to one ship, which is presently happening in the Suez Canal. And where do you think that canal empties? Not just in the Mediterranean Sea.
Mm-hmm.
The Ben Gurion Canal would empty right in northern Gaza. The Ben Gurion Canal would empty into the Mediterranean at the northern point of Gaza. Northern Gaza. So all we're seeing here, ethnic cleansing, genocide, forcing all of the Palestinians into the south of Gaza. It's all to build this canal.
And that's even not, like, that picture right there is not even the secondary picture I normally see of it going directly through Gaza. That was above Gaza. But, like,
yeah. Well,
the one I see is,
way.
like, right, directly through. Like, that little bend, there's a couple little squigglies that they take out and go straight, and it's through Gaza.
Well, right. But either way,
yes,
this explains,
yeah,
especially in northern Gaza, why they're pushing them to the south.
Right.
Because assuming that Israel gets the green light to do this, then they're able to make the proposal, or at least they have made the proposal several times,
right,
in order to complete this project. So let's talk about it a little bit more in depth.
Robert Inkelesh, one of my favorites.
Yes,
I have him later tonight too.
So he reported. Wait. Yeah. Here we go. Wait. Actually, there we go. So he reports Ben Gurion Canal. U.S. supports Israel-Gaza war over a trade route.
Okay.
So,
and one more clicky to go back. Cool.
There we go. The U.S. and Israel have been planning the construction of brand new trade routes, which are only possible through normalization agreements signed between Tel Aviv and the Arab world. So what is the Ben Gurion Canal? India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor. And why is this so important to Washington's considerations when backing the current Israeli onslaught on Gaza? Could the reason the U.S. is supporting Israel's war against Gaza full force be because of a trade route? Lately, there has been some talk of what is known as the Ben Gurion Canal project, which would essentially be an alternative trade route created through Israel-Palestine, which would be inorganically carved out of the earth to replace Egypt's Suez Canal, which of course is crucial to international shipping at this point, and would bring in significant revenue for the Israelis. In fact, after Israel and the United Arab Emirates normalized ties in 2020, there was a lot of talk about bringing this project to the forefront of the economic cooperation between the United Arab Emirates and Israel. Then in 2021, there was even more chatter about this as the United Arab Emirates and Israel wanted to reap the benefits of providing an alternate trade route to the Suez Canal. Yet there are many issues at hand, including the environmental costs. And of course, the fact that Saudi Arabia had not normalized ties with the Israelis, and to make such a project work without any problems, mainly due to the waterways that ships would have to pass through to enter the canal, Saudi Arabia was going to have to normalize ties.
Which they've been doing.
The Ben Gurion Canal project is not a new idea. According to leaked documents, in 1963, the US proposed using some 520 nuclear bombs to make it a reality. So I'm going to read that again. 520 nuclear bombs in order to build this canal.
520. And this was in 1963. That's not that long ago, Care Bear.
No. No, that was what, 60 years ago? So.
Right.
No, 70.
Yeah.
No, 60. But so even back then, you know, like with Palestinians living in Gaza, you know, what was the intention to nuke them? Like literally like Hiroshima. So
I mean, those aren't even nukes. These are nukes. They're planning to use 520 nukes. Nukes.
Right.
520 of them.
So which the US proposed.
Fucking canal.
Not Israel.
The US proposed it. Who would have made that proposal in 1963? Can someone look that up for me? Thank you very much. I'm sure that's someone we know.
Would that be Nixon?
It may not have even been him directly. It may have been, could have been Kissinger even.
Right.
So yeah.
But anyway, the proposed trade route will run from the port city of Elliot and head north. The canal that would have to be dug would have been even longer than the Suez Canal. The US and Israel did not go through with the project for several reasons. I think, as Kim, assuming that's her name, said.
Yeah.
I'm going to call it Kim. Environmental issues, one.
Kennedy. That's Kennedy admin. Yep.
So my guess, one, environmental concerns. I'm sure even back then there were concerns about that. Number two, and I think, as I said, you're going to eradicate Palestinians.
Not just, bro, the long last radiation. I mean, it's nukes. Like, I don't. Y'all know how like people are upset that we let it go. Two nukes we let go, right? Like, imagine 520 in a fucking centralized area. You don't think that might have any environmental problems? Like, that's fucked up. Okay.
However, something that was being actively discussed before the October 7th Hamas attacks was the possibility of creating a land route that would run through Israeli-occupied Palestinian territories through the port of Haifa into Europe. Called the India-Middle East-Europe Economic Corridor, the route would have revolutionized trade and was a major item on the agenda of the G20 summit in September. The US was determined to make a plan a reality to shape what Benjamin Netanyahu called at the United Nations General Assembly recently the New Middle East, and was integral to the US plan to combat China and its Belt and Road
Initiative, which their Belt and Road Initiative literally combines like fucking 4 continents, like with a railway and land route. That's a big deal economically. So, like
the trade route. You got any?
No, I was waiting on you.
Okay. All right. The trade route went up in flames with the Hamas-led attack on October 7th, undermining international confidence in Israeli security. To make their project work, the U.S. and Israel will have to crush Hamas and crush Gaza and any Palestinian resistance that ever again challenge the objectives of the United States in the Middle East. So actually, we're going to watch this clip. So it's a lot here that I've already mentioned, but they are going to mention some new information that was not necessarily in the article. So you can actually play the whole thing.
Yes, sir.
A little bit more about the Ben Gurion Canal.
Did you know the US had a plan to use nuclear bombs to build an alternative to the Suez Canal? We'll explain, but let's get some context first. The Ben Gurion Canal project, alternatively known as the Israeli Canal or Palestinian Canal, is an ambitious proposal to construct a waterway through Israel. The canal would connect the Red Sea to the Mediterranean Sea, serving as a competitor to Egypt's Suez Canal, which currently sees the passage of 12% of the world's trade and 10% of global oil distribution. The project is estimated to cost between $16 billion to $55 billion and would span approximately 182 miles or 293 kilometers, making it nearly 1/3 longer than the existing Suez Canal. The idea of constructing an alternative to the Suez Canal has been discussed for decades. Named after Israel's founding father and first Prime Minister, Ben Gurion, the canal aims to address the various disruptions that have plagued the Suez Canal, including blockages and prolonged closures. And yes, in 1963, the US Department of Energy and the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory developed a classified plan that suggested using 520 underground nuclear explosions to aid in the excavation process through the Negev desert hills. This plan was eventually made public in 1993. The proposed route for the Ben Gurion...
Pausing.
So like underground nukes. And this was classified. So they really did not want the public to know about this. So essentially, and I could imagine that it was a way to kind of, I don't want to say it in this way, but kill two birds with one stone in terms of alleviating the Palestinian problem and then dealing with this economic want in terms of getting this canal somewhat constructed. So yeah, but again, this was
not that long ago.
It's just not that long ago, and just the idea that, you know, even back then there was still this idea, like that's something I just can't get over, is even back then, like there was this,
what a villain in the Fallout universe would do. Like we got to have a shipping canal, so we're going to use nukes to do it. What? Okay. You know, get your fucking iodine pills ready, I guess.
Anyway, go ahead.
Canal would start at the Gulf of Aqaba near the port city of Eilat on the Israeli-Jordanian border. It would then traverse the Arabah Valley for about 100 kilometers between the Negev Mountains and the Jordanian highlands. The canal would turn westward before reaching the Dead Sea Basin and continue through a valley in the Negev mountain range. Finally, it would curve northward to circumvent the Gaza Strip and link up with the Mediterranean Sea. Clearly, the canal would offer similar advantages to the Suez Canal, allowing ships to
which they might not want to do.
Route around Africa's southern tip and the Cape of Good Hope. The exact details and timeline for the Ben Gurion Canal project are still under discussion, and it remains uncertain whether the project will come to fruition. However, the proposal has generated significant interest and debate given its potential impact on global trade and geopolitical dynamics. This is particularly noteworthy when considering the economic stakes involved. For context, the Suez Canal reported a record annual revenue of $9.4 billion for the fiscal year year ending on June 30th, 2023, highlighting the economic potential of such a waterway. Were the Israel Canal constructed, it would redirect a substantial proportion of this revenue with obvious consequences for Egypt. Moreover, the canal would give Israel further leverage both regionally and globally, allowing it to partially control a key maritime route that could influence trade dynamics, enhance its geopolitical standing, and potentially serve as a strategic asset in diplomatic negotiations, with global trade only set to increase as states across Africa, Asia, and Latin America continue to develop. The possibility of diversifying one of the world's major naval choke points remains an attractive proposition for ensuring the resilience and efficiency of international commerce. However, the possibility of the Ben Gurion Canal's construction remains as uncertain as the current global geopolitical landscape.
Okay. Well.
So Rob didn't mention this in the article, but this project kind of came up again because remember a couple of years ago where a boat got stuck in the Suez Canal,
Yes. It shut down for a while.
Yeah, for like a while. So that was more of a cause back then to to get this done in light of that incident. So I pulled this from Construction World. I guess this is an Indian base, given the I guess that's Indian newspaper
domain.
So yeah, so as we talked about, Israel thought about the idea, obviously, of potentially bombing, but digging through rock in order to do this canal. The other idea that has been floated on the table is creating a railroad. So as they mentioned in Construction World, talks about
you have it. There you go.
Talks about an alternative to the Suez Canal are ongoing after more than 400 vessels were left stranded at either end of the canal after the 400-meter container ship Ever Given ran aground, leading to the blockage on March 23rd. Again, that was 2 years ago.
Yep.
Elliot is a southern Israeli port and resort town on the Red Sea near Jordan. In 2012, the Israeli cabinet voted to construct a railway line in Elliot to provide passenger and freight service, but subsequent studies showed that the project was not economically feasible, and the project had to be shelved. An article in the Haaretz suggests that the aftermath of the unprecedented crisis caused on the Suez Canal by the Ever Given, this would be a good time to revive the project. Instead of turning left at the north end of the Red Sea to pass through the canal, ocean-going vessels could veer right up to the Gulf of Elliot, unload their cargo adjacent trains for shipment to Ashdod or Haifa ports, and then reload onto ships bound for Europe. Shippers would save Suez Canal fees that come to hundreds, you can zoom out.
Yeah, it's close.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars, and Israel would collect a fee for moving goods between its ports. However, the reason for shelving the project is that it found economically unviable and unfeasible. A 2013 study by Professor Eran Besselson and the late Moshe Givoni found that Elliot Port could not be expanded enough to justify the cost of a railway line without creating major environmental damage.
Pause. So a railway, not enough environmental damage. 520 nukes, though, that's fine. Like,
yeah.
Okay.
Well,
okay.
Well, you can make the argument that they didn't, like back then, they didn't care as much about environmental issues.
Sure.
I mean,
I feel like they knew what nukes were capable of then, but what do I know?
Right. Well,
it was the 60s. That was pretty recent for them. So.
Right. President of the Israel Chamber of Shipping, Yoram Sabat, has rejected the idea of using the railway line. Israel's ports are already operating at capacity and can accept more vessels without creating long lines. Today, Elliott serves mainly as a port of entry for imported vehicles from East Asia for the Israeli market. In the 1950s and 60s, when Egypt closed the Suez Canal to Israeli traffic, Elliott had played an important strategic role. A declassified memorandum reveals that the U.S. planned in 1963 to create an alternative to the Suez Canal via nearly 260 kilometers through the desert. So we know a little bit more about that. So actually, I just pulled this today. Shout out to Richie Vethurst. He actually, he has spoken a lot about this. He definitely has some clips about the Ben Gurion Canal on his channel, but I guess he took a lot of what he said there and actually wrote up an article in the Mayadeen English publication, actually last week, actually. So it's a long article. I'm not going to read all of it, but I'll read the parts that how this affects the region itself. So, no, go back. Thank you. So Richie writes, the Suez Canal is a geostrategic asset in every sense of the word. It sits at the intersection of 3 continents and 2 bodies of water. It cuts shipping times and costs by so much that today 12% of global trade and 30% of global container traffic pass through the Suez Canal. Egyptian President El-Sisi was told in the last weeks that if he accepts Israel's plan to take Palestinians in Gaza and put them in the Sinai Desert, which Israel would pay for, then the United States would wipe Egypt's national debt. We've talked about this before. This is why Israel is absolutely obliterating Gaza. They want to seize Gaza for themselves and kill off all Palestinians and the resistance. In addition to offering debt relief, the United States and Israel have another incentive for Egypt lined up. Egypt has been suffering from acute water shortages since its neighbor Ethiopia built the so-called Renaissance Dam in 2011, cutting much-needed water from the Nile to both Sudan and Egypt. It has caused a huge dispute ever since that has yet to be resolved. Ethiopia has a significant Jewish population. The United States and Israel could theoretically lean on Ethiopia, as they have done before, and pressure it not to fill up its reservoirs, which would be detrimental to Egypt and incentivize El-Sisi to take in Palestinians from Gaza. While it is a natural human response to flee war, Palestinians have refused to abandon their homes in Gaza for a very good reason. They know that if they leave, they will never see their homes again. Most people in Gaza originally came from other parts of Palestine. They already lost their homes once to Israeli settlers from 1948 onward, and they are not willing to lose their homes again. So, in short, the implications of this canal is huge. And given especially the gas reserves were discovered recently.
Yeah.
So to top that off, plus this, Israel will get crazy paid. So, so this will give them even more incentive to do it. Environmental concerns be damned. So to conclude, despite the appeal of having Gazians move to supposedly safety in the Sinai, this would be a betrayal for the Palestinian cause and the surrender of even more land to the Zionist occupation. The Israelis would then build their Ben Gurion Canal, cementing Washington and Tel Aviv's control over the world's most important shipping lane and global maritime trade. Any thoughts?
Well, I mean, we've talked about the implications of pushing them to the Sinai. We know that they want it up to the Nile, right? This is what the settler movement wants. So, you're talking, I don't know, let's say we move a ton of really pissed off Palestinians after you've genocided most of them. You push the rest of them who are left, which are going to be children, and, elderly, because that's who's not fighting, right? Wait till those kids grow up in Egypt, right there in the desert. You don't think they're going to retaliate?
Interesting you said this. I put a tweet about this, and I forgot the guy, the anti-Zionist guy. We did a TikTok of his. I showed it actually to Nuno, friend to the show, earlier today, and he said something like, well, I forgot his name, and I'm so sorry, but actually, I actually told Indy I actually want to see if we can get an interview with him, actually. But he basically said the reason why Israelis are killing off Palestinians.
Children, is because they don't want them to grow up to kill them back. Yeah.
Exactly. So essentially, like, a second, think of it in more biblical terms, like a second Jesus.
You're lucky I'm around and follow very similar people on Twitter. Right. I can pull that up for you.
Okay.
Here you go. No, it's going to be in this. And it's going to be Adame Media.
It's on my page.
Yeah, I got it. I retweeted it too.
Okay.
Let me just make sure I have my messages closed.
Actually made a good point that it's so ironic that, Zionists are essentially waiting for their Messiah, and they are looking to very much do the very thing, because those of you who are biblical scholars, yes. Jesus had to go to where? As a toddler? To Egypt for what reason?
Yes.
Genocide, infanticide.
Yes.
So the idea that, Zion, in a way, are repeating history in terms of their fear of having, I'm not going to do it justice.
Let this guy, yep.
Yeah, he will tell you.
We need to talk about why the IOF is systemically killing babies in Gaza.
And I think this is a ex-IOF IDF guy, by the way.
Yeah.
Now, it's very important to recognize that this is not some barbaric, not thought out strategy. This is extremely deliberate, the targeting of children. Why would the IOF be so insistent on attacking hospitals, destroying hospitals, killing literal children, making sure that incubators are turned off so 30-some children who are barely even alive get executed? There's a reason behind this. And the reason is because the Israeli state knows that if these children live, they will be the biggest freedom fighters in the history of the world. And one of these children will be able to liberate Palestine. After one of these children has witnessed genocide, has literally been born into a world where everyone around them, every person that they loved, has been murdered by the state that they are subject to. These children are growing up in concentration camps. The propaganda likes to talk about terrorism and shit, and how Palestinians brainwash their kids in order to hate Israel. Israel knows that it is creating the most hardcore generation of freedom fighters in Gaza right now, who are going to dismantle the Israeli state by any means necessary. Even if Israel destroys Hamas, they know that these kids who are being socialized in genocide are never going to forget, and they're never going to forgive what this settler colony did to their family. And they will be the most hardcore freedom fighters and the most hardcore resistance that has ever been created in the history of the world. And the Israeli settler colonial state knows that. So they're trying to eliminate every single one of them so they don't have to deal with the consequences of one Palestinian freedom fighter in Gaza who right now is 3 years old. And in 15 years from now, they will remember how they grew up in a concentration camp and how their family, their bloodline was executed. And they are the lone survivor, that they represent their lineage, and they will avenge the blood of their martyred ancestors. There is no better way to create a freedom fighter than to systemically eradicate someone's family. And the Israeli settler colony knows that if any of these kids survive, one freedom fighter from Gaza, who was socialized and born in a concentration camp, whose family was murdered, whose ancestors were displaced, they know that these kids literally pose the single greatest threat to the Israeli settler colony, and that one Palestinian survivor from Gaza will be able to liberate Palestine. That's why they're killing so many kids. That's why.
Yep.
Jesus.
Uh-huh.
Literally.
In more
Jesus.
ways than one. Yes. So
But yeah, like but I didn't make that connection until today.
yeah.
You know, like I didn't
Yeah,
make
it's
the
no
connection,
witnesses.
like right.
I mean,
But
it's literally
the
what it is.
idea of like, yeah, but the idea of Israelis, and just as an aside, I was watching I guess it was a Jubilee, kind of Jubilee-esque clip where they had Palestinians and Jews talking in regards to not just this issue, but just the history, you know, surrounding. And I mean, it's pretty obvious, but I don't think there's like I don't think it has been explicitly said in this way. But you know, I would argue, especially for like, there's hatred for each other on both sides
Already. This is only going to get worse.
Already, well, been that, you can argue been there,
Well,
but especially within the last few decades, it has been exacerbated. But these guys many of them were able to recognize that was caused by essentially the British and now us, the US government, to have them fighting so that we're able to kind of take their spoils. So that's just why the US has, again, with the Ben Gurion project, quite a big interest in it, because that's capital for us. And obviously, you know, like Israel, you know, has to gain from it, but we're going to gain more out of it. And to continue having Israelis and Palestinians / Arabs fighting, you know, it's only going to prove in our benefit. So that's just kind of similar to what our government does to us in terms of, you know, the poors. You know, we're like looking at each other, you know, in terms of, oh, this immigrant is taking our job, oh, like this person like is doing this and that, and we're pointing fingers at each other. Versus, again, like Jimmy George says this all the time, we're punching each other but not punching up. So it's the same thing against the Israel, like those generally Israelis and Arabs, they've been punching at each other. They've had this intense hatred for each other and not recognizing that it's in the West that they should be turning their eyes on and actually kicking the shit out of people in the West, because they're the ones who have actually, again, a lot of these Zionists.
Don't look at where these leaders are coming. Yes, yes.
They're Europeans.
They're German. They're Ukrainian. They're you know, British. They're Swedish. They're like it's literally zero of them are like native born. So yeah,
So
it's
these are European-born, many of them, at least the originators of Zionism, atheists, and hijacked Judaism and Christianity as well to complete their imperialist ends in the Middle East that we're seeing come to fruition today. And like I said, this is a very, very, very important story that, again, it's sad that not a lot of people are talking about. But that being said, I don't think people are going to be talking about this a lot right now, but I would guarantee within the next decade,
we'll be hearing about why that canal is
like with Egypt, that like, because Egypt is already pissed at Israel right now.
Yes, they are.
So the fact that that Israel is attempting to overtake them on the global market, which would affect BRICS as well. So this is probably our answer to hijacking BRICS.
Yep.
Is this
And
project.
it's economic war with China and Russia.
Right.
For sure.
So
yeah,
this works. So all that to say, I can't imagine things are going to get worse.
Strap in, folks.
And I will imagine very quickly within the next few years. So, but yeah, I think watch out for this so that at least you guys are aware that of the one of many reasons why the West has a huge investment, in the region. But again, the gas was the icing on the cake. This was the whole thing this whole time.
Well, we'll ask you, please share this video, subscribe, like, or watch another video on this very channel. It's the same to YouTube as subscribing. So we would appreciate you doing that as well. But if you care about these issues, please share. We're heavily suppressed and would like to not be. So yeah, like and subscribe if you can. Thank you very much. Leave a comment down the doobly-doo.
So I think right now we have 15 people watching. So I think for our last segment, do you think that we can hit at least 20?
Probably. I would imagine so.
That.
If people tell 5 people to get here, I'm sure that's possible.
Well, I'm sure people want to get here for this last story anyhow. So
yep. So I'll check Rock and Rumble real quick. No, okay. Well, you ready for the last one?
I am.
I think it'll be pretty timely. So we're gonna hit a lot of the same topics we did a minute ago, but human shields. We've heard a lot of talks about this coming from Hasbara and the likes of them.
Getting back to, I was about to show you guys drone footage, overhead drone footage from the gray zone and of what Gaza looks like right now that we got from a Palestinian journalist there, independent. So,
right.
Let's go there.
Yeah.
This is what remains of the El Zara neighborhood southeast of Gaza City. This drone footage shows you what it looks like after days and days of Israeli bombardment. To be sure, this is just a small slice of the destruction Israel has wrought on the northern Gaza Strip, where 1.1 million people have lived, and where some 60,000 residential structures have been completely or partially destroyed.
Jesus.
There's nowhere to live here. No running water, no electricity, and no heating as the rainy winter season approaches. And the Israeli military has vowed to shoot anyone who attempts to return home, declaring the area a closed military zone.
Israel has killed over 8,000 children and women in the Gaza Strip since war erupted on October 7th.
Not even a war, it's a massacre.
When this footage was taken during a temporary ceasefire in late November, Israel had killed a total of around 15,000 civilians.
Like, you've got, just in this shot alone, which it zoomed out, there were more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 buildings leveled.
Pretty big buildings just destroyed, brought to rubble.
Yeah, each of those looked like an apartment. An apartment averaged 2 to 3 people per. I mean, easily
thousands,
100 to 500 people in just this shot alone could be not with us.
Thousands more are missing under the rubble. According to the New York Times, the rate of death during Israel's assault has few.
I mean, look at that. Yeah, 2, 4,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
10, 12, 14, 16 just in this shot.
Yeah.
Plus, you got this building is standing. You got a few buildings that are standing around it, but not much.
Right, but that's you average per. Hold on, 1, 2. I'm counting rooms. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 by 3 times 3.
Precedents in this century, as civilians are being killed at a historic pace. Iraq Body Count, an independent British group, found that more children and women have been reported killed in under 2 months than the 7,700 civilians killed by US and UK forces during the first year of the invasion of Iraq in 2003. The Euromed Human Rights Monitor found that during the first week of conflict, Israel killed 14 civilians per hour, transforming vast swaths of the besieged Gaza Strip into uninhabitable hellholes. Israeli Heritage Minister Amichai Eliyahu has said that one way of dealing with Gaza's population was to kill them all with a nuclear bomb. By late November, Israel had dropped over 40,000 tons of explosives on the densely populated Gaza Strip, far more than the equivalent of a single 20-kiloton nuclear bomb. The footage that you see was taken during a ceasefire. According to Politico, there was some concern in the Biden administration about an unintended consequence of the pause in fighting, that it would allow journalists broader access to Gaza and the opportunity to further illuminate the devastation there and turn public opinion on Israel. So far, foreign journalists have been blocked from receiving unfettered access to the Gaza Strip. This footage was provided to the Gray Zone exclusively by Gaza-based journalist Mohammed El Saif. Don't look away.
Those are clearly apartments.
Yeah.
That's heartbreaking. Support the Gray Zone. Support independent media.
And like, did you see in any of that footage, did you see any military presence in those buildings?
They don't need any.
No, but I'm not saying they do, but I'm saying that's what they're going to claim, is that they were attacking for military targets.
Well, no,
I didn't see a single sign of military presence in those buildings anywhere.
Well, not now. They've cleared everything and they've cleared the area, an abandoned ship.
Yeah, but I'm saying, right, but I'm saying in those buildings, like there was tons of rubble and signs of life and, beds and blankets and kitchen appliance. And I didn't see any, ammo cases, rifles.
Well, no, that's all in the tunnels, man. Don't you know? Don't you know?
Mortars.
Oh, man.
Like, I didn't see any of that to think that if there was any terrorist cells there would be clear evidence of that.
We're going red again. Oh, man.
Like, there's just the buildings are left.
Who are these people?
So, extra story.
Yeah, we have an extra story. I felt ambitious, and we need content since we have less shows going on right now. Yeah. But so I know, like, we've talked about Africa in terms of Israel, and then just Africa in general, and I feel like, and I know that, and there have been people online who kind of say, "Oh, you guys are so focused on what's happening in Gaza, and no one's talking about what's happening in Congo and all that kind of stuff. You know, there's stuff happening there too," which, to be fair, there is a
To be
point.
fair.
But even with Africa, as we reported, there's shenanigans there, especially given what's happening with Israel right now. And case in point, if you want to go to the slides.
Yep. Oh, they're up.
Wait.
Sorry, you just don't see that.
Oh,
they're
yeah.
up.
So, yeah, I'm looking at the wrong screen.
Yeah.
So we have our buddy boy BB with a title, Dumping Gazans in Congo. Well, Colin, what do you mean by this? So, hate doing this, but we're going to pull. There were several stories on, but I felt Washington Post was somewhat the most concise. And I want this to be a fairly quick story. So, Steve Hendricks, Habar Harb, and Claire Parker report, as Gazans return to destroyed homes, Israeli ministers push resettlement. So they write, controversial proposals from some Israeli officers to evacuate Gazans to camps in Egypt or other countries are causing rifts in Washington, Europe, and the United Nations, and have been included in a case filed against Israel at the International Court of Justice alleging genocide. Alleging, whatever. It's not alleging. Far-right members of the governing coalition have proposed sending displaced Palestinians to Saudi Arabia, Jordan, the European Union, or Chile. And as of today, as for what I saw, that Saudi Arabia has added their name to the list of countries in regards to South Africa's condemnation of Israel for genocide. So, fuck off, Israel. Anyway.
Yes. Yeah.
So Saudis don't care about you as much as you think they do. The Post reported in December that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had urged President Biden and other U.S. officials to pressure Egypt to open its border with Gaza and accept Palestinian refugees. We've talked about this before.
Yep.
A recent report in Israeli media said Netanyahu was in discussions with the Democratic Republic of Congo to receive voluntary migration from Gaza. Netanyahu's office and the Israeli Foreign Ministry declined to comment. The Congolese government did not respond to requests for comment. I tried to see if anything on Congo has said anything. I couldn't find anything. So if I do, or if we do, we will make sure we will update you guys as needed. Critics say such proposals could amount to the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian enclave. Forced displacements are strictly prohibited as a grave violation of international humanitarian law, and words matter. Joseph Borrell, the European Union's top diplomat, wrote Wednesday on X, formerly known Twitter, in response to calls by Israeli Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich and National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir of Palestinians to leave Gaza.
Yeah.
What needs to be done in the Gaza Strip is to encourage emigration, Smotrich said in an interview Sunday with Israeli Army Radio.
Yeah.
If there are 100,000 or 200,000 Arabs in Gaza and not 2 million Arabs, the entire discussion on the day after will be totally different.
This is a war crime, by the way.
Right.
Immigration.
So this is Gvir's tweet, translated from Hebrew. He said, really appreciate the United States of America, but with all due respect, we are not another star on the American flag. You could fool us with that. The United States is our best friend, but first of all, we will do what is best for the state of Israel. The immigration of hundreds of thousands from Gaza will allow the residents of the enclave to return home and live in security and protect the IDF soldiers.
Yeah, except that that's a war crime.
Right. Right. They're kind of telling them themselves.
They don't know
without
that it's
telling on themselves.
Right, a zombie in the air. So ethnic cleansing. Yes, we want all the brown people out of our country. Please leave.
Right.
You know.
Right.
That's.
So, yeah, it's just like, even I think they're dumb. We're dumb, or
literally send them to Africa. That's
right.
That's what they're about to tell us.
But you know what? The fact that the Washington Post is bold as hell to report on this in this way shows that Israel isn't doing so hot. Like even Washington Post is like, nah, bro, you're not. You're in the wrong.
As long as it doesn't call out Amazon, they'll be all right. You know. So.
But I digress. U.S. officials say they have been reassured that the proposals do not represent official Israeli Okay. But the State Department on Tuesday issued a rebuke to Smolarich and Ben-Gvir. This rhetoric is inflammatory and irresponsible, spokesman Matthew Miller said in a statement. We have been clear, consistent, and unequivocal that Gaza is Palestinian land and will remain Palestinian land.
Even if we bomb it to hell, it's their land.
In private, Israeli officials say the proposals stem from the political imperatives of Netanyahu's coalition and his dependence on far-right parties to maintain power.
Yep.
Ben-Gvir and Smolarich are excluded from the emergency war cabinet where security policy is being set, but their statements play well among religious settlers and activists who would like to see Israel annex Gaza rather than turn it over into a revitalized Palestinian Authority, as U.S. officials have advocated. The professionals in the military and the security establishment note that this is not even in the realm of possibility, said a person directly familiar with conversations inside the government, speaking on the condition of anonymity because they are not authorized to discuss the matter publicly. They know there is no future without Gazians in Gaza and the PA as part of the government. Well,
there you go.
Okay, so I wanted to play this real quick just to show you the. I don't even know what to call it. The schizophrenicism of these Israeli officials.
Yeah.
So this clip, you probably have to turn down the sound. I think I might have done it beforehand. But this is from the Hindustan Times, where basically now, I think maybe just in terms of protests or whatever else, or like, Israel is kind of pulling back some of these statements.
Yeah.
So if you want to play the clip, you can go ahead. I'll probably Will Israel send displaced Gazians to Congo amid war? Third NATO nation warns Israel after stunning report. You could probably play it, but just not play the music.
Yeah.
Israeli officials dismiss this report as an illusion.
What? It is an illusion. This is not the report you're looking for.
Right.
Like...
Senior Israeli official denies report that Tel Aviv will send Gazians to Congo. The Times of Israel quoted the official as saying that the claim was an illusion. Israel to send Gazians to Congo. There are those in Israel who think that there is a willingness on the part of Gazians to emigrate voluntarily.
What is that?
Israeli official quoted by the Times of Israel.
Right, like this voluntary immigration bullshit, which is a war crime and also not voluntary. You are forcing them by bombing their country. Like, anyway.
You can keep going. because these run very slow. So
Slow.
yeah,
You
I could
probably
probably
speed 'em
read
up.
it in the comment before. It's a baseless illusion, in my opinion. No country holds over 2 million people, or 1 million, or 105,000. I don't know where that idea came from.
Probably from you.
It could be between Congo and Gazans, but Israel is not conducting any talks with any country on this issue. I don't want to say it's fake, but it can't.
Pause. They're not talking to any country on this issue is not the fucking, like, dunk they think it is. Because that means you don't give a fuck about the people you're displacing, like, even to do that. You just, like, no, we just want to bomb them all. It should work out fine. Like, why should we try to find them homes? Let Egypt take them. Like, they can go that way. You know?
I don't want to say it's fake, but it can't be through us since we have no connection to it. The Congolese can talk to the Gazans and ask them to move to Congo. And why the fuck would they want to do that?
Right.
Let's say Schmolowitz wanted to do it. What can he do? We're not part of this. We're not in a position where we can bring people from here to Congo. We're not in the loop.
I don't know how you can't be.
The Times of Israel's sister site, Isman Israel, reported on resettlement of Gazans. Israeli Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich and National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir have recently called for Gazans to be resettled outside of the Strip. Their comments drew condemnation from NATO nations, the U.S., and France.
Sure did.
Now, another NATO nation, Germany, has also warned the two Israeli ministers German Foreign Ministry says Berlin rejects unhelpful remarks by Israeli minister. Berlin, there must neither be any expulsions nor any territorial reduction of Gaza.
Yeah.
UN Special Rapporteur also called forcible transfer of Palestinians act of genocide.
Yeah, it is war crime under law.
He warned that Congolese or other states officials will be guilty of aiding. So there's a tweet by Adequate Housing, those of you who are listening, who says, forcible transfer of Gazan population is an act of genocide, especially given the high number of children. Congolese or other states officials will be guilty of aiding and abetting genocide if they agree to any transfer of population. Right. So,
yeah.
No one wants to deal with this.
No. Yep. Oh, that's it.
I think that's it. All right. So, yeah. And just as a final thing that I just found earlier, so now that I think there has been some pushback, BB has something he wants to say regarding all of this. So if you want to go to that.
Working on it.
I want to make a few points absolutely clear. Israel has no intention of permanently occupying Gaza or displacing its civilian population.
Yeah, okay.
Israel is fighting Hamas terrorists.
No, you're not.
Not the Palestinian population.
Yes, you are.
And we are doing so in full compliance with international law.
No, you're not.
The IDF is doing its utmost to minimize civilian casualties, while Hamas is doing its utmost to maximize them by using Palestinian civilians as human shields.
We've covered why that's not the case either. Your own army protested you making human shielding bad. They protested your law saying you couldn't use human shields. Your own army protested that. So
IDF urges Palestinian civilians to leave war zones by disseminating leaflets, making phone calls, providing safe passage corridors, while Hamas prevents Palestinians from leaving at gunpoint and often with gunfire. Our goal is to rid Gaza of Hamas terrorists and free our hostages. Once this is achieved, Gaza can be demilitarized and de-radicalized, thereby creating a possibility for a better future for Israel and Palestinians alike.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God, stop you fucking lying.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, he got ratioed for this.
Oh, I bet he fucking did.
But yeah. So, like I said, if there's any more information to this or any updates, like I said, I'll see if I can pull anything from Congo to see if they're saying anything, but it would be extremely difficult to. But if I find something, I'll update you. But yeah, just to let you know that Israel is still up to the shenanigans, and now they're kind of being like, "Oh, we didn't say this shit. Like we didn't mean what we said."
How dare you say Hamas using human shields prevents the IOF from using the Hannibal Directive? Yeah, exactly. Don't look into what that is. You know, don't do that. Whatever you do, don't do that. But anyway, craziness. Make sure you leave your comments. Put them in the comment section below. Like and subscribe as always, and please share. Only you can prevent suppression. So we appreciate all the help we can get. We're trying to get to 2K. Make that happen, please. We love you.
So
Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, and this is The Politics of Survival. I'm Tara Reade, and we have a great guest with us tonight. It's been a really tough few weeks for everyone, and in particular for civilians in the Gaza Strip, Palestinians that are experiencing something that I've never seen in my lifetime, a genocide, unprecedented, the war crimes that Israel is committing. There are very few reliable press outlets really covering the nuances of this situation, and also with detail and honesty and integrity, what's really going on and what's behind it. It is not a complicated situation. That's one of the propaganda tools that Israel tries to make. It's a very simple one. They are the occupiers, and now they are basically, I don't even want to use the word ethnic cleansing because it's not strong enough. They're committing a Holocaust to a population, and it's heartbreaking. Without further ado, I want to bring the editor and founder of Mint Press News, Mnar Adley, and Mnar is someone I admire, a work I follow, and I've followed for a very long time. Mnar, thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much for having me and for talking about the genocide in Gaza.
When I start talking about it, I get cheered up because there's journalists that I knew of, that I was communicating with, that are gone, that are killed by the Israel forces. Starting way back with Shireen. Shireen was supposed to be on my show, and she was killed a couple weeks before her appearance. And I knew her mentor. So this is, it didn't start October 7th. It started way back. And started back to 1948, actually. So could you start out by just telling our family that watches, our audience that participates in this, who you are and how you came to found the news outlet that you did, and go from there?
Sure. So I am the founder and director of Mint Press News. We are an independent watchdog journalism outlet that covers the permanent war state and the profiteers of the permanent war state. And while we are just about 12 years old at Mint Press, I would say Mint Press was born when I was 13 years old, after I had lived under Israeli occupation and apartheid for 3.5, almost 4 years as a preteen and into my teenage years. And so having witnessed the brutality of the apartheid regime, seeing bombs being dropped on civilian homes, having our water cut off, having lived under military curfews, and just being a child that went to school every day during the second intifada when it had broken out, only to see, many of my classmates not come to school because they were being blocked at checkpoints. It was really devastating and a lot to process. And so when we had moved back to the United States, where I'm actually born, I'm born and raised in America, but I just lived in Palestine for those short 3.5, 4 years, because that's where my family is originally from. They're Palestinian, from Jerusalem, from the old city. And when we had moved back, it was my first time being exposed to war propaganda. It was a few months before September 11th. And as a 13-year-old kid, I had turned to the media to keep up to date with what was going on back home in Palestine, only to find the media flipping the narrative, presenting it as a religious war, people fighting each other for thousands of years, Muslim versus Jew, never through the lens of occupation, never through the lens of apartheid, never through the lens of ethnic cleansing, genocide, and the fact that the United States uses Israel as a military proxy for itself in the Middle East. And then after September 11th, a couple of months later, September 11th came. I was once again turning to the media to make sense of the world around me. And I witnessed how the media beats the drums of war, how it manufactures consent for war by framing news stories in a certain way that dehumanizes the victims of our war. And so that's really where Mint Press was born. And at 13 years old, having seen the way the media painted Palestinians and the way that media justified its 2 wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, I knew at that age as a teenager, while other kids were, having, partying and having their first teenage experiences, my heart and mind were in the media. And I saw that there was a void in independent voices and journalists and people like myself who had lived under war, to provide an alternative to the media propaganda machine that was continuously beating the drums of war. And this is, of course, living in a post 9/11 era, where we were ruled by George Bush and his handlers in the White House, who launched those disastrous wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. And so I took the pain and that PTSD that I had suffered from living under occupation and the Islamophobia that we were seeing after September 11th, and knew that it was journalism that I wanted to pursue. And so that's where really Mint Press was born. Now, sorry, long answer, but that's where it all started.
Oh, I mean, that's a really substantive answer. And you're also award-winning journalist as well. You've won 2 major awards that I know of. And in fact, a smaller award came from INN, from Indie News Network, last year.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, for your outlet. But and they're so wonderful. They volunteer actually unpaid and help me get my podcast out because I'm shadow banned and suppressed, as you know.
Absolutely.
So what you're telling me is really moving in the sense that you're talking about coming of age in journalism but as well as coming of age in an apartheid state, and in a very formative age, I might add. So how did that inform you now? And when you look back at it and I don't know if you have children or not, or maybe you're an auntie, but like, how does that inform how you're looking at other kids coming up now? And when you're seeing history repeat itself, but even worse, with what's happening right now it
actually feels like we're living in a post right after 9/11 all over again, with the way that the media is manufacturing consent for Israel's bombardment of a civilian population. At 13 years old, I was first exposed to propaganda, and I was also first exposed to what life was like living under bombs, living under a military occupation. It's an unfortunate reality that no child should have to live through, but that became the lens in which I began to see the world from. And when I looked around me at the kids and the mass public in the United States, I saw them as asleep because they were consuming a media, a corporate mainstream media that was only owned by 6 corporations, and they control what over 90% of what Americans see, hear, and read. And I think that number is even smaller now for how many corporations own our media. And now we're actually even consuming news at the behest of big tech giants that also work directly with NATO-funded think tanks like the Atlantic Council and weapons manufacturers like Lockheed Martin and Boeing and General Dynamics. And they also work directly with the state of Israel. And the reason why I say it feels like we're living in the same kind of era, because shortly after September 11th, one of the most famous videos that CNN and MSNBC played was a video of Palestinians celebrating Eid, a religious holiday after Ramadan. And they were handing out candy and they were celebrating Eid, but CNN planted that video after September 11th and said that Palestinians were celebrating 9/11. They were celebrating the terrorist attacks against America. And so that's the kind of propaganda we are seeing today. The entire basis of the October 7th Hamas attack on Israel that we've come to know, the entire basis and narrative of what happened that day much of it has been proven to be false. And it's not even being talked about within the mainstream corporate media. CNN has retracted the 40 beheaded babies, so has the Biden White House, but it's too late because they had already pushed that story out. When CNN and MSNBC planted that story of Palestinians celebrating Eid in Gaza, they also retracted that story about a month later after pressure and people exposed that story was not Palestinians celebrating 9/11, that was in fact Palestinians celebrating Eid. And so the media is continuously pushing these fake stories. And in fact, what we know about October 7th that is coming out from within the Israeli military itself is that the majority of those killed were actually soldiers. And that Israeli civilians were being targeted and killed by their own.
Yes.
And so even though we know these things have come out, this new information, which completely has reshaped the narrative about what has happened on October 7th, the media is still pushing, many outlets, including Politico. Every week I see a story on their website leading with the 40 beheaded stories as if it's real.
Yeah, the 40
It never happened.
But now you have babies that actually died, preemies that have actually died, 39.
Exactly. So today we have images of actual Palestinian premature babies, about 40 of them that were connected to incubators. They relied on the incubators to breathe. They're premature babies, and they have had to be unplugged because the Al-Shifa hospital has run out of fuel. They're running off of generators now for electricity. And of course, the media is not really showing this image, this really just heart-wrenching image of these babies, because Palestinian lives don't matter. And I think that's one of the biggest things is that we've learned from this media propaganda campaign by Western corporate media, which, by the way, I don't even call them establishment media anymore. They're an extremist media beating the drums of war. And the way they do this is through soft propaganda of dehumanization of the victims of our war. And so you'll see outlets framing every single news story with one simple line of Hamas, Hamas, Hamas. Israel believes Hamas has built tunnels here. Israel says that Hamas is using these hospitals as a human shield, or the people inside the hospital as human shields. Hamas is using these ambulances to ship weapons. When we have, it's like, the Palestinian people cannot be given the same kind of humanity as Israeli civilians. We are constantly being dehumanized, and the word Hamas has been used as like this really bad word within, Western corporate media. And it's because of what we don't really know of what's happening on the ground.
Well, you know, they've labeled it as a terrorist organization. And I had a conversation 2 weeks ago with someone, and I said, look, you know, my family came from Ireland and emigrated to the US, much of them, and people can call the IRA terrorists. They're not terrorists. The occupying force, the British Army, labeled the IRA terrorists. They're actually a resistance force in my mind, but I'm, you know, that's my background. And in the case of Hamas, if you look at the real origins of Hamas, it's a resistance organization, and it has other, you know, so there's an argument there. And the argument is the way the propaganda works, is how to, by labeling something terrorist, you're dehumanizing, you're making the ultimate evil enemy, you're making that, without question, those people should be killed without a trial, without due process. It's like a word that you use to demonize a group or a person in that case. So
and that's what I mean. And that's what I mean. It feels like we're living in a post 9/11 world, because terrorism was used to justify the terrorism that our country launched on Iraq and Afghanistan that resulted in 2 million people dead in Iraq, 2 million dead in Afghanistan, and hospitals at that time were being bombed and targeted. Civilians were being bombed and targeted. Chemical weapons by the United States were ironically being used on civilians in those countries. And so right now, because this word terrorism is being pushed around, civilians in Gaza are being targeted and their deaths are just being forgotten and whitewashed.
It's stunning, really. Besides the fact, of course, the electricity, the starvation, the lack of water, bombing the water truck when there are people desperately in need, leaving people under the rubble, when if they use their bulldozers instead of knocking down houses to try to save some people and some children, but instead 1,500 people remain under the rubble, most likely by now dead. And it's stunning. You know, with Iraq, we saw it, but I think with social media now, and now, you know, I wanted you to speak to this about social media. How has this changed the ability for them to whitewash and get this propaganda out and make and dehumanize, when we're seeing images of babies and families being wiped out, and you know, it's happening in real time. In Iraq, so talk a little bit about like what that means, seeing it roll out, a genocide basically roll out on Twitter and other social media platforms.
Well, now people around the world and media organizations cannot ignore the plight of Palestinians. We are seeing Israel's bombardment on Gaza. We're seeing Israel's targeting of civilians literally live on TV, live on social media. And Israel has spent millions of dollars on targeted ad campaigns, targeting children and targeting adults, to equate Hamas with ISIS. And again, that's their attempt to dehumanize Palestinians and label them all as Hamas and terrorists. And now we know that billionaire oligarchs have launched a campaign worth over $50 million to propagandize Americans, to decrease their sympathy with Palestinians and push a very pro-Israel narrative.
Oligarchs are doing that. Can you name a couple? Let's call them out.
Absolutely. It's being led by billionaire oligarch Barry Sternlich. He is courting 50 other billionaires to fund the campaign, including Google CEO Eric Schmidt, Dell CEO Michael Dell, and financier Michael Milken. And of course, just those 4 people, their net worth is around $500 billion. And so these are Wall Street and Hollywood investors and billionaires that have come together to counter the narrative about what's happening in Israel and Palestine. And it's because on social media, Palestinians have won the hearts and minds of people around the world. More and more people around the world are opposing Israel's bombardment of Gaza. They're calling Israel what it is. It's an apartheid state. They're calling it ethnic cleansing. They're calling this genocide. They're calling this a Holocaust. And that's what it is we're watching a Holocaust in real time. being perpetrated against a civilian population. And that's where we're seeing the propaganda war being played out, is between civilian journalists like Mu'taz Azaiza, who are just simply live streaming what they're seeing as they walk through the streets of Gaza where civilians are being targeted, versus a multi-million-dollar propaganda campaign led by these billionaires, led by the state of Israel, led by the Israel lobby. And yet they are spending all of this money, and it's quite obvious that the world has spoken in support of Palestinians. And this is really not about taking sides, like I'm pro-Palestinian or I'm pro-Israel. It's like, are you against genocide or not? That's very, very simple. That's all it really, really is.
Yeah, it's about being pro-human. And you know, there are many, you've seen the amount of Jewish people in America that are speaking out, not in our name, those exactly. And then, you know, and so I think there's kind of people convolute the Zionists versus the Jewish people, but Zionism is different, and not every Jewish person is a Zionist, and not every Zionist is even on board with Bibi. So he was not very popular, actually, right before this happened. You know, there's a theory, and because you're the editor of this news outlet, I know you have to be careful because it's unsubstantiated. But there is a theory, because of those Tomahawk helicopters that were filmed on October 7th, that there was American, you know, in other words, made, that there were CIA boots on the ground, and that maybe that music festival, part of that was a false flag. And by false flag, what I mean is that they were actually doing some of the sniping and killing of their own people. Israel did, but also that the CIA was somehow involved, and that somehow this is all tied into the economic interests of the Gaza Strip, which has a lot of gas and oil reserves, and they wanted the land free, and they want to own those. The US and Israel want to own it, and right now you have the Arab nations uniting. Even before this happened, they were uniting with economic ties to the east. Do you think that that's a theory, a possibility?
It's not a conspiracy theory. No, it's not a conspiracy theory. No, I mean, what we know about the previous wars that Israel launched against Gaza, now the CIA part, I'm not entirely sure, but the economic interests that Israel has in building the Ben Gurion Canal, so that it has access to the Red Sea and trade options there, and also all of the gas, and it's mostly gas reserves on the coast of Gaza. That is not a conspiracy theory. I mean, these are openly made statements by Israeli officials. In fact, I believe it was after Operation Protective Edge, Nafiz Ahmed was fired from The Guardian after he wrote he was a contributor to The Guardian. He got fired because he actually, through leaked emails and memos, military memos from the Israeli military, he published them where they openly stated that they were launching this war against Gaza at that time so they can ensure that they have full access to the gas reserves off of the coast of Gaza. Now, I'm not entirely sure how much gas is off of the coast of Gaza, but it's one of the largest gas deposits in the region that has been untouched, and it was only recently discovered in the last decade. And so
it's worth there's estimates it might be up to $1 trillion in total between the gas and some of the oil reserves that are in.
Well, and what does this remind us once again is that this is not a religious war. This is not about supporting the only Jewish, country in the world or the only democracy in the Middle East. Once again, we are reminded, and this is what we do best at Mint Press, is that all wars are based on lies, and they serve the purpose of occupation, exploitation, and profits. And this certainly serves all of those purposes. The weapons manufacturers right now, from Lockheed Martin to Raytheon to Boeing, are benefiting. Their stocks are up at a record like 10% in just a matter of weeks of this crisis starting. We know that Israel wants to control the resources in that region, and it's not a conspiracy because Israel has been controlling the water access in that region as well. I mean, this is the desert region, and they have taken control of all water access. They've been in disputes with countries like, Egypt and Sudan to ensure that they have access to the oil reserves, the water reserves in that region. We know that Israel has been involved in the war in Syria so that it could benefit from the now US and Israeli occupied oil fields in the Northeast. So, wars for oil, wars for gas, wars for resources is not a new concept. It's certainly not a conspiracy theory. I mean, this is the fact of the matter.
There you have it. And yeah, that's what a lot of reporting is leading to, into those factual things that are happening. And I had said about a month ago that I thought that the US is most likely trying to provoke a hot war with Iran. And obviously the movement of troops and the movement, some of the sources that I had kind of gotten that information from, they seem to be on target as far as that goes. I wanted to come back. I wanted to step back a minute to journalists, because one thing I noticed that's not being covered, and Western journalists themselves are not talking about, is the sheer amount of murdered, targeted, and we're not talking about journalists caught in crossfire or collateral damage, which is a term they like to use, which I think is just disgusting when you're talking about human life. But what's really surprising to me is you had 51 active Palestinian journalists at the time, right around October 7th. There were more, there was closer to 100. But now they've killed 34, as far as I know, but not just killed them, they targeted their families and bombed their homes. Like, they were purposely targeted, even though, and sometimes they'd be wearing their full press gear, just like Shireen was murdered, a year ago. So could you talk a little bit about that, about your ability to get on the ground news with Palestinian journalists and what's going on there, and how we can get Western journalists to talk about it? Like, you'd think that they would be interested in knowing that other journalists, other colleagues are being targeted.
Well, first, let's establish the fact that most of the corporate media journalists that exist at CNN, Fox News, MSNBC, the New York Times, the Washington Post, a lot of these journalists work directly with the state of Israel or with our national security state. And so that doesn't mean all of them, but many of the prominent journalists do. And so for them to care about the lives of Palestinian journalists is out of the question, in my opinion, because we are considered the unworthy victims. But yeah, we are down to just a few handful of journalists left in Gaza. And, Mu'taz Azaiza is one of the main journalists that we get our news from. He's live streaming everything that we can see. And he's actually a journalist that I know personally and that I've worked with. He actually filmed a documentary for MIT-Press 2 years ago about the previous war in Gaza. And he's only 24 years old. And so who's leading this coverage in Gaza now are these young, early 20-year-old somethings. And they didn't ask to be put in this position. Many of them were photographers. Many of them were just, creating social media videos. But they were forced into this position because of the war and what Israel was doing. And we saw Israel target the family of Wael Dahdouh. He's the main Al Jazeera correspondent in Gaza, whom we've also spoken to and interviewed in the previous war in Gaza. Israel has targeted the media towers in Gaza in previous wars, including the last war, which the AP was working out of, Al Jazeera was working out of, other corporate journalists were working out of. And it was really interesting at that time when Israel bombed them, the AP would not say that Israel targeted the media tower. That's where these corporate media outlets' agendas are. They don't see Israel as the perpetrator, because they are working directly with the state of Israel on how to cover the war in Gaza and Israel's occupation.
We are in an information war as well as a war on the ground, no doubt. So when you have in an information war, intelligence plays a huge key, right? So you have Mossad and CIA working hand in hand, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely. And they are, I mean, that's why a lot of Palestinians are currently really skeptical about some of the aid that is going to be entering Gaza, including the United Arab Emirates proposed field hospital, because in the past they know that many times these hospitals that are being aided to them by the state of Israel or Israel's allies, that they act as intelligence gathering hubs for the state of Israel.
Well, we only have a few minutes left in our time together, but I wanted to spend the last few minutes with you, giving you the last word on a couple of things. First, I want you to kind of give an idea of where you think this is all going right now, and kind of the reporting that you're getting. And then secondly, if you could talk about your outlet and your other journalists that are in that outlet and how people can follow their work and help and support.
Sure. I don't know. I can't predict the ending of all of this, but what we do know is that Israel does plan a several months campaign to drive all of the people out of Gaza if they haven't killed them all already. And Israel is also trying to pull the United States into a hot war with Iran and with Lebanon, and Israeli military generals have made it very vocally clear. They vocalized this openly, and people can find these interviews within Israeli media, and you can just Google them, go on TikTok, but they've openly stated that their agenda is to take all of Gaza, to push all of Palestinians out of Gaza into the Sinai Desert if they don't kill them all. And the US taxpayer is footing the bill for this, because the United States is actually requesting billions of dollars in aid for Ukraine and Israel under the guise of humanitarian aid. But what the United States is actually doing is they're leading the way in building tent cities for people in Gaza. Again, it sounds nice, like, oh, we'll help the refugees, we'll help them. But what we're doing is we're aiding Israel's ethnic cleansing plan out of Gaza. Next on the list, of course, is the West Bank, to drive people out of the West Bank and push them all into Jordan. And the same campaign will be used that Israel launched in Gaza, will be launched in the West Bank. Of course, this is if Israel gets its way, that's their plan. And they have their eyes on southern Lebanon. Israel is currently bombing southern Lebanon. They've been bombing southern Lebanon for the last month while simultaneously bombing Gaza. And they've already killed, I believe it was over 70 Hezbollah resistance fighters in that process. They've also targeted a few civilians that have been killed in southern Lebanon. And so what this means for the region, despite all of the normalization campaigns by Saudi Arabia, by the Gulf countries and countries like Morocco and Egypt, the mass population in these countries are not supportive of those normalization campaigns. We're seeing people in mass in countries like Egypt say that they are ready to put their lives on the line for Palestine. We're seeing the same thing, people saying that in mass in the countries of Jordan, saying they're ready to put their lives on the line for Palestine. And those countries are cracking down on people, they're arresting them. But in fact, the more people see the genocide in Gaza, the bloodshed, the children being targeted, the more fire this is fueling people's energy to want to help the people of Palestine. And so if this war continues, we are going to see a lot of civil disobedience and uprisings taking place in countries like Egypt and Jordan. And that could be the fall of those countries. And this is real. This is happening. In fact, countries in the Gulf have actually already warned that if this war continues, we're going to see a shift in the entire population in the Middle East and what these countries could look like very soon. Obviously, nobody wants it to go that far. Everyone wants a ceasefire to be announced right now. But as long as the United States and Great Britain continue to help Israel and send them weapons, and the European Union continues to say, we stand by Israel and there are no red lines, and Israel is just given basically the thumbs up to just do whatever it wants to do, Israel will continue this war. And war is good for business. And so the people here in the United States, the handlers, Joe Biden's handlers in the White House, the weapons manufacturers, they're not complaining about that. But they have woken a sleeping giant because people en masse are out on the streets by the hundreds of thousands. We saw almost 1 million people come out on the streets in London just this weekend in support of Palestine. And so although war is good for business, this has woken a sleeping giant, and people are using their support for Palestine to make their voices heard. They're disrupting the system. They're doing sit-ins. The boycott campaign is expanding, and this is hurting Israel's economy. It's hurting, Starbucks revenues, McDonald's revenues, and we have the power to stop this war. We actually do have the power if we unite. And, protesting is one thing, but we need to actually disrupt the system at this point with the boycotts, with the sit-ins. We need to be at every single, senator, congressman's office. We need to be doing sit-ins and putting pressure. And for the last part about Mint Press, we're continuing to follow this crisis as we have been for a very long time, covering all of the Western wars, from the wars in Libya, Somalia, Sudan, Yemen. We've continued to cover these wars, and we're going to continue to cover this war and to expose the agendas of the permanent war state. But I think we're living in a very critical time in world history where people are rising above the propaganda. They're seeing through it. And I really, really hope that when and if this war is over, I hope they can take that energy and their ability to have seen through this propaganda to know that there is no such thing as a humanitarian war. There is no such thing as dropping bombs on civilians as a means to save people. All wars are based on lies, and we will continue to expose that war agenda.
Thank you so much. And thank you for your time and your energy and all the focus that you put into this. Now, where can people find Mint Press News on Twitter and in general?
So Mint Press News, people can go to our website, mintpressnews.com, where we have a lot of investigative journalism. And we share all of that, of course, on all of the social media channels when people search for Mint Press News. And but we do focus a lot on social media friendly content for the lower attention span crowd. So.
All right. Well, thank you again. It's been wonderful, and it's been an honor to have you on the show and to have you with me and educating all of us about what's happening and also talking openly about your background and your childhood and what you experienced.
No, so, thank you. Thank you so much, Tara. It's an honor to be here with you.
So everyone watching, please make sure you like and subscribe and follow Mint Press News, follow independent media. We need the support. We need your help because we're all getting shadow banned and silenced right now by big tech. And we have to push through that so we can push through the propaganda. All right, everyone, take care and good night.
Who are these people?
This is my story for this week. It's going to be my 2 stories pretty much, so just strap in. It's going to be long and in-depth, and I'm sorry, but it's necessary. No one else does this. No one else has covered this. So a few people have mentioned it, but I wanted to make sure it got the light it deserved, because mainstream definitely wasn't going to touch this. So let's start here at so for context, South Africa has made a call to the ICJ, aka The Hague, for the crimes Israel has committed, and essentially they took Israel to court. They said, "We'll see you in court, motherfuckers." So that's what they did. And here was the opening
You just
statement.
have to say with a South African accent, though.
Yeah, South African, you motherfuckers. I don't know how they would say motherfuckers in South African. Feckers? No, I don't know. Someone will know. But
Madam President, distinguished members of the court.
Look at this king, by the way. Look at this man's drip right now. This man came in stunting. What is that, Armani? You brought out the Armani? What is that? That is a nice suit, sir. Nice. Anyway.
It is an honor and a privilege for me to appear before you today on behalf of the Republic of South Africa. I wish to express my gratitude to the court for convening this hearing on the earliest possible date to entertain South Africa's request for the indication of provisional measures in this matter. In our application, South Africa has recognized the ongoing Nakba of the Palestinian people through Israel's colonization since 1948, which has systematically and forcibly dispossessed, displaced, and fragmented the Palestinian people, deliberately denying them their internationally recognized inalienable right to self-determination and their internationally recognized right of return as refugees to their towns and villages in what is now the State of Israel. We are also particularly mindful of Israel's institutionalized regime of discriminatory laws, policies and practices designed and maintained to establish domination, subjecting the Palestinian people to apartheid on both sides of the Green Line. Decades-long impunity for widespread and systematic human rights violations has emboldened Israel in its recurrence and intensification of international crimes in Palestine. At the outset, South Africa acknowledges that the genocidal acts and omissions by the State of Israel inevitably form part of a continuum of illegal acts perpetrated against the Palestinian people since 1948. The application places Israel's genocidal acts and omissions within the broader context of Israel's 75-year apartheid, 56-year occupation, and 16-year siege imposed on the Gaza Strip, a siege which itself has been described by the director of UNRWA Affairs in Gaza as a silent killer of people. As the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination warned on December 21st, hate speech and dehumanizing discourse targeted at Palestinians is raising severe concerns regarding Israel and other states' parties' obligation to prevent crimes against humanity and genocide in the Gaza Strip. This warning has been followed by a succession of warnings, including by 37 United Nations special rapporteurs, of the failure of the international system to mobilize to prevent genocide in Gaza. Today, we are joined in court by representatives of the Palestinian state, the Palestinians who work in the fields of human rights, including residents of Gaza who were in Gaza just a few days ago. They are some of the lucky ones who managed to get out of Gaza. Their future and the future of their fellow Palestinians who are still in Gaza depend on the decision this court will make on this matter. With the leave of the court, I now call upon His Excellency, Mr. Ronald Lamola, Minister of Justice of the Republic of South Africa, to make South Africa's substantive opening remarks.
I thank the agent of South Africa for his statement, and I now invite the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services for the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Mr. Ronald Lamola, to take the floor. You have the floor, Excellency.
Thank you, Madam President, and distinguished members of the court. It is an honor for me to stand here in front of you on behalf of the Republic of South Africa on this exceptional case. In extending our hands across the miles to the people of Palestine, we do so in full knowledge that we are part of a humanity that is at one. These were the words of our founding president, Nelson Mandela. This is the spirit in which South Africa acceded to the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of Crime of Genocide in 1998. This is the spirit in which we approach this court. As a contracting party to the Convention, this is a commitment we owe to the people of Palestine and Israelis alike. As previously mentioned, the violence and the destruction in Palestine and Israel did not begin on the 7th of October 2023. The Palestinians have experienced systematic oppression and violence for the last 76 years. On 6 October 2023, and every day since October the 7th, 2023. In the Gaza Strip, at least since 2004, Israel continues to exercise control over the airspace, territorial waters, land crossing, water, electricity, and civilian infrastructure, as well as over key government functions. Entry and exit by air and sea to Gaza is strictly prohibited, with Israel operating the only 2 crossing points. Given that continuing effective control by Israel and over the territory of Gaza, Israel is still considered by international community to be under belligerent occupation by Israel. South Africa unequivocally condemned the targeting of civilians by Hamas and other Palestinian armed groups and the taking of hostages on the 7th of October 2023. And has again expressly recorded this condemnation, mostly recently in its note verbal to Israel on the 21st of December 2023. That said, no armed attack on a state territory, no matter how serious, even an attack involving atrocity crimes, can provide any justification for or defense to breaches to the convention, whether as a matter of law or morality. Israel's response to the 7th of October 2023 attack has crossed this line and give rise to the breaches of the convention. Faced with such evidence and our duty to do what we can do to prevent genocide, as contained in Article 1 of the convention, the South African government initiated this case. South Africa welcomes the fact that Israel has engaged with the case in order to have the matter resolved by the court, after careful and objective consideration of the facts and submission put before it, as the parties to the convention have intended. This hearing is concerned with South Africa's request to the court for the indication of provisional measures and will necessarily have a narrow and particular focus. I invoke the words of Martin Luther King when he said, "The arch of the moral of the universe is long, always bending towards justice." South Africa's case will be presented by a team of 6 legal counsels, comprising of Dr. Adila Hasim, Mr. Tembeka Nzukaitobi, Professor John Dugat, Ms. Blim Lecron, Mr. Max Dupree, and Professor Vagan Low. Dr. Adila Hasim, Senior Counsel, will provide an overview of the risk of genocidal acts in the perpetual vulnerability to acts of genocide. Mr. Tembeka Nzukaitobi, Senior Counsel, will examine Israel's alleged genocidal intent. Professor John Dugat, Senior Counsel, will focus on the prima facie jurisdiction. Professor Max Duplessis, Senior Counsel, will discuss the various rights currently under threat. Blinny Crowell, King's Counsel, will present the argument of agency and potential irreparable harm. And Professor Wagenlow, King's Counsel, will speak on the provisional measures. I now request, Madam President, the court to call on Dr. Hasim. I thank you.
So, Colin, I know you watched a bit of this. You might have missed that statement specifically, and I think you were watching past that pretty close. You sort of halfway through, I think. It was like 3 a.m, so I can't blame anyone for not watching it. But if you did, and it was also not easy to find. Consortium News had it. Al Jazeera had it. That's like it. And Roar Media had it. I wanted to shout them out for that too. But yeah, I wanted people in the chat and in the comments, if you're watching this not live, if you also watched it in full, in clips, live. Tell me how much you were able to see these statements, because they didn't make it easy. So,
No,
but
I only saw. I'm not sure what you pulled, but I didn't see this.
yeah,
And I was able to see some clips that Richie Medhurst kind of linked to
yeah.
on his Twitter. That's it.
So, like this one in particular, we'll go back and listen to a few of these. But we heard his statements.
Discriminatory laws, policies,
but
and practices.
He did talk about that the broader context of the 75 years, right? Essentially, both these guys laid out what was going to happen for the rest of this, right?
Right.
So, you know,
The violence and the
this
destruction
guy,
in Palestine and Israel.
Ronald Lamola, right? I find it funny he brought up MLK right at the beginning, right?
For the last 76 years.
So,
on 6 October
you know,
2023,
what did he say?
on the Gaza Strip, at least since 2004, Israel continues to exercise control over the airspace, territorial waters, land crossing, water, electricity, and civilian infrastructure, as well as over key government functions. No armed attack on a state territory, no matter how serious, even an attack involving atrocity crimes, can provide any justification for or defense to breaches to the convention, whether as a matter of law or morality. Israel's response to the 7th of October 2023 attack has crossed this line and give rise to the breaches of the convention.
So, dude laid stuff out pretty well, right? Here's something we didn't see. Here's was same Minister of Justice, Ronald Lamola, talking about, you know, you heard he mentioned Nelson Mandela in his speech, right? So he's going to give you some little more context to that.
There is a compelling argument that genocide is being committed in Gaza on the basis that there is an annihilation or cleansing of a civilian population, and also the quotes of Israel ministers and generals of the army aimed to annihilate the entire population of Palestine from the Gaza Strip. Our founding father has been very clear that South Africa is not free until the people of Palestine are free.
Any questions? Like,
not from me.
No, yeah, these guys have been on it. No,
there is a compelling.
So, very clear. Nelson Mandela would have been support. So, in context, had these in full. If you want to go watch them there, right? So feel free to do that. Lise has a couple, right? But we're gonna get to Adil Hassim, right? So Israel's mass killing of Palestinians in Gaza, Israel's infliction of serious bodily or mentally harm to Palestinians in Gaza. Israel has deliberately imposed conditions on Gaza that cannot sustain life and are calculated to bring about its physical destruction, and Israel's military assault on Gaza's healthcare system, which renders life unsustainable. That was what she brought to the table here, right? So Richie replying to this, Israel's images toast 75 years of propaganda down the drain. Whatever the highly politicized and highest court in the UN system decides won't change the insurmountable evidence that Israel has been committing genocide for 3 months against Palestinians, never mind 75 years. So we're going to start here. A must-share video, perhaps the most important part of the South Africa case against Israel at the ICJ, presented.
The first genocidal act committed by Israel is the mass killing of Palestinians.
Nope. Come on.
The first genocidal act committed by Israel is the mass killing of Palestinians in Gaza, in violation of Article 2A of the Genocide Convention.
What did you hear, Colin? Remember, this is a court, right? And these are lawyers. So they have to do what? Cite the code that's being broken, right?
Right.
I had people tell me that that didn't happen from this side. So I just wanted to make sure we're catching all these articles that she's bringing up, okay?
Wait, pause. People were saying
to me
they
yes,
weren't citing
that it was some idiots on Rumble. Don't worry about it. They're not important.
Oh, okay.
But it was like they hadn't watched. Not ours.
It's our
no.
audience.
I watched this on Roar Media to give them some support, and people found, because they were the only ones covering it, people on Rumble found it and decided to put I thought they were bots at first, so, you know, but anyway, it was like, Jews are better lawyers, right? And yada yada. Like that's what was put out. So not the smartest of folks. So, but yeah, I just wanted to point out all these articles and breaks in the Geneva Code that she's citing, right?
Secretary General explained 5 weeks ago, the level of Israel's killing is so extensive that nowhere is safe in Gaza. As I stand before you today, 23,210 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli forces during the sustained attacks over the last 3 months, at least 70% of whom are believed to be women and children. Some 7,000 Palestinians are still missing, presumed dead under the rubble. Palestinians in Gaza are subjected to relentless bombing wherever they go. They are killed in their homes, in places where they seek shelter, in hospitals, in schools, in mosques, in churches, and as they try to find food and water for their families. They have been killed if they failed to evacuate. In the places to which they have fled, and even while they attempted to flee along Israeli-declared safe routes. The level of killing is so extensive that those whose bodies are found are buried in mass graves, often unidentified. In the first 3 weeks alone, following 7 October, Israel deployed 6,000 bombs per week. At least 200 times it has deployed 2,000-pound bombs in southern areas of Palestine designated as safe. These bombs have also decimated the north, including refugee camps. 2,000-pound bombs are some of the biggest and most destructive bombs available. They are dropped by lethal fighter jets that are used to strike targets on the ground by one of the world's most resourced armies. Israel has killed an unparalleled and unprecedented number of civilians, with the full knowledge of how many civilian lives each bomb will take. More than 1,800 families, Palestinian families in Gaza, have lost multiple family members, and hundreds of multi-generational families have been wiped out, with no remaining survivors. Mothers, fathers, children, siblings, grandparents, aunts, cousins, often all killed together. This killing is nothing short of destruction of Palestinian life. It is inflicted deliberately. No one is spared, not even newborn babies. The scale of Palestinian child killings in Gaza is such that UN chiefs have described it as a graveyard for children. The devastation, we submit, is intended to and has laid waste to Gaza beyond any acceptable, legal, let alone humane justification.
Thoughts? I mean,
they brought receipt after
Bro.
receipt after receipt after receipt.
bro, let me tell you, watching this was one of the most cathartic things I've seen in a long time. You know why?
Yes.
None of this shit has been brought. There is a reason that mainstream did not show this.
Yes.
Like, this is the first time I've heard anywhere other than on places that we watch and go to and talk about. Has anyone saying any of this? And this is 4 minutes of a 3-hour long statement. Like, they brought it. So you'll be interested to see the response to this. How can you respond to this? You know? So they even knew how it would go down. We'll get to it, but let's head to the next one. If it lets me, there we go. So in context, bringing us some more. Here we go.
The UN Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women and Girls has pointed to acts committed by Israel that would fall under the fourth category of genocidal acts in Article 2D of the Convention. On 22 November, she expressly warned the following: the reproductive violence inflicted by Israel on Palestinian women, newborn babies, infants, and children could be qualified as acts of genocide under Article 2 of the Genocide Convention, including imposing measures intended to prevent births within a group.
Article what now? Article 2? Just making it a point.
The UN Special.
Yes, we know the UN Special. Thank you. Yeah. So, okay. So, breaking. South Africa on ICJ. Israel Army said there are no innocent civilians. Israel soldiers proved that they understood the Prime Minister's message to remember what Amalek has done to you. As you know, they were surrounded by journalists dancing and singing. We know our motto. There are no uninvolved, that they obey one commandment to wipe out the seed of Amalek. The Prime Minister's invocation of Hamelech is being used by soldiers to justify the killing of civilians, including children. These are the soldiers repeating the inciting words of the Prime Minister. So, not sure if I brought that clip. I do believe so. Look at that. Look at that. I got the clip. Look at that. I'm smart. Here we go.
On 7 December 2023, Israeli soldiers proved that they understood the Prime Minister's message to remember what the Amalek has.
Now, you'll notice later, what is this man wearing? He's wearing this outfit, right? Lawyer's robes.
Yeah.
What normally goes with that?
In this case,
the hair, but he ain't doing that. He be all natural in that motherfucker. Let's go.
Has done to you as genocidal. They were recorded by journalists dancing and singing. We know our motto: there are no uninvolved, that they obey one commandment to wipe off the seed of Amalek. The Prime Minister's invocation of Amalek is being used by soldiers to justify the killing of civilians, including children. These are the soldiers repeating the inciting words of their Prime Minister.
Did you read that, everyone? That was
For people
okay.
who are listening, you might have to say.
Well, essentially they said things like this is Israeli soldiers, of course, right? Understanding the mission that Prime Minister Netanyahu gave them, right? Which is that there are no uninvolved civilians. They are the seed of Amalek. We will wipe them out, right? I mean, just to paraphrase.
Right.
So, and they did a nice fun dance. I mean, when you Google dancing Israelis, some different stuff might pop up now. So, you know, but yeah. So let's head to the next thing. So this is where we start. This guy's statements are where we start getting into explaining what he's doing is trying to explain how genocidal intent is being taken place here, right? So we've mentioned Netanyahu, right? And his statements. He's going down the chain of command, essentially, okay? So members of the Knesset, whatnot, that's what we're doing. We're trying to prove intent here. Intent is important in this proceedings, which you will get later, especially in our next segment.
Of grave atrocities have protested that they were misunderstood, that they did not mean what they said.
So he's literally explaining what Israel is going to do.
And that their own words were taken out of context. What state would admit to a genocidal intent? Yet, the distinctive feature of this case has not been the silence as such, but the reiteration and repetition of genocidal speech throughout every sphere of state in Israel. We remind the court of the identity and authority of the genocidal inciters: the Prime Minister, the President, the Minister of Defense, the Minister of National Security, the Minister of Energy and Infrastructure, members of the Knesset, senior army officials, and foot soldiers. Genocidal utterances are therefore not out in the fringes. They are embodied in state policy. The intent to destroy is plainly understood by soldiers on the ground. It is also fully understood by some within the Israeli society, with the government facing criticism for allowing in any aid to Gaza on the basis that it is recanting on its promise to starve Palestinians. Any suggestion that Israeli officials did not mean what they said or were not fully understood by soldiers and civilians alike to mean what they said should be rejected by this court. The evidence of genocidal intent is not only chilling, it is also overwhelming and incontrovertible.
Okay, like, just, dude, you're gonna like the rest of the night too. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. Let's keep rolling. So, again, full videos that in context, right? So any suggestion Israeli officials didn't mean what they said or were misunderstood should be rejected by this court. We just heard this man say. The evidence of genocidal intent is not only chilling, it is overwhelming and incontrovertible. Okay? So, again, singing and dancing, there are no innocent civilians, right? That's, it's just kind of ridiculous. So, here is Al Jazeera, right?
It is because of the policy of Israel that Gaza has become a place of death and despair. In conclusion, Madam President, many propagators of grave atrocities have protested that they were misunderstood, that they did not mean what they said, and that their own words were taken out of context. What state would admit to a genocidal intent? Yet, the distinctive feature of this case has not been the silence as such, but the reiteration and repetition of genocide.
I mean, the fact that Al Jazeera split screening this the whole time, and did it when Israel was there, by the way. Pretty crazy. What did I say earlier, Care Bear? The brilliant South African lawyer, and I'm not even going to try to butcher your last name, but Timbeka rendered an eloquent and captivating argument at the ICJ yesterday. He did so wearing dreads and not the colonial relic. It's safe to say that South Africa has reintroduced itself to the world. Hi, I'm me, South Africa. The real South Africa. Will any motherfuckers please stand up?
He's saying my crown is okay. I don't want that white bullshit.
White
on
bullshit.
My head.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay. So, enter this lady. Oh my God.
This I see.
Dude.
Each day, yet more desperate people will be forced to relocate from where they are sheltering, or will be bombed in places where they have been told to evacuate to.
Really?
Entire multi-generational families will be obliterated. And yet more Palestinian children will become WCNSF. Wounded child, no surviving family. The terrible new acronym born out of Israel's genocidal assault on the Palestinian population in Gaza.
What was that acronym again, Care Bear? Did we catch that?
Wounded child. Dot. Oh, fuck.
CNSF. Wounded child, no surviving family.
That they've coined a new acronym for this. Wounded child, no surviving family. Reports of field executions, torture, and ill treatment are mounting, as are images of decomposing bodies of Palestinian men, women, and children left unburied where they are killed. Some are picked upon by animals.
The court has heard of the horrific death toll and of the more than 7,000 Palestinian men, women, and children reported missing, presumed dead, or dying slow, excruciating deaths trapped under the rubble. Reports of field executions and torture and ill treatment are mounting, as are images of decomposing bodies of Palestinian men, women, and children left unburied where they were killed, some being picked upon by animals. It is becoming ever clearer that huge swathes of Gaza, entire towns, villages, refugee camps, are being wiped from the map. As you have heard, but it bears repeating, according to the World Food Programme, 4 out of 5 people in the world in famine or a catastrophic type of hunger are in Gaza right now. Indeed, experts warn that deaths from starvation and disease risk significantly outstripping deaths from bombings. The daily statistics stand as clear evidence of the urgency and of the irreparable prejudice. On the basis of the current figures, on average, 247 Palestinians are being killed and are at risk of being killed each day, many of them literally blown to pieces. They include 48 mothers each day, 2 every hour, and over 117 children each day, leading UNICEF to call Israel's actions a war on children. On current rates which show no sign of abating, each day, over 3 medics, 2 teachers, more than 1 United Nations employee, and more than 1 journalist will be killed, many while at work, or in what appear to be targeted attacks on their family homes, or where they are sheltering. The risk of famine will increase each day. Each day, an average of 629 people will be wounded, some multiple times over, as they move from place to place, desperately seeking sanctuary. Each day, over 10 Palestinian children will have one or both legs amputated, many without anesthetic. Each day, on current rates, an average of 3,900 Palestinian homes will be damaged or destroyed. More mass graves will be dug. More cemeteries will be bulldozed and bombed, and corpses violently exhumed, denying even the dead any dignity or peace.
I mean, was it 127 kids a day?
Yeah.
Like, ugh.
That the disruption of access to education has a dramatic impact on children, and that conflict has lifelong effects on their physical and mental health. Almost 90,000 Palestinian university students cannot attend at university in Gaza. Over 60% of schools, almost all universities, and countless bookshops and libraries have been damaged or destroyed, and hundreds of teachers and academics have been killed, including deans of universities and leading Palestinian scholars, obliterating the very prospects for the future education of Gaza's children and young people.
So, talking about the destruction of universities, right? Hundreds of teachers and academics have been killed, including Arafat, who we've talked about. Rafat al-Arir, isn't that his name? I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Talked about him last month.
Yep. So, next lady on the docket.
This is by far maybe the biggest blow we have received.
Oh no. So
But he said
this made me cry. I could not watch this without, like, it's something I hadn't seen before, which on this is not much, you know, so
no apologies will be accepted after the genocide. What has been done has been done. I want you to look in the mirror and ask, where was I when Gaza was going through a genocide? South Africa is here before this court in the Peace Palace. It has done what it could. It is doing what it can by initiating these proceedings, by seeking interim measures against itself as well as against Israel. South Africa now respectfully and humbly calls on this honourable court to do what is in its power to do, to indicate the provisional measures that are so urgently required to prevent further irreparable harm to the Palestinian people in Gaza, whose hopes, including for their very survival, are now vested in this court.
Madam President, members of the court, I should like to thank you for your kind attention. I ask that you call Professor Lowe, KC, to the podium now to describe the provisional measures sought by South Africa on behalf of the Palestinian people.
That didn't give me
I
what
thank
I
Ms.
wanted.
Negralik, and I now invite.
But maybe we'll get to it. So yeah. Right, this. Do I have it? No. It was in there. Hold on. Let's do this, and let's click this. Ewan has this in full, right? So let me go here. Let's teach everyone a trick. Let's go more, show transcript, Control F, And if I can actually spell for once. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yes.
The international community continues to fail the Palestinian people, despite the overt, dehumanizing, genocidal rhetoric by Israeli governmental and military officials, matched by the Israeli army's actions on the ground. Despite the horror of the genocide against the Palestinian people being live-streamed from Gaza to our mobile phones, computers, and television screens, the first genocide in history where its victims are broadcasting their own destruction in real time in the desperate, so far vain hope that the world might do something. Gaza represents nothing short of a moral failure, as described by the usually circumspect International Committee of the Red Cross. As underscored by United Nations chiefs, that failure has, I quote, repercussions not just for the people of Gaza, but for the generations to come who will never forget these over 90 days of hell and assaults on the most basic precepts of humanity. As stated by a United Nations spokesperson in Gaza last week, at the site of a hospital clearly marked with the symbol of the Red Crescent, where 5 Palestinians, including a 5-day-old baby, had just been killed. The world should be absolutely horrified. The world should be absolutely outraged. There is no safe space in Gaza, and the world should be ashamed. Madam President, members of the Court, in conclusion, I share with you 2 photographs. The first is of a whiteboard at a hospital in northern Gaza, one of the many Palestinian hospitals targeted, besieged and bombed by Israel over the course of the past 3 brutal months. The whiteboard is wiped clean of no longer possible surgical cases, leaving only a handwritten message by a Médecins Sans Frontières doctor which reads, "We did what we could. Remember us." The second photograph is of the same whiteboard after an Israeli strike on the hospital on the 21st of November that killed the author of the message, Dr. Mahmoud Abu Nujayla, along with 2 of his colleagues. Just over a month later, in a powerful sermon delivered from a church in Bethlehem on Christmas Day, the same day Israel had killed 250 Palestinians, including at least 86 people, many from the same family, massacred in a single strike on Magazi refugee camp. Palestinian pastor Mnar Ishaq addressed his congregation and the world, and he said, and I quote, "Gaza as we know it no longer exists. This is an annihilation. This is a genocide. We will rise. We will stand up again from the midst of destruction, as we have always done as Palestinians, though this is by far maybe the biggest blow we have received." But he said, "No apologies will be accepted after the genocide. What has been done has been done. I want you to look in the mirror and ask, where was I when Gaza was going through a genocide?" South Africa.
So, yeah. Any thoughts so far? Yeah, yeah. That one was rough for me.
You're gonna make me watch Israel's defense.
Bro.
I haven't seen much, if any of it at all. And wish you wouldn't, because I'm gonna rage.
It's like, yeah, I'm definitely
Like,
taking you through
honestly,
the roller
how
coaster
are
of
you-
emotions tonight. So
Right. Like, how what can you do
yeah, dude.
after this? What are you gonna do after this?
Well, we're not the only ones. I find myself shedding tears. I believed I had witnessed everything until South Africa revealed image from a whiteboard depicting the conditions before and after an airstrike. Like this one, that one got me watching it. I was like, oh, fuck. So, Johnny Graz here. Israel and the U.S. may succeed in buying or blackmailing their way past an ICJ verdict, but the arguments presented today will live forever. Israel will never again be seen as anything but a genocidal European ethno-colony. So good for you, Johnny Graz. You're out here doing it. So a little bit more. We're almost through it. So what do you think Israel's response will be here? Right? What have you been seeing to this response? Right? So I'll direct you
me taking shots
right down here. We were embarrassed by our government's failure to engage properly with Israel before filing the dispute and by our hosting Hamas's leadership in South Africa 3 weeks after that organization indisputably yada yada October 7th yada yada. Okay? This man up here says, listen carefully.
Article 9 of the Genocide Convention makes it clear that state parties are guardians of the Genocide Convention. Unlike other treaties designed to protect human rights, it does not oblige states to pursue negotiations as a prelude to approaching this court. It does not treat the ending of genocidal acts as a bilateral affair between states. Instead, it envisages a situation in which a state, acting on behalf of the international community as a whole, seizes the jurisdiction of the court as a matter of urgency to prevent genocide. South Africa has a long history of close relations with Israel. For this reason, it did not bring the dispute immediately to the attention of the court. It watched with horror as Israel responded to the terrible atrocities committed against its people on 7th of October, with an attack on Gaza that resulted in the indiscriminate killing of innocent Palestinian civilians, most of whom were women and children. The South African government repeatedly voiced its concerns in the Security Council and in public statements that Israel's actions had become genocidal. On 10 November, in a formal diplomatic démarche, it informed Israel that while it condemned the actions of Hamas, it wanted the International Criminal Court to investigate the leadership of Israel for international crimes, including genocide. As the court will know, the definition of genocide in the Rome Statute repeats that of the Genocide Convention. On 17 October, South Africa referred Israel's commission of the crime of genocide to the International Criminal Court for, quote, vigorous investigation, unquote. In announcing this decision, President Ramaphosa publicly expressed his abhorrence for what is happening right now in Gaza, which is now turned into a concentration camp where genocide is taking place.
So what was that about Hamas that South Africa had condemned? Just, you know, we're going to get into why they're not dealing with Hamas in this a little bit more.
Article 9 of the...
So, you know, they essentially stated that, like, they can't, there is no jurisdiction over Hamas by this court. Right? That's part of it. Jurisdiction is a big deal with this, which that guy's whole thing was about how there is jurisdiction here. On top of, and many people have uttered this, people like Craig Murray and so on, that this is not just a trial against Israel, but a trial against the court itself. Right? Which is why we're talking about jurisdiction this way. Right? Of like, no, this is genocide. You're supposed to do these actions. right? So just keep that in your head. Let's continue.
South Africa believes that the publicly available evidence of the scale of the destruction resulting from the bombardment of Gaza and the deliberate restriction of food, water, medicines, and electricity available to the population of Gaza demonstrates that the government of Israel, not Jewish people or Israeli citizens, the government of Israel and its military is intent on destroying the Palestinians in Gaza as a group and is doing nothing to prevent or punish the actions of others who support that aim. And I repeat, the point is not simply that Israel is acting disproportionately. The point is that the prohibition on genocide is an absolute, a peremptory rule of law. Nothing can ever justify genocide. No matter what some individuals within the group of Palestinians in Gaza may have done, and no matter how great the threat to Israeli citizens might be, genocidal attacks on the whole of Gaza and the whole of its population with the intent of destroying them cannot be justified. And no exception can be made in a provisional measures order to allow a state to engage in actions that are capable of violating its obligations under the Genocide Convention. It is unthinkable that a court would ever do such a thing. That is the simple point in this case. Genocide can never be justified in any circumstances. Israel's actions will be examined closely and methodically at the merit stage, when the court will want to hear what Israel has to say in its defense. What matters now is that the evidence indicates that Israel's actions have violated its obligations under the Genocide Convention, that they continue to violate them, and that Israel has asserted that it intends to continue them. Israel may say that it will comply with all of its obligations under the Genocide Convention and that orders from the court are not necessary. But in previous cases, the court has held that such unilateral statements do not remove the risk of irreparable prejudice or obviate the need for a court order. In this case, one reason for doubting the efficacy of any such unilateral undertaking is Israel's apparent inability to see that it has done anything wrong in grinding Gaza and its people into the dust.
Well, that's, yep. And I mean, I can't, not much I can say with this stuff, you know? So,
right.
But this is, again, UK-based lawyer, right, Von Lowe, tells the ICJ that although Israel says it does whatever it can to minimize civilian casualties, which we're going to get to in our next segment, its relentless bombing of Gaza's residential areas and safe zones tell a different story.
It's no use Israel saying that it does whatever it can to minimize the deaths of innocent men, women,
come on,
and children. The use of 2,000-pound bunker-busting bombs and dumb bombs in residential areas and the relentless bombardment of Gaza and even of so-called safe areas to which Palestinians have been directed by Israel tell another story. But that is not the only point. It's not just a question of scale and of indiscriminate killing. It's also a question of intention. If any military operation, no matter how carefully it's carried out, is carried out pursuant to an intention to destroy a people in whole or in part, it violates the Genocide Convention, and it must stop. And that is why all military operations capable of violating the Genocide Convention must cease.
Any questions? You're wondering how a defense will be surmounted. I can already tell. Like,
it's no use.
I don't want to watch the next segment.
Yep.
I should address the question of self-defense. In its advisory opinion in the Wall case, the court noted that the threat that Israel had argued justified the construction of the wall was not imputable to a foreign state, but emanated from territory, the occupied Palestinian territory, over which Israel itself exercises control. For those reasons, the court decided, as a matter of international law, the right of self-defense under Article 51 of the Charter, the UN Charter, had no relevance in such circumstances. 20 days ago, the Security Council affirmed yet again that Gaza is occupied territory. Though Israel refers to a complete withdrawal from Gaza, it has retained control over Gaza, over access by land and sea and air, and over key governmental functions and supplies of water and electricity. The tightness of its grip may have varied, but no one can doubt the continuous reality of Israel's grip on Gaza. The court's legal holding from 2004 holds good, and a similar point is to be made here. What Israel is doing in Gaza, it is doing in territory under its own control. Its actions are enforcing its occupation. The law on self-defense under Article 51 of the UN Charter has no application.
No application, Colin. So this is the last guy. So we're on the home stretch here. So, but so again, we're gonna have to listen carefully, right? So when are we bringing Hamas to the International Court of Justice? Oh wait, we don't need to do that. They admit they want to commit genocide and all of blah 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 blah.
First, some will ask why South Africa does not seek any court order against Hamas. This case concerns Israel's actions in Gaza, which is territory that 3 weeks ago in Resolution 2720, the UN Security Council stressed is, quote, an integral part of the territory occupied in 1967, end quote, by Israel. As the court will understand, Hamas is not a state and cannot be a party to the Genocide Convention, and cannot be a party to these proceedings.
Rolling his fucking eyes.
There are other bodies and processes that can address the questions of steps to be taken in respect of past atrocities and against other actors, and they are no doubt considering what they should do. But as a matter of law, under the Convention, South Africa cannot request an order from this court against Hamas.
Right. And I think I tweeted that last week, that Hamas is not a state.
Yep.
So
guess who was there though, Care Bear?
You cannot bring them to court.
Guess who was there?
Oh,
Irish goddess herself, Claire Daly. Determined mood here in a truly international crowd outside the Peace Palace at The Hague as we witness the opening of South Africa's case at the ICJ accusing Israel of genocide in Gaza. It's not just Israel on trial today, it's the international community. Right? So, here we are.
Before you today, on behalf of the Republic of South Africa, I wish to express my gratitude to the court for convening this hearing on the earliest possible date to entertain South Africa's request.
Right? So, cheers, delighted people. right? No, thank you. Next, please. So, people in the West Bank gathered in Nelson Mandela Square to show their gratitude to South Africa. The South African national anthem was sung to express gratitude to South Africa for its efforts to bring Israel to justice for its crimes against the Palestinian people. Right? So here they are in Nelson Mandela Square, right? There's the statue of Nelson right there. Right? Look at all those flags out. Playing South Africa's anthem and whatnot. So legit, no, look, Kufia's out. But it's nice. Right?
Yeah.
So we can't have Claire Daly and Mick Wallace out here without hearing them speak. So let's do that, right?
European representatives of all governments are now, we're seeing them backtrack a little bit on their stances, considering that if they are considered complicit with the genocide, they also may face sanctions. The ruling will also apply to them. How do you feel about the David Cameron's recent stance when questioned about the British position?
Listen, okay, we're elected members of the European Parliament, but we're very well aware of the fact that politics disappoints and politicians disappoint, and the hypocrisy that we've seen in the last 90 days from European politicians has been breathtaking. It's shocking that they can talk about human rights or international law anywhere, and they have watched a genocide take place in Gaza. They have backed Israel. We flew Israeli flags on the buildings in Brussels. We had a vigil for the children lost in Israel, but not the children lost in Gaza. The hypocrisy is horrific. And the politicians of Europe have been exposed because they have been complicit in the atrocities that Israel has been committing against the Palestinian people. But the sad truth is that the US and the EU have not abandoned their colonialist position. The Zionism is a settler colonial project that was invented by Western powers, and they are proceeding with it today. They're supporting the ethnic cleansing of Palestine. A genocide has taken place in front of their eyes. The people all over the world can see what's happening. The politicians have been a disgrace.
Thank you so much. And I think that really does reflect the mood of everyone here today. We know that the ruling, of course, is not binding. And if so, and if they rule against the case of South Africa, what do you think the ramifications will be for people all over the world who will no longer be believing in the myth of international law being able to be upheld by Western institutions?
Well, for a number of years now, we've seen the Americans and the Europeans ignore the UN Charter. They talked about rules-based international order, which is something they make up as they go along. International order, international law has been under pressure and in trouble for a number of years because a lot of it has been hijacked by US empire. And they are using and abusing human rights and international law to further the financial interests on a lot of the times. They have weaponized human rights and humanitarian law. But people are starting to see through it. People are waking up, and people can see. And I would say never, ever before have they been so badly exposed as their support for the Zionist project this time round. The people of the world can see through them now, and we need change. And you might say, well, whatever way the verdict goes, it will be difficult to get Israel to stop.
Yes.
But the people who can make Israel stop are the Americans and the Europeans. And people thought one time that South Africa would never give up on apartheid because they had such financial interest. The white supremacists in South Africa had a huge financial interest in keeping things the same. But it changed. It changed because the international community turned on them and they forced them to change. That hasn't happened with Israel, but we need that to start happening now. The people of the world want things to change. And It's about time we got rid of the politicians who don't want change because they're behind the curve.
Mick Wallace, killing it. Like the rock star he looks like, you know? So, I mean, tell me he doesn't look like he's a member of AC/DC, right? If you just saw him,
yeah,
you know what I mean? And he almost sounds like it with all the fucking tings and the, anyway, and the time, and anyway, I love both of these people, so, but,
European.
click next, please. Thank you. Okay, so another legend, Max Blumenthal, right? Out here in front of the he's at the White House press room, no? So he's going to ask the State Department how it dismisses the amount of evidence we just saw, right?
Right.
On that, Secretary Blinken has specifically accused China of genocide for its treatment of the Uyghurs. But Blinken didn't point to any mass killing there. According to Euromed Monitor, 4% of the entire population of the Gaza Strip is now dead or injured. In just 90 days, 65,000 tons of munitions have been dropped on the Gaza Strip, 3 times what was dropped.
You're seeing a
on
deer in
Hiroshima.
headlights.
You have evidence of industrial-style killing. The South African legal team presented 20 minutes straight of statements on the record by Israeli leadership expressing the intent.
Yeah. That's definitely it's very funny though, is it not? Like shit.
Walker in the chat said this speaker's texted his aide, who let Max in?
Who let Max in? Fucking very good, Team Orca. Good for you. Yeah, he was also at the beginning. He's like, I guess you could go. Like Max cutting his way in, you know, like
for example, referring to the Palestinian population as Amalek. So how can you explain this discrepancy between Secretary Blinken accusing China explicitly of genocide with no mass killing, presenting no evidence of the mass killing of Uyghurs, and then dismissing out of hand the potential that Israel could be committing genocide in the Gaza Strip, calling it unfounded? How do you explain this?
Max is both calling out 2 things at once. The Chinese thing on the Uyghurs that has no evidence, right? And Palestinians' actual genocide. It was fucking great.
The same way that I just explained it to your colleague who asked essentially the same version of your question, which is that each conflict is different, and any kind of determination like this needs to be based on specific facts and law. And when it comes to the points that are being made in today's hearing, again, I'm not going to speak to those specifically. Israel will have an opportunity to address some of those tomorrow. But we again feel that these allegations that Israel is committing genocide are unfounded. That being said, we do not disagree that additional steps must and need to be taken to minimize the impact on civilians, and we'll continue to raise that directly with relevant partners.
And given that you fast-tracked a sale of 14,000 tank shells to Israel, bypassing Congress, given Secretary Blinken's participation in war cabinet
We didn't
meetings,
bypass. I'm just going to stop you right there because the premise of your question is a little misguided. We did not bypass Congress. As part of those, as part of that, there is appropriate congressional notification that happens, and we complied with those appropriately.
Okay, more and more members of Congress are demanding oversight because they're not getting adequate oversight. But no one disputes that the U.S. is isolated in protecting Israel as it conducts this operation, as it calls it, in Gaza. No one disputes the direct U.S. role. So the question is, the Secretary Blinken, who went to Israel first, declaring he was there as a Jew, identifying with the ethno-religious character of this state, which is now standing accused of the potential to commit genocide, is Secretary Blinken concerned that ruling in favor of South Africa in this case could set the stage for his own prosecution or that of your colleagues?
I'm just not going to get ahead of hypotheticals, and you probably
damn right
either.
you're not.
Jackson, go ahead.
Get the fuck out. We got to bail. What did that man just say? You and your colleagues? Fuck. Us, we're on the line. Shit. Run. I didn't know I was. Fuck. Like this internal screaming. Great job, Max. Good for you, bud. Like, oh, killing this man. You're never letting in. They're never letting you in that room again. By the way, that's.
I'm surprised they did.
Yeah.
How does Max manage to get in these places?
So
if we
here's
ever
some
interview him, I have to ask him that.
Here's some responses. Right, the Israeli Minister of France, Bezalel Smotrich. The court in The Hague, like many other international courts, is infused with anti-Semitic. They're saying the court is anti-Semites, Colin. The antiseptic court is out in full force. So, okay. So, speaking of what Max just brought up, right? Okay. South Africa has informed the Biden admin that it will sue the United States of America for its support of the genocide in Gaza. What are your thoughts on this? Johnny Gaz replies, please do, then go after the EU. Right? So South African lawyers have written to Biden warning that they intend to begin proceedings against his government for being complicit in ongoing international crimes. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, please. Right, here it is. Okay. We, together with a group of lawyers from South Africa, act on behalf of all the Palestinian people who are directly affected by the ongoing international crimes and displacement perpetrated by the Israeli government since, but not limited to, 1948 for reasons fully expressed here below. Right, we hereby place the government of the United States of America on notice that we intend to bring legal proceedings against the U.S. government based on overwhelming evidence that the U.S. government has and is aiding, abetting, and supporting, encouraging, or providing material assistance and means to Israel and the IDF. This conduct by the U.S. government has enabled and continues to enable Israel to engage in international crimes against the Palestinian
You know what?
people.
I'm just thinking, if this was Trump, like, can you imagine the press?
Yep.
Being like he'll be hanged.
Look at the
right
background
now.
here, right?
But like
the Balfour
Right.
Declaration, which resulted in a significant upheaval in the lives of Palestine. They're bringing it as far as we're implicit, right?
Yeah.
So these goddamn South Africans are always meddling in Israel's self-defense. Israel labels South Africa legal arm of Hamas, right? So you can tell where we're headed in our next segment, aren't you? Fee, list of countries that have supported the case of South Africa against Israel in the ICJ, right? Look at all these. Count them up, people at home. You can pause, you can read, right? You know, look at Morocco
who
there.
else is there?
Notice who isn't there.
Saudis. The
Yep.
Saudis.
Yep. US and UK, of course, are not in support.
In support.
Yeah. So, bro. Okay. Johnny Graz, the Ku Klux Khazars are out in full force tonight. Hoo boy. What is that translated right there? You see this tweet, Colin? What's that translated to? Yep. Yep. Bro, we are being sued by a nation of monkeys for crimes against us. But wait, there's more. Okay, so let's look at this tweet, translated from Hebrew. It is important to note that Africans are a people of slaves, and a slave is invalid for testimony. Monkeys, liars,
Fuck that hoe! Fuck that hoe! Who said that?
This person.
Who said that?
At Spire.
Too bad it's in Hebrew.
I know, right? Monkeys, liars, supporters of terrorism, please name them. But wait, Colin. But wait, that's worse. So, I speak Hebrew. Rabbi David Mirvazer. I speak Hebrew. This translation is wrong. The original is even worse. Monkeys, liars, and supporters of terrorism, wipe out their names. Okay? Yeah. Yeah. It's fucked up, isn't it? Fucked up. Fucked up. Anyway, let's palate cleanse with Nelson Mandela, right? Ooh, I know, Colin. I know.
How surprised have you been about the furor that your remarks about the Palestinians and that whole Cuba and the flap that has followed in the wake of those remarks? Has that been a surprise to you at all?
I was more astonished than surprised. You must remember that when in 1960, leaders like Oliver Tambo and the young man sitting at the back there, Thabo Mbeki, went out of the country, one of the first steps that they took was to visit the West and to ask for assistance. In the course of that visit, they came to the United States of America and asked for help. They did not get that help. They went to Cuba, and the Cuba on the spot pledged support and actually gave it long before the West could do anything to assist us. I am surprised that anybody should now expect us to condemn Cuba, to condemn the PLO, which has been working with us right from the beginning and helping us in our problems. It is totally unrealistic. It is a typical attitude of countries which really do not approach the problem of South Africa from the point of view of the liberation struggle in South Africa, which approach these problems from the point of view of their own interest. What that view wants is that the African National Congress and the liberation movement in South Africa should be used for the purpose of conducting vendettas, enemies of the West. We must join that vendetta in order to advance the interests of the West. That we will not do.
What happened to him?
Go off my day,
funny. So before we get to our next segment, right, I wanted to bring this little video, right, which is going to air out a bit of a thing that you saw. So I'll let the video do the talking on this.
Here are 3 ways that South Africa nailed their case against Israel at the ICJ. South Africa anticipated Israel's arguments in advance and worked to undermine them. First, Israel plans on showing images and videos from October 7th to try and justify their genocidal activities. South Africa pre-countered this argument by stating that these images are irrelevant. Nothing can ever justify genocide. No exceptions can be made that would allow Israel to violate the Genocide Convention. Second, Israel plans on walking back the genocidal statements made by their government officials. South Africa undermined this by arguing that the comments cannot be reinterpreted after the fact, and provided numerous examples of explicit genocidal statements made by Israeli leaders that trickled down to soldiers on the battlefield, who then acted in accordance with these statements. South Africa says Israel's argument that we did not mean it or it was taken out of context is without merit, because the statements were repeated and reiterated several times in every sphere of the Israeli state. Third, South Africa established the stated intent to commit genocide and then provided numerous forms of evidence proving that Israel not only committed gross war crimes, but also cut off the population from food, water, medicine, and fuel. There are many parts to the South African case against Israel, and all of them are brilliant. What were your favorite parts about South Africa's argument? Comment them below.
Yeah, do that. So this is a bit of a side. Do you know any of these people, Care Bear? This is none other than Charles Dance, right? AKA Tywin Lannister. So I spoke earlier, right, about how this wasn't covered by mainstream media, right? Well, you done fucked up, right. AA Ron, okay? Because here are these actors now reading it for us because you didn't showcase their actual words. So let's hear that.
Place the acts of genocide in the broader context of Israel's conduct towards Palestinians during its 75-year-long apartheid, its 56-year-long belligerent occupation of Palestinian territory, and its 16-year-long blockade of Gaza, including the serious and ongoing violations of international law associated therewith, including grave breaches of the Fourth Geneva Convention.
South Africa is highly cognizant of the fact
Sir Davos, the Onion Knight,
are distinct from other violations of international law sanctioned or perpetrated by the Israeli government and military in Gaza, including intentionally directing attacks against the civilian population, civilian objects, and buildings dedicated to religion, education, art, science, historic monuments, hospitals, and places where the sick and wounded are collected.
United Nations chiefs
Edmund
and the
Tully.
International Committee of the Red Cross, no strangers to conflict situations, have called what is unfolding in Gaza a crisis of humanity.
Okay. So, yeah. They literally went word for word, Colin, the entire thing. They've been putting it out over the days. If you go to the Palestinian literature, I think that's the website, like festival. That's it. Palestinian Literature Festival has been putting these up. So, you know, let's look at the other members here. We got all these peeps. This guy, I forget his name right off bat, but I will remember it here in a second. Fucking Peter Mullen, right? It's fucking Peter Mullen. Susan Sarandon, of course. The inconceivable guy. Inconceivable. That guy, he's here. You know? Where's that at? I have that somewhere. I do believe. Where's it at?
Inconceivable.
That guy from the Princess Brides. Yeah. So next, right? So these people, right? Sex in the City, right? This lady up here, Cynthia Nixon.
Cynthia Nixon.
Right.
Yeah.
So Charles Dance, Liam Cunningham, Khalil Abdullah. I mean, this is their entire groups. Carice Von Houten, right? Lena Headley was in this, right? Cersei Lannister. So definitely some big names. So Peter Mullen, Tobias Menzies, that's Edmund Tully. Where was that comedian? Wallace Shawn. But yeah, I mean, tons of people. So definitely good people to support, right? So, but yeah, last on the list for these, our friend Fee, right? Talking about the 100 days of Gaza, which is important.
It's been 100 days of war in Gaza, yet with Palestinian deaths mounting, there's no apparent end in sight.
Come on.
Israel continues steadfast in meeting its goal of destroying Hamas by any means necessary.
No one will stop us. Not The Hague, not the axis of evil, nor anyone else. It is viable and necessary that we continue until victory, and that is what we will do.
While Israel excuses its deadly operation by saying it's targeting Hamas, the aftermath of the bombings all across Gaza can leave even the most stoic of onlookers in tears. To put it into perspective, 24,000 Palestinians have been killed and more than 60,000 are wounded. 1.4 million people are in shelters facing a looming famine. Civilian infrastructure, schools, hospitals, and waterways have all been destroyed. The UN says that Gaza is now basically uninhabitable.
The massive death, destruction, displacement, hunger, loss, and grief of the last 100 days are staining our shared humanity.
South Africa has accused Israel of committing genocide at the International Court of Justice, providing facts that contradict Israel's narrative.
Israel's special genocidal intent is rooted in the belief that, in fact, the enemy is not just the military wing of Hamas, or indeed Hamas generally, but is embedded in the fabric of Palestinian life in Gaza.
This intent is evident from Israel's conduct in specially targeting Palestinians living in Gaza, using weaponry that causes large-scale homicidal destruction, designating safe zones for Palestinians to seek refuge, and then bombing these.
Israel contested all of the accusations and sent their own legal team to the ICJ, denying the bombing of hospitals in Gaza and assuring they were following international law.
In urban warfare, civilian casualties may be the unintended but lawful result of attacks on lawfully military objectives. International humanitarian law recognizes this reality and provides a framework for balancing military necessity.
So we'll get to that.
Out Israel's narrative. And despite Washington ramping up its weapons supplies to Tel Aviv, even they are starting to falter in their support.
Israel's security can rest on the United States, but right now it has more than the United States. It has the European Union. It has Europe. It has most of the world supporting them. But they are starting to lose that support by indiscriminate bombing that takes place.
Palestinian civilians must be able to return home as soon as conditions allow. They cannot, they must not be pressed to leave Gaza. We reject the statements by some Israeli ministers and lawmakers calling for a resettlement of Palestinians outside of Gaza. These statements are irresponsible, they're inflammatory.
Washington has even warned that Israel may actually lose the war if they continue down this path.
The lesson is not that you can win in urban warfare by protecting civilians. The lesson is that you can only win in urban warfare by protecting civilians.
But it seems like Israel is not open to its partner's criticism as it showers Gaza with more airstrikes. Things are so bad that some Israeli civilians are calling for Netanyahu's removal, angry that he's treating Israeli hostages as collateral damage. So with what's happening in Gaza being called, quote, the deadliest conflict in the 21st century, and with the death toll continuing to rise, it all begs the question, what can actually be done to stop it all?
Well,
divestment.
Yes, one of.
Which.
So, but last thing. So this is how the ICJ is expected to vote. I've not heard when that's actually happening. Right? I asked Fee. She pretty much said, like, no idea. And, not yet. So, pro-genocide, U.S., Germany, Australia, India, Uganda, Japan. Right? Pro-humanity, Brazil, Morocco, Lebanon, Somalia, Jamaica, Slovakia, and the swing votes, Russia, China, and France. Okay?
Oh, God.
So, yep. A little bit to end on, right? South Africa comes to the aid of Palestine by invoking the Genocide Convention. Just some accurate cartoons, right? So this is titled Evidence, right? I felt like it was very fitting. So,
yeah.
Yep. So let us know what you think. Leave a comment. Plenty of stuff to talk about in that segment. So, and please share.
We're not done.
Yeah, we're not done. We have the next day to do. So I knew these would be long. I'm sorry, but to deal with it. But yeah, help us get to 2K. Subscribe. We appreciate you doing.
Who are these people?
So I'm kind of surprised. I'm not really, but still kind of surprised this issue did not take off as much as it probably should have. Oh, at least I felt like there should have been more conversation around this, over the weekend. So, so here's what happened. So there's a tweet regarding Lord Balfour's portrait at Trinity College in Cambridge in the UK, basically getting destroyed. And of course, everybody was up in arms, especially the Zionists, basically being like, "How dare you?" Like blah blah blah, whatever, So me, obviously, being the curious little man I am, I was like, okay, so obviously there has to be some significance to this because I didn't necessarily know the history. Obviously, I know of Lord Balfour, given I grew up in the UK, but learning more about the significance of the declaration that he wrote and his ties to Israel, and then obviously, which people argue he essentially is the father of the shit that is happening in Israel and Gaza right now and has been happening, I would argue since the turn of the last century. I'm kind of surprised this hasn't gotten more discussion online as I think it should, but we're going to do that tonight, as we do sometimes. We teach you guys some shit.
Yep.
So this is going to be a short article, and it's going to be mostly video clips I pulled.
Yep.
It's from the media line. This is a new one that I just happened to find. This article is written by Steve Ganot, who writes, "Activist destroys Balfour portrait at Cambridge in protest over Israel." So he writes, at Cambridge University last Friday, a pro-Palestinian activist destroyed a portrait of Lord Balfour, the British statesman and conservative prime minister who, as foreign minister in 1917, declared the British government's support for the establishment of a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. The activist associated with Palestine Action sprayed red paint on the life-size portrait before slashing it with a knife. The incident is one of many recent protests linked to the Israeli-Hamas war. So here's the clip. So this is what went viral over the weekend. So if you want to play it.
Yep. If I do this and this, okay.
So obviously, the Zionists were up in arms over that. And we'll get to we'll talk more about that later. But the Balfour Declaration, issued during the decline of Ottoman rule and when Britain was a significant global power, has been contentious, with Palestinians demanding an apology from Britain for what they see as the start of their displacement. The declaration led to British mandatory rule in Palestine, eventually culminating in the establishment of the State of Israel in 1948 and a Middle Eastern war that the displacement of more than 700,000 Palestinians. No. Forward. No.
There you go.
There we go. The Palestine Action Group argues that the Balfour Declaration initiated the ethnic cleansing of Palestine by promising land that, in the group's view, Britain had no right to give. The act of vandalism at Cambridge comes at a time when Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has called for stricter policing of protests and rising hate speech and threatening behavior, particularly in demonstrations related to the Gaza Strip conflict. Sunak emphasized the right to protest, but rejected using it to justify support for Hamas, which the UK considers a terrorist organization. Cambridge Trinity College expressed regret over the vandalism, offering support to college members affected by the incident. Oh, whatever. I'm sure that was probably no, wouldn't say a fake, but a duplicate. I'm sure they'll be able to replace it.
Yeah.
So I don't see it as
they'll still call it genocidal.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Why did they genocide that duplicate painting?
So you brought this.
So I brought this. This is from TRT World. So
right.
let's get into
testosterone replacement therapy world.
So let's get into the history a little bit. So obviously, as I said, I didn't know too much about this until I did some of the research over the weekend. But let's dive a little deeper because, as we said, we want to teach you guys something here.
Cool.
So let's find out a little bit more about the Balfour Declaration and why it's problematic. So we can start with this
footage.
We are proud of the role that we played in the creation of the State of Israel, and we will certainly mark the centenary with pride.
This was what Theresa May had to say about the 100-year anniversary of the Balfour Declaration. But what exactly happened on November 2nd, 1917? And what was the Balfour Declaration?
Wait, 1917? That's before October 7th, Colin. That's before then.
Yes.
All about. A little bit. These 68 words were a historic promise given to the early Zionist movement by the British government for the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people. Sir Arthur Balfour, then Foreign Secretary of Britain, wrote in a public letter to a famous British Zionist, Lord Walter Rothschild, which read,
His Majesty's government views with favour the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people, and will use their best endeavours to facilitate the achievement of this object, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country.
This was just what the Zionists were looking for, as outlined in the First Zionist Congress during its meeting in Basel, Switzerland in 1897. Zionism seeks to establish a home for the Jewish people in Palestine secured under public law. Earlier, Theodor Herzl, their founder, had failed to realize this purpose when he couldn't get support from the Ottomans or any other European ruler. But this declaration basically laid out the foundation for the State of Israel. And since the second part of the agreement, where it talks about protecting the civil and religious rights for non-Jewish communities in Palestine, was never implemented, it resulted in a great injustice towards the Palestinian people, as thousands of them lost their homeland with the creation of this new Jewish state, and the ones who remained are being treated like second-class citizens. I think the late British author and journalist Arthur Koester summed it up best when he said, "One nation solemnly promised to another nation the country of a third." What were they thinking? Well, you see, Great Britain was in the midst of World War I, and one of its biggest foes was the Ottoman Empire. So they employed the tried and tested strategy of divide and conquer. They were giving the Arabs the promise of complete and final liberation in return for rebellion against the Ottoman rulers. The Crown had decided Palestine's for the Jews, thus ensuring a perpetually divided Middle East. And 31 years after the Balfour Declaration, the State of Israel was founded. But it's not 100% certain that this was the initial goal of the British government. The results have brought devastating consequences to the Middle East. It paved the way for the longest military occupation in recent history and destabilized an entire region. So should the UK government be proud of this landmark letter? Or should they come to terms with the reality of what it's done?
Okay.
Any thoughts? I have a couple, but any thoughts before I move on to the second clip? It will kind of give more.
I mean, it sounds like
into that.
Europe trying to placate the Rothschilds again.
Yep.
Nice that they're included.
Right, but there will also, but this is what I didn't know until doing the research. The British also tried to placate the Arabs as well.
Yes,
because they basically played. So the British tried to play the Zionists. We'll get more into that in the next clip. They also tried to play into the Arabs in terms of promising essentially Palestine to them, in support of getting rid of the Ottomans. And then the French were also involved because they own kind of parts of the Middle East at that time. So basically it was just a whole mess in essentially the British trying to beat the Ottomans, that they basically said to one group, we'll do this, we'll promise you this land, and then another group, we'll promise you this land, and then the French they were trying to be allies with. So basically it was just a mess, like, finally. But one thing about the declaration that I think people might have noticed, like, which the declaration itself was vague as fuck, because and I should have pulled it separately, but it said Palestine should be a national home for the Jews. It never said anything about being the national home. There's a big difference. So it implies that it could be one, to me, or how I interpret it, like one of many.
Yeah.
So it didn't necessarily have to be Palestine per se. Again, as we know, and we've talked about on the show, you know, East Africa was considered to be the national home for the Jewish people, as was Argentina, was also considered.
And I think there was a
as
spot in Russia too, right? If I'm not mistaken.
So right. So it didn't necessarily have to be Palestine per se, but obviously the Zionists wanted it given, you know, spiritual implications. But, you know, but essentially, like, and I would argue that this declaration would have been more, to me, opinion versus, like, this was just one person's point of view in terms of versus having, like, you know, a group of people collectively making this decision, like in government or something like that. So, Rob, is there anything that you want to add to that?
Basically, the way that this whole Zionist operation started was to, like the video showed, is to kind of destabilize the Ottoman Empire during World War I. But then the CIA eventually got involved with MI6, meaning like British and American intelligence all got together in the late 40s and decided that its function was to keep doing what it was doing, which is to keep the Middle East basically destabilized as its function. And all the religious stuff where this is the promised land, we're going to send you guys back to your homeland, that's all just setting the groundwork for getting a bunch of people to go over there and create this flotilla, this outpost of the US that is basically just keeping Middle Eastern countries from uniting and kicking the US out, protecting their natural resources and stuff like that. So its function was exactly what the video said in World War I, and then eventually all of the Israeli intelligence, MI6, and the US all started working together to basically just create this Western outpost that's whole function is to be there to destabilize. And that's what it's doing to this day. They're not just doing what they're doing in Gaza. They're bombing Lebanon. They're bombing Syria. They are there to destabilize and keep the Arab nations from uniting. But they're actually kind of failing at that at the moment, because they're actually uniting a lot of countries that previously had beefs with each other, because they all are agreeing that Israel is actually the bigger threat than each other. So in a way, they're actually like, they're really kind of failing themselves right now. And it's a good thing. I'm glad to see this whole operation kind of fall apart at the seams. But yeah, it does seem like a bunch of, basically not even a bunch, a few rich white guys in Britain decided that this is just something that they wanted to do. And so they signed a letter. Rothschilds were involved, and Bob's your uncle. Here we are, 100 and some odd years later.
Yeah.
Well,
all right.
You brought this clip.
I want to. So after looking at that clip again, Reef knows me well. I kind of ask more questions. So my next question after that was, okay, so what was Balfour's connection to Zionists then? Like, why was he willing to write this letter? Essentially kind of basically giving Palestine away. So this clip is from Imperial War Museum. There's going to be a lot of artifacts of this show. Don't care about that. Like, you care about it, but like, that's not really the focus here. So we're going to play like the second half. of the clip, but it will kind of go into more of how the Zionists got involved to where Balfour was willing to write this declaration in the first place. So you can go ahead, Beef.
Having already made commitments to Arab nationalists and the French government, in November 1917, the British made one more promise regarding the land in Palestine, this time to Zionists seeking to set up a national Jewish state. Zionism was a social movement that began in the 1800s. It was founded on the belief that Judaism was not only a religion, but a nationality, and that Jewish people deserved a state like British or French people did. Due to historical and religious ties to the region, Palestine became the desired location for this future Jewish state.
So this armband, or brassard, was worn by a Palestinian Jewish volunteer with British forces serving in that area of the Middle East during 1918. Interestingly, there were 3 battalions of Jewish volunteers, 1 battalion of British, 1 of Americans, and 1 of Palestinian Jews. The British volunteers weren't really interested in Zionism at all. They were more interested in using that military service to the Crown, to assimilate into British society. It was really the American volunteers and the local Jewish volunteers from Palestine who were really fired up by Zionism and wanted to use this to defeat the Ottoman Empire and secure that Jewish homeland. So what this object shows us, and the story behind it, is that although Zionism was a popular movement, the majority of Jews were not Zionists and didn't want to move to Palestine.
Jewish immigration to Palestine had been slowly increasing throughout the 1900s, mainly fueled by brutal anti-Semitism and terrible pogroms in Russia. By 1914, the Jews in Palestine numbered around 60,000, or 8% of the population. But for the British, it was Zionists elsewhere that they were concerned with. In an effort to win the support of Jewish communities in both Allied countries like the United States and enemy countries like Austria-Hungary, the UK Foreign Secretary signed the Balfour Declaration, vowing to set up a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine.
So the Balfour Declaration is signed in late 1917, in fact just after Allenby's victory at the Third Battle of Gaza. And this map shows the situation just before that battle, and it shows the confidence that the British have that they are going to win the war in the Middle East. Because let's face it, on this map, they haven't taken all of this territory yet, but they're already looking at the post-war settlement in this area. There are people within the British cabinet, Prime Minister Lloyd George is one of them, who thinks that having a Jewish homeland in Palestine is the right thing to do, but it's also politically expedient. The British and French war efforts by this time are pretty much under pressure. There's a manpower crisis, there's a crisis in raw materials. The Americans have joined the war in April 1917, and we really need the Americans to ramp up and get stuck into the war effort. So the idea is by supporting this Zionist idea, it will get Jewish financiers and industrialists in America on side, and they will put big pressure on the American government to keep them involved in the First World War and fight for the Allied cause. Now, this is an anti-Semitic idea that the Jews control world finance and business across capitalist countries. And that idea takes hold and is one of the reasons we think they can put pressure on the American government.
The declaration was vague. It said that the homeland would be in Palestine, but didn't say where. It also vowed to protect civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities, but made no mention of their political rights. For the British, these conflicting promises were worth making to assure that they came out on top in the world's first total war. And they were effective. Britain and France were victorious over the Central Powers in 1918. But now that the war was at an end, the British would have to face the consequences. The choices they made would help to spark a century of conflict. Having captured Damascus in 1918, the British military left Faisal and his men in charge of a military occupation zone, an area that Faisal declared the Arab Kingdom of Syria. However, the French were not happy. Hoping to maintain their influence in the region, they expelled Faisal in a short war. It was a crushing blow to the pan-Arab cause. Instead, it was the victorious Allied powers who drew the new borders of the Middle East in a series of conferences from 1919 to 1923. With the formation of the League of Nations, Britain and France took control under a series of mandates. These were intended to prepare the local populations for independence. Initially, France was given the mandates for Syria and Lebanon, while Britain was given the mandates for Mesopotamia and Palestine. But after Faisal's defeat, the British decided to split Palestine in two. Faisal was given the crown of Mesopotamia, and his brother Abdullah was given the crown of the newly created Transjordan. The remainder of Palestine would be strictly British.
So this 1924 map shows the Palestine that came into being after the First World War. It is not part of a pan-Arab state. In fact, there is no pan-Arab state in this region. Also, it is not an internationally controlled area or an area in which the French have any control at all. It is a British-administered League of Nations mandate. What this mandate of Palestine does have, however, written into its statute, is the Balfour Declaration of a home for the Jewish people in Palestine.
Jewish immigration to mandatory Palestine continued to grow. By 1931, there were 176,000 Jewish people living there, making up 17% of the population. This led to increased tensions, riots and violence between the new arrivals and local Arabs who, along with existing Christian populations, were starting to see themselves not only as Arabs, but as distinctly Palestinian people.
What these new Jewish settlers bring in is lots of financial backing, and they start to buy up more and more land. So it's more the fertile agricultural land of Palestine, which actually makes the Jewish population increasingly economically dominant in the area. The British government gets very, very worried about this. In 1930, the Colonial Secretary puts forward a white paper to drastically limit Jewish immigration into the Palestine Mandate. The following year, 1931, pressure from Zionists within the British government and also world Zionist leaders talked Ramsay MacDonald into dropping the white paper. And from that moment, there is no limit on Jewish immigration into Palestine.
This reversal coincided with events elsewhere that would supercharge the conflict. In 1933, Adolf Hitler came to power in Germany and began instituting a wave of anti-Semitic policies. This sent shockwaves through the Jewish communities of Europe. However, for those seeking to flee, options were few, with most governments maintaining strict limits on Jewish immigration. For many Jews, Zionist or not, travelling to Palestine became the only option. By 1936, the Jewish contingent inside mandatory Palestine had doubled to 28% of the population. Now tensions began to escalate at an alarming rate. What began as a general strike among Palestinian Arabs in 1936 devolved into violent attacks on Jewish settlements and British military installations. This event became known as the Great Revolt.
From this point, really, you can see Palestinian Arab nationalism as opposed to pan-Arab nationalism. They're fighting against an issue, that Jewish homeland and British control in the region, that no other mandate or any other has to fight against. And they want their own Palestinian state, an independent country, free from British control.
The British response was to crush the revolt as quickly as possible with overwhelming strength. They brought a surge of new troops, more men than were serving in India at the time, and declared martial law in 1937. Favouring tactics of collective punishment, they destroyed homes and burned villages to the ground. They used aerial bombing even on urban areas and arrested, killed or exiled Arab leaders, fracturing their movement.
In addition, the British used Jewish auxiliary units to fight the Arabs during the revolt. But this is a real turnaround from 1921, when they disband the Jewish Legion. Now, in 1936-37, the British are so overstretched that they really don't care. They just need boots on the ground to sort this situation out and to end this revolt as quickly as possible. So by the end of the Arab revolt, 17% of the Arab male population are either killed, wounded, imprisoned or exiled. This really weakens the Arab cause in Palestine, just at the moment when the Jewish population is getting more and more power.
Well,
so basically, money.
Yep. As always, and trying to keep us in war.
Trying to keep us in war, but it was a way for the British to ensure their victory against the Ottomans, that essentially that they needed Zionists from the States in order to help financially back them, in essentially to help them win the war. So basically in exchange, it's like, we'll give you this if you help us out. So yeah, so the idea again, you know, that people are saying this happened since October 7th. No, you can argue even like it's been happening since the turn of the century, to be quite honest. So like, you know, with all of this stuff is in place. So hence, this is why Balfour's portrait got destroyed in Cambridge, so he can get fucked. And he can especially get fucked because I found this from another YouTube video, I forgot where. I just pulled the screenshot of it. But I'm sure Balfour said this shortly after, you know, the declaration, where he says, "In Palestine, we do not propose even to go through the form of consulting the wishes of the present inhabitants of the country. The four great powers," so that's Britain, France, America, and the Soviet Union, "are committed to Zionism. And Zionism, be it right or wrong, good or bad, is rooted in age-long traditions, in present needs, in future hopes, of far profounder import than the desires and prejudices of the 700,000 Arabs who now inhabit that ancient land." So basically Balfour basically said, fuck the Arabs, the Zionists got this. So, I mean, what else does it say? Is just like a stereotypical imperialist who sold out the Arabs to gain control over an area of the world that essentially the British had no right to. And they essentially gave it away to Zionists for money.
Well, anything to finish up with, Rob, before we head to our last story for you, probably?
Yeah, I might miss the last story about the pier. So I'm going to just comment on that right now because it is pertinent to what we're talking about right now. Israel's function right now, and a lot of the motivation behind what they're actually doing in Gaza right now, while it is ideological, it is also monetary, financial. So what they're actually trying to do, and my theory, and I think a lot of people would agree with me, is that they're going to try to finish up the Ben Gurion Canal, which goes through northern Gaza.
We talked about it, Reade, right?
Yeah.
The moment
The Ben Gurion Canal, for people that don't know, is it's right next to the Suez Canal, which is in Egypt. So the idea is that Israel wants to become players when it comes to maritime trade routes, and they want to create a competitor to the Suez Canal, which goes right through northern Gaza. And some of the original plans for this were to detonate 50 to 100 nuclear bombs to actually create the canal.
Yep.
Yeah, it's crazy. So like they're actually
idea,
pretty close to
by the
getting
way.
it done. And if you're asking yourself what the cherry on top for the Zionists are monetarily for this, it's not just the creation of this canal, which is going to make them billions of dollars, and it will effectively make them well, it'll sort of make them maritime superstars as long as until Yemen stops blocking the Bab el-Mandeb Canal south of that. But that's neither here nor there. The other thing is that they have $600 billion worth of liquefied natural gas off of the coast of Gaza, which they also want to have access to. So the pier, my theory is, and I think everyone can agree this is an option at least, is that pier that they're going to build for humanitarian purposes is likely going to start out being some sort of like, they'll spin it as it's some sort of we're only going to put it in it's going to be there for a couple of days or a couple of months or a couple of years, but then it'll actually turn into a hub for stealing all the liquefied natural gas off of the coast of Gaza, and then transporting it from this pier, which will likely become a dock or some sort of place where they can actually pump the liquefied natural gas, and then they'll run it right through the Ben Gurion Canal into the Red Sea. So we're going to see, I think that pier is likely some sort of like, they're laying the groundwork for actually stealing all of the Palestinians' liquefied natural gas resources.
I mean, Reade, didn't I say on Twitter, and I tagged you, like when they mentioned about this port, I was like, sounds like they're trying to build the Ben Gurion Canal to me. And again, we talked about the Ben Gurion Canal extensively here. So it makes complete sense, that all of this is motivated by money. All of this is motivated by ripping Palestine off of their natural resources to the displacement and genocide of people who have been living there somewhat peacefully for centuries. And that's what mainstream media is not going to tell you. And that's why, again, going back to our original segment, we're going to be in trouble because we actually do report on this stuff, and we have a reason to report on this stuff, and the Zionists are not going to like it.
Which is why they demonetize us, which, speaking of monies, you can give it to us this way at co-v.com/indie news network. Just scan that QR code. Or if you're in the live chat, you can put !donate and it'll give you that link. Fun stuff may happen if you do that. So, also, if you can't give us monies, do some of this, like and subscribe, share, leave a comment, help us get to 2K. We're getting there.
It's been an interesting time for sure.
Yeah. But we've had private conversations about this topic, and we've been meaning to have this topic on INM for a while. But we figured we're going to do it tonight since, and just to be totally transparent with our fam in the chat, I should have posted that tweet, but I posted a tweet regarding Zionism and how I personally feel it kind of hijacks any movement as far as Black liberation. And I'll get to more of the reason why I said that later. Sammy asked me to come on her show tomorrow, which unfortunately I can't because I have local activism stuff that I have to do tomorrow night, so I couldn't do it. But I kind of wanted to get ahead of this in terms of, since we wanted to have this conversation anyway, and and talk to you, I think, more publicly about what we've been kind of talked about. But I do want to say, Indy, I think especially in light of, what's been happening with Gaza, I really do appreciate you having these conversations with you kind of in a safe space in terms of, I think, obviously understanding your perspective on this as a Jewish man, but also, just given how you are totally against what Israel is doing and how you don't advocate for what is happening. But I think also understanding my frustration as a Black person in having the discussion of, especially like I've seen, online, many Jewish people in light of this issue were kind of like, oh, well, Black people, you need to support us in terms of Israel because we supported you in regards to George Floyd and all this other stuff back in history. And it just made me feel like, so you're looking for our solidarity based on what exactly? The idea that we were allegedly in solidarity with each other during the civil rights movement, but you haven't necessarily been working in solidarity for other things as far as our liberation. So yeah, I think I've definitely have been frustrated with that over the last few months, and I think you've definitely helped to kind of help me kind of think through those things safely, but also kind of recognize where I'm kind of at in terms of how, as a Black person, how I should be kind of be resonant of you in terms of how you believe in what your beliefs are, especially in light of this assault. But I think how to properly have these conversations and not take it personally against each other, but then like knowing, we'll ultimately, I think especially you and I wanting the same thing in the end. So I really appreciate you, making it so it made me feel very comfortable to talk to you about these things and, having an outlet to kind of vent my frustration in this issue.
We got to have the hard conversations, and we got to listen to the things that make us uncomfortable. And that's something that I think that too many, definitely the Zionists are fragile snowflakes when it comes to this shit. They cannot even hear the word Palestine. It makes them cringe. It literally does. And it's hard. Look, I was raised Zionist. I was raised by Zionists, and I still have a lot of people who are still connected that have not woken up and figured out the difference, even given all the crap that's happened over the last 6 months. And that, it's like, I want to pull my fucking hair out, or they secretly, privately acknowledge it behind the scenes in a private conversation one-on-one, but they keep their mouths shut otherwise. There's a lot, there's community, family, all kinds of potential relationships that could be at stake, and literally families are splitting over the the opinions over the massacre and people who are standing by it and saying Israel has a right to defend itself, even after 6 months and massacring tens of thousands and 10,000+ kids, they're still all in. And it's like, how do you square that? How do you?
Yeah.
So some families have chosen to just not address it at all, and that's hard because as you see these things happening, they don't see it happening because it's not reported in the corporate media and in the media where they are consuming, but we are flooded with it and inundated with it 24/7 because our news feeds amplify what we already see and because we are looking for it in order to find out what the hell is actually happening from the perspective of the people it's happening to, not just the people who are actually committing ethnic cleansing at the moment and the people who are funding that.
Yeah.
Now, when it comes to solidarity with the Black community, and again, you sent me a couple of these articles. We've been talking about this for a while because there has been this kind of, we were always told we're kindred spirits, you know, nobody wants Jews. And in this country, you know, Black people have been oppressed and had a struggle for, you know, centuries. And, you know, that's what we were taught effectively. And I read a couple of these articles you sent over. So let's go through one. There was one outstanding paragraph where they're basically told, you know, the liberal upper class Jewish people are saying, if you align with the Black, you know, the Black community, that makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of alignment and a lot of parallels there. Now, I will argue, and we're going to discuss how there are some, but there are a lot of stark differences.
Right.
Yeah. And I'm going to let you go from there.
Speaking of that, so I pulled this article from Jewish Women's Archive. So this is the title is Tensions in Black Jewish Relations, written by Judith Rosenbaum. And she writes, let's see, siblings in oppression, hence the title of this segment. There is a long history of Black-Jewish partnership in the American Civil Rights Movement, and just as long of a history of tension and misunderstandings. From the beginnings of organized civil rights activism in the early 20th century, Jews were prominent leaders, participants, and financial backers of the movement, counting among the founders and lead supporters of organizations such as the NAACP and the National Urban League. On the judicial path towards the advancement of civil rights, Jews played important roles as lawyers and judges. American Jews have often felt a kinship with African Americans based on shared minority status and a cultural memory of slavery, albeit a much more immediate history for African Americans. In the mid-20th century, certain conditions contributed to this sense of identification. The recent history of the Holocaust made many American Jews more attuned to discrimination and racism and more committed to opposing it. In addition, the widespread post-war financial success of American Jews boosted their confidence that the American ideals of equality and meritocracy from which they had benefited could also work for African Americans, not realizing that anti-Black racism made the African American experience significantly different from the Jewish case. For their part, some African Americans who grew strength from biblical stories of slavery and God's redemption and witnessed Jews' active commitment to civil rights also saw Jews as partners in their struggle. So actually, I want to say something here because that's a part that I kind of struggled with. Well, not struggled with, but this is something that I definitely experienced, you know, and I think for both you, Indy, and I, you live in Jersey. I grew up in New Jersey as a teen, and I went to middle school, and you know where I went to middle school, as I told you, the town. But it was predominantly Jewish. So here I was, one of the few, in a class of 16, I was like one of 5 Black kids. And especially for me, given that I was an immigrant, so I was extra special. I was the extra token in that class. But even back then, I always kind of wondered, why were my Jewish peers, they lived in great homes, they had, you know, access to things financially that I couldn't afford. You know, like they lived in the better towns, they went to the better schools, and here I was living, I call it ghetto light, in the Oranges in New Jersey. So there was me and there was them. So like, so even at school for me, yeah, I mean, I liked my friends, the ones who were Jewish. I generally liked them, but I think there was always kind of this distance between us because they lived a life that they didn't necessarily have to live. You know, like at the end of the day, after school, I went back to my town, you know, where, you know, I saw drugs, I saw, you know, a lot of hurt and pain and suffering. And a lot of these kids didn't necessarily have to see that, if at all. So there was always this kind of divide for me growing up in terms of having to kind of be around them, but being around that affluence and kind of being in the vicinity of but never having direct access to it kind of bothered me, you know, in middle school. And I think that kind of grew for me in terms of, you know, going into high school and college, where I was in more mixed white groups, but there was still affluence there that I could never, yeah, it just really bothered me, you know, in terms of that, how there was this, you know, like, as this article said, a kingship, because, which I didn't quite learn at the time, but it was like, you know, they liked me, obviously, you know, as, you know, whatever, but at the end of the day, they didn't live the life that I lived. And so that was where that disconnect for me has always been. And I think in a lot of ways, you know, for many Jewish people, even now today, I think while they might sympathize, I don't think really a lot of them, unless they really are intimately involved in the Black struggle, it's something that I find for some are not really resonate. It doesn't resonate with them in that way. So in a lot of ways, I kind of feel somewhat superficial in terms of that relationship. But yeah, I just wanted to share that just in terms of how I kind of felt, you know, growing up. And
we were taught on the kindred spirit side, kind of like, look, they're seen as a minority, clearly, as are you. So we stand up for each other against the majority, because that could just as easily be you. Right. Except it couldn't. And that is what I very quickly learned early on, is that there were, first of all, the ability to blend in effectively is what I'm talking about. You know, right. That and it's pigmentation is literally the difference, and it will cause all kinds of discrimination and feelings. And this is, of course, well documented, but it's a lot harder. A lot of times people have thought that I was Italian, and not that it matters. And what's even more fucked up, and we had this conversation, and shout out to our friend Oz, because Oz comes and hangs out with us quite often. You know, Oz was talking about like Jewish as a nationality or as a race versus a religion. And I said, this is where they fucked us up all, because they've now made it so that Jewish is a race, even though it's really not, because there are Jews from everywhere. There are Jews from everywhere.
Right.
It only is when it's convenient for them. Like,
right.
Yeah.
But I think it's convenient in terms of benefiting in some regard, you know, but yeah, it's the idea of Judaism as a race, because simply put, it can be Black Jews, right? So
there are a whole lot of them,
right? So how can that be a race when
our friend Marcus Cage, shout out to Marcus,
which I think he was in the chat earlier, shout out to you, Marcus. But like, so I never quite understood the idea of, you know, Judaism as a race. And I mean, as you said, you know, like, for many of my pretty much all of my Jewish friends, at least growing up, they were white. So They didn't necessarily, unless they told you that they were Jewish, they didn't necessarily have to say that they were Jewish or not. I can't hide my blackness, unless if I did some stuff to my skin and I look fake as hell. But even then, you will know that I'm still black. So at least for you, you can hide that aspect of your identity if you chose to, especially if you're in the sense of danger for you. But I can't hide that aspect of my identity given, my skin color. So, but anyway, let's continue with this. At the same time, latent tensions always existed between the two communities. Some Black people viewing the inequality and asymmetry between the experiences of the two groups resented Jewish feelings of moral proprietorship in the civil rights struggle. The geographic closeness of the two groups, who often shared neighborhoods, frequently as a result of the exclusion of Black and Jews from other areas, could lead to tension as well. African Americans' main contact with Jews was often in the form of landlords or shop owners, and some resented Jews for making a profit off their community. When many Jews participating in white flight left inner city neighborhoods for the suburbs and better educational opportunities for their children, their African American neighbors often felt abandoned, blamed for urban problems, and resentful that they did not have the same opportunities to move elsewhere. And this is something
they were also the landlords.
Right. This is something my dad has mentioned to me. He grew up in Barbados. He immigrated to the UK, and he mentioned him and members of the Black community, obviously, they were rejected from getting apartments from Jewish landlords. They were not able to patron into Jewish establishments, given that they were Black. And, my dad is from a generation, he's Biden's generation. So and I've said a lot of things about my dad. I've said them to you, probably to you two privately, but I understand, he has issues with Jewish people.
And he went through segregation, man.
Right. Right. But considering what he went through, I more than understand it. But more importantly, it's the idea, and this is something I think we'll unpack a little later, but I think the biggest thing that kind of concerns me with Jewish people is the idea of mostly you look to solidarity, not you, but Jewish people in general look to solidarity with Black people when it comes for social issues. But when it comes to issues as far as economics, especially in terms of having us as Black people be economically viable, that's kind of where I think a lot of that tension is. And the idea, the stereotype, it's Jews are known to make money or whatever. I heard that trope growing up, but I think a lot of it is stemmed from the idea of because eventually at some point when Jews were kind of accepted into whiteness, and then I think just as a community, given your faith, you guys were able to band together and become more financially, stable.
Well, I think that the financial end bought our way into respectability and legitimacy with a community that wanted nothing to do with Jews and thinks that our religion is weird, but in a lot of cases, they wanted something from us that they did not necessarily want or need or were going to get financially, that they didn't, Black people didn't have the wealth. That's the bottom line. It's it's wealth versus rich. And we talked about the Chris Rock thing about rich versus wealth. The Jews were able to accumulate generational wealth. They did not have, the average life expectancy in the 30s and 40s like Black Americans did during the Reconstruction era even. Jews fought alongside and fought for the Black community 100%. Also, again, for self-preservation. They saw what was happening.
but again, I think it's the idea of, yeah, in terms of self-preservation, yeah, like they aligned with us in that regard, but again, not so much with economic issues, especially pertaining to Black people. Personally, I haven't felt that kind of solidarity, and again, not just from Jews, but from everybody across the board. So, but I think that's one of the issues that I have, that I have mentioned to you privately in terms of that. But anyway.
Well, again, Zionists have this Jewish supremacy thing. And again, raised by Zionists, therefore, a lot of the values and things that I hold came from that movement. And some of them are good. A lot of them are not. But
God's chosen people.
Well, again, let my people go. Look, yes, this is. Can't change how I was raised. I can only undo the programming and acknowledge and try to educate others as to what I've learned. A lot of people are still like with the Matrix. They're not ready to be unplugged, and it really upsets them. It's almost, and I hate to ever compare myself, but shooting the messenger, getting angrier at the person who's delivering the news to you because you don't like what's being said. There's a guy sitting in Belmarsh prison because pretty much he delivered exactly news that was inconvenient to people, that was absolutely true, in fact, an experience that he had learned about, and people want to silence him and keep him locked up because of it. And that guy. Yeah, that guy.
But anyway, let's continue with this article. These tensions sometimes took explicit shape in public anti-Semitic statements among African Americans and anti-Black statements among Jews. Jews often felt particularly betrayed by African American anti-Semitism, arguing that Black people should be more generous given Jewish support of civil rights. Yeah, again, heard a lot of that like post-October 7th. And that African American leaders should more quickly and roundly condemn expressions of anti-Semitism in their community where such statements were made.
Remember, Palestinians are also Semites. Let's start there. So all this anti-Semitism bullshit is nonsense. Anti-Judaism? No, it's anti-Zionism, okay? Which is a colonial project that is designed to systematically eliminate the Palestinian people. They certainly don't want to live alongside them in peace. They certainly don't want to give them equal rights or an equal government or rights to a military or anything else. They want to establish Jewish supremacy. And that is kind of where we were going in this discussion also, and I think it's even in the article, is that there still is, and look at what's happening in Gaza right now, this aura, this mystique, this whatever you want to call it, where they believe that they are supreme and there is a pecking order there for sure. And it's why, it's okay, supposedly, quote unquote, that you were able to figure out and how to accept and deal with the fact that there was a two-tiered hierarchy, though there should never have been. That's what society and the whole thing fucked up.
Like, could you imagine, Colin, in New York, group of Jamaicans suddenly had a secret tunnel? What the press might do?
Come on.
Right.
Like,
I mean,
right. But again, it kind of goes back to, and I tweeted this out earlier, it's the idea of like, okay, so if an Arab or hell, any person of color did what the IDF did to World City Kitchen, Central Kitchen workers, they would be immediately marked as terrorists. But
the entire city block would be bombed, like they did in Philadelphia in the 1980s.
Right.
Yeah.
But like
they didn't even do that.
The IDF does it. It's an accident or it's a mistake, and it's just kind of like, okay, all right, that's definitely like a bias there. But anyway, the lane tensions became more prominent within the civil rights movement as it moved north and into the cities in the mid-1960s. In the South, Jews, despite having white privilege, clearly did not have the same powers of the whites. In the North, Jews did not seem as different from other whites and were often the ones who wielded the most power in Black neighborhoods. The National Advisory Commission on Civil Disorders, known as the Kerner Commission, which investigated the cause of the 1967 race riots, found that Jews owned about 30% of the stores in Black neighborhoods like Harlem and Watts, and that many of the larger stores were owned by Jews and or had Jewish-sounding names. Sure, there's going to be screaming anti-Semitism but
how well did they pay the employees that worked in those neighborhoods? Not very well in the stores that they owned, and then anyway.
So, the mid-1960s also brought a shift within the civil rights movement from a focus on integration and alliance building to one of separatism. In 1966, SNCC and other radical civil rights groups made Black Power the new basis of their activism, calling for racial pride among African Americans and Black self-determination within the civil rights movement. Proponents of Black Power pointed, so this is like the movement where Kwame Ture kind of risen out from this.
Yep, and reparations too. And this is where the movement for demanding reparations, I think, came out of.
Right. So, like the Black Panthers, obviously think of MLK, X, but also like Kwame Ture and the Black Panther movement also came from out of this. Proponents of Black Power pointed out that Black people could not achieve true freedom unless they led the movement themselves. Otherwise, white people retained a degree of power and authority over them. They emphasized the need for Black self-sufficiency as well as Black cultural pride, i.e., Black is beautiful, and encouraged white activists to work on their own issues, in some cases expelling white leaders from their organizations.
Also, looking at Muslim. Oh, okay. You're going to talk Nation Islam. Good.
Yes.
Perfect.
These ideas were not entirely new. Malcolm X, influenced by his conversion to the Nation of Islam, a Black separatist religious sect, had advocated a platform of separatism in the early 1960s. By the late 1960s, however, Black Power had fundamentally changed the structures and assumptions of the civil rights movement and had inspired new organizations, such as the Black Panther Party, as well as a new wave of Afrocentrism in African American culture, as demonstrated by the use of African names, African clothing styles, Afro hairstyles, etc.
Uhuru.
Uhuru. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So let's get into Zionism now. The Six-Day War provided another spur to Black-Jewish tension. After Israel's surprising military triumph in June 1967, many American Jews experienced a surge of pride in Israel, an underdog nation that had succeeded in becoming a power to be reckoned with, and felt a new or renewed commitment to Zionism. Some African Americans also saw the Jewish state as a model for a historically oppressed people empowering themselves. At the same time, many civil rights activists began to develop a more critical approach to Israel, identifying with the Palestinians as an oppressed group seeking self-determination and castigating Zionism as a colonial racist movement. These tensions around Zionism came to a public head in 1977 when Andrew Young, a civil rights activist and the first African-American ambassador to the United Nations, met secretly with representatives of the Palestine Liberation.
PLO, right. Yasser Arafat's organization.
Right.
Yeah.
This meeting sparked an uproar in which Jews were prominent among those who loudly condemned Young, and which resulted in President Carter asking Young to resign, which he did. Many felt that Jews had forced his resignation.
Richie Torres? Do I hear Richie Torres?
Yes.
Anybody say what? Yeah, like, wait, go back to that for a second. Like, so many things to unpack just in that stuff there. Again, castigating Zionism, castigating it as a colonial racist movement. No, they didn't castigate it as it. That's what it is. All right. So many civil rights. Okay, it should be criticized, and I had never really heard any criticism, honestly, very much growing up. And this surge of pride in Israel, I wanted to talk about this. This was obviously written by a Jewish woman who is likely a Zionist herself, okay, right, who was raised Zionist and has that perspective of Jewish supremacy, because you see this surge of pride. Why was there a surge of pride in Israel? Because the U.S. and Britain backed this artificial nation that they, not even a nation, but an artificial construct within the Middle East on top of somebody else's land. I mean, so you had pride about that? Because they did. They fought off several Arab nations, but they didn't do it by themselves.
Right.
They did it with weaponry from the U.S. and Great Britain.
Yeah.
That was not an underdog anything. Those are the two biggest fucking powers in the world at the time, other than Russia. I mean, this whole framing of this again, we've got to be the underdog and the oppressed all the time. All right, this victimhood, this constant victimization, because it plays into the identity. Okay, right. If we're not victims, well, then what are we? Well, then you're the aggressors that are fucking murdering children. Yeah, that's what you are, and what you've been doing for 75 years while claiming victimhood. In my name, by the way. Fuck you for that.
Yeah. Yeah.
You need to
I've been wanting to do this for a while, so good. I got shit to get off my chest.
We feel you on that.
You are tearing me apart, Lisa.
Educational issue that divided some African Americans and Jews in the 1970s and beyond was affirmative action. Many Jews were wary of affirmative action programs for several reasons. Having benefited from meritocracy, they believed strongly in individual merit as the basis of equality of opportunity. They had negative associations with any program that smacked of quotas, which historically had been used to exclude Jews from schools, clubs, and workplaces, and they perceived that Jews would not benefit from policies that gave preferential treatment to African Americans over whites.
Where'd that solidarity go? Yeah. Where'd that solidarity go?
The case of Marco de Funes, a white Jewish man, highlighted the Jewish perspective on this issue. In 1971, de Funes was denied admission to the University of Washington Law School. He brought a suit against the school claiming that he had been the target of discrimination because other students with admission scores below the cutoff, as his were, had been admitted while he had not. The original trial found in de Funes' favor, but the Supreme Court of Washington reversed the decision. Because de Funes was Jewish and affirmative action already a heated issue in the Jewish community, the case attracted a great deal of attention from Jewish organizations and the Jewish press, with a range of viewpoints expressing both in favor and opposition to affirmative action policies. In 1974, the case came before the Supreme Court, and organizations such as the ADL supported the original decision. The U.S. Supreme Court ultimately decided that the case was moot because de Funes had been provisionally accepted to the school while the case was pending, was about to graduate.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. God forbid you set a precedent or actually ruled on the thing so that people knew going forward what the prevailing opinion was on how this should be handled. But
old Jesse Jackson. We got Jesse Jackson.
Over the years, other incidents such as Jesse Jackson's off-the-record reference to New York as we're not saying that word.
I'll say it. Jaime Town. I'll say it. I don't care. I don't care.
Yeah.
During his 1984 presidential campaign and the riots between blacks and Jews in the heavily Hasidic and West Indian Crown Heights neighborhood of Brooklyn in 1991 had flared tensions between the two communities, provoked in Jews.
Yankel Rosenbaum. It was a black person that murdered a Jewish kid, I believe, that started the tensions in Crown Heights. In 1991. Sorry, just a little. I remember that clearly. It was part of the news, and again, not because of part of the Jewish community. That was more like a New York area thing.
New York thing, yeah.
Everybody knew about that.
Provoked in Jews a mixture of anger and nostalgia about perceived golden age of Black-Jewish relations, and made the subject of Black-Jewish relations one of public concern, addressed in mainstream media. Of course, some argued that there never was a real alliance, just a checkered history of connections and collaborations. But for some African Americans and Jews, this history of cooperation led to higher expectations regarding their relationships with one another than with other whites, And then when those expectations were not met, the disappointments on both sides was even sharper.
Again, this is the supremacy thing. I don't know. Did you just put that in there?
No, you already had that. You put that in.
Oh, I did? Okay. I thought I didn't. So, yeah. But so this was the tweet that I mentioned before. The reason why I hate Zionism is because the ideology hijacks any attempts made toward Black liberation. It's interesting that Zionists make the case for themselves to receive debt owed to them for their suffering, but will not for Black people. So this was in reference to me talking about reparations, because as we know, actually go back, Reef.
Oh, yeah.
Our favorite senator in the world, Bernie Sanders,
McCook
was infamous in basically not standing for reparations for Black people. So for those of you who need a reminder,
right, this is one of the prototypical people that walked around screaming, "We have to support the Black community," and then when it came time to actually support the Black community, he disappeared. He was nowhere to be found. He's just like he's waffling on fucking Gaza right now, and we have to hold him to the strictest standards while he votes to send him fucking money for Iron Dome and weapons.
Not a penny more. All right, and action.
Fuck out of here.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
So the question specifically, my Black son, okay, I know you're scared to say Black, I know you're scared to say reparations, because it seems like every time...
Ma'am, I don't think that's a fair
I let you
statement.
finish as well, but it seems like every time we talk about Black people and us getting something for the systematic oppression and exploitation of our people, we have to include every other person of color. So today, can we please talk about specifically Black people and reparations?
We can talk about what I just indicated, in my view, is that when you have, and you and I may have a disagreement on this, because it's not just Black, it is Latino. There are areas in America, in poor rural areas, where it's whites, okay? So I believe that in a country which has more income and wealth inequality than any other country, that yeah, the time is long overdue to start investing in poor countries. We have the highest rate of childhood poverty of any major country on earth.
How about this
especially
country?
within the African American community. So what I've said Black 50 times. All right, that's the 51st time.
Try
all right?
69.
But it
69
is
times.
But this is a national issue. All right. So what we want and what I believe we should do, all right, is to invest most heavily in those communities most in need. And when you have 35% of Black children living in poverty.
Please. We did something specifically to the Black community that we did not do to any other community that he wants to equivocate and point shit to. Dude, shut the fuck up and go away.
Yeah.
When you have half of the kids in this country in public schools on free or reduced lunches, when youth unemployment in the African American community is 51%, those are exactly the kinds of communities that you invest in.
Fuck you.
Right. But, and this is partially the reason why I wrote that tweet, because Bernie was not in support of reparations for us when it came time for reparations for Jewish people. You could probably guess where this is going.
Yeah.
So this is from
It's Jewish supremacy again.
Right. So this is from the Africa Diaspora Network. I know Savvy has played this before. I think we probably played this once before too. But again, it bears repeating how when it comes to economic standing, you know, well, Will can watch it and you probably guys know, but you gotta hear it and see it for yourself. So go ahead.
Now, Bernie Sanders isn't for reparations at all for African Americans, but guess who he's okay with having reparations? His own people. See, if you had an issue about reparations, then you would take that no matter what position that you're in, whether it's your own people or someone else. But he was okay with it for his own people. Now let's go ahead and go to the computer real quick. And I want to show you how he was for reparations for his own people. So ladies and gentlemen, you're seeing here the Holocaust Rail Justice Act. Now, this is the reparations that Bernie Sanders was for, because as we know that he says an emphatic no when it comes to African Americans and their hurt and pain, but he says yes to his people. Now, this is the bill that he was pushing for. Now, it says a bill to ensure that the courts of the United States may provide an impartial forum for claims brought by United States citizens and others against any railroad organized as a separate legal entity arising from the deportation of United States citizens and others to Nazi concentration camps on trains owned or operated by such railroad and by the heirs and survivors of such persons. Now, Charles Chuck Schumer, he sponsored that bill, okay? Now, you may say, well, what Bernie Sanders has to do with this one? If we go to details here, co-sponsors, as you will see here, Bernie Sanders. So he co-sponsored this bill, okay? And this is the bill that he wanted, and he wanted reparations for his people. We're going to prove that. So it just say in the summary of this is introduce.
Was that right? Wait a minute. Stop. That doesn't seem like reparations. That seems like the ability to sue a rail company that had transported Jews during the Holocaust. Is that reparations?
Yes.
There's no government paying out money for this.
I mean, the people responsible, I would imagine. But here, let's
grants U.S. district courts over. Go ahead. Let them finish. Yeah.
Grants U.S. District Court's original jurisdiction over any civil action for damages for personal injury or death that arose from deportation of persons to Nazi concentration camps between January 1, 1942 and December 31, 1944, and is bought by or on behalf of such person against a railroad that owned or operated the trains on which the persons were deported and that was organized as a separate legal entity, declares that no law limiting the jurisdiction of U.S. courts shall preclude any such action, and no such action shall be barred because a statute of limitations has expired, makes this act applicable to any action pending on or commenced after January 1, 2002. And that says direct Secretary of State to report to Congress on the status of access to wartime records and archives concerning the wartime activities of any such railroad that engaged in the deportation of such persons to Nazi concentration camps. So this particular bill, remember, Bernie Sanders, let's go back to details here. Bernie Sanders was okay with this for his people. But when it comes to us, it's a no. Now, this bill did not get put before the Congress and the Senate. It didn't get to that point. But it was causing so much stir with this. They started putting pressure on France. So what France did in return with this is say, you know what? Okay, we're going to get $60 million and we're going to give it to the U.S. Treasury for the Holocaust survivors. Take a look at this article written November 3rd, 2015. French to pay $60 million in reparations to Holocaust survivors in the U.S. and beyond. Okay, so
because their trains
Bernie Sanders had no problem
SNCF.
with France giving a reparation to his people. Now they paid the $60 million to the Treasury Department, and they dispersed the money to the Holocaust survivors. Now, Bernie Sanders didn't say anything about that. He co-sponsored that particular bill. But when it comes to you, ladies and gentlemen, what does he say?
Slave owners.
No.
100%.
That's what he says to you.
Sure.
Now, to get a little breakdown of it, we'll go to the New York Post.
Then if those survivors can't pay out, who does that money then get put to? The government would probably have to take over in that sense, I would imagine. You know?
Right.
So... and we'll scroll down
but
here.
It's also weird that, like, in 2011, like, again, these are victims of, you're talking about the families who are going to sue the country of France 75 years later for transport.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay.
And as we come,
yeah, but like you said, imagine if that was descendants of slaves could sue
for
the ancestors of their enslavers for damages owed.
Trillions.
Right.
Yeah.
Like,
I would be fine with that.
down,
I would 100% be fine with
right
that.
here. The money should break down to about $100,000 for each for the survivors and tens of thousands of dollars for spouses. Okay, so that's how that was broke down. So they got 100,000 each spouses. You know, people that wasn't even a survivor, they got tens of thousands. But yet Bernie Sanders says no when it comes to you, but he was okay with taking those payments because you know he got it. You understand what I'm saying? So Bernie Sanders is extremely foul, extremely, and I'm glad all. Of
Yeah, but not for that.
I mean,
I don't know,
for that
that's...
too, I'm with him. Like, it's a little shitty to fucking act like you're for something, not be for it.
His family. No, look, his family he literally lost family members in the Holocaust. So he's literally, so he's got a personal connection.
The issue isn't
directly
that he did that. The issue is that he won't be there when it's someone else. Like, that's the issue.
That's the issue.
I don't know if something has been presented to him where he would be able to vote on something similar. All right. And again, I'm no defender or no fan of his, but in this case, if it were put in similar terms, would he have said no to that too if it were from our? I don't know. I don't know that. Well, we're gonna find out, I guess.
That lady just asked him, like in the last clip, and he fucking word saladed around it.
The difference is define what quote unquote reparations. Does it mean a direct check from the U.S. government to every African American? And how much is that? What does that look like?
Yes,
a direct check from France.
Yes, and
yes.
Right. Well, we know his answer to that is no.
Okay.
And why? And why?
Which is one of the reasons of many that he's a fucking dickhead. So
right. Because it's costing the generations of people that didn't necessarily do that, and that I am guessing would be his argument or rationale. I don't know, because I couldn't argue rationally against it.
Well, here's the thing: we were promised. Well, at least in this country, you were like African Americans were promised 40 acres and a mule.
Yeah,
right. Where's that?
And where's that at?
Right.
So this is long overdue for African Americans in this country. And I keep saying this on the show all the time, like especially to Black people, our beef is not necessarily just with America. Like, again, America didn't become a country until 100 years after they dropped us here. It was the British and all of them that are also responsible too.
I say if any of those squad members want to shake shit up for some reason, try making it to where African descendants of slaves can sue their enslavers. Let's see what happens. See if that puts pressure to get reparations. It worked for the Jewish folks to get stuff from France. Why not?
Right. And Germany.
Right. I'd give it a shot.
Like Germany recognized the original spin in terms of the Holocaust. And I'm not saying immediately, but relatively soon after, they rectified that. So the idea is but here's my issue with this, though. Like, reparations, the idea of Black people receiving reparations is low. We have our work to do regarding that. But the issue that I have is, especially with Jewish people, and again, in terms of the education, like growing up,
not just economics.
Growing up, I learned about the Holocaust up the ass.
Well, we're about to get to that, right?
Right. Night by Elie Wiesel. That's required reading basically now in high schools now. I read that book in middle school. So the idea of the Holocaust, and the idea of having sympathy for Jews in that way in light of what they were like Diary of Anne Frank, all of that,
Jewish trauma.
It's kind of built into, what I was raised in school. But the idea
Harriet Tubman, Look, Harry, we in other ways they tried to make an equivalency that doesn't exist. You cannot possibly equate anywhere close to the two just because of the economic advantages alone.
Right. But it's the idea of, for me, you know, the idea of the Holocaust, which for you, for Jewish people, that's relatively recent history. Like, that has somewhat been rectified. But the idea that...
Yeah, but that wasn't enslavement. That was just extermination. That wasn't like you had to go... It was temporary. You had to go work in a camp or you were going to be killed.
Right, but...
Sorry.
I mean, so you're saying like slavery?
It wouldn't have been temporary if the Russians didn't decide to march their way to Berlin. You know, like...
Well, it wasn't going to be enslavement, though. It was going to be extermination until there were none left. And
I mean... Yeah, but until there's none left, you'll keep them working, I imagine. Like, anyway, you have this from Jennifer Young, I think, that goes into a bit more of this, I do believe.
So I'm not going to pull all of it because it was a long article. I think there were a couple of things that you in particular wanted to focus on, Indy.
Right.
But in September 1949, the 84-year-old African-American scholar W.E.B. Du Bois, and we talked about him over a year ago, visited the ruins of the Warsaw Ghetto. I've seen something of human upheaval in the world, he wrote, but nothing in my wildest imagination was equal to what I saw in Warsaw in 1949. In 1903, Du Bois famously declared that the problem of the 20th century is a problem of the color line. But after gaining first-hand knowledge of the destruction of Polish Jewry more than 4 decades later, Du Bois readjusted his understanding of race in America. He began to see that slavery and racism were not, as he long thought, a separate and equal phenomenon, but part of a larger problem of perverted teaching and human hate and prejudice. While allowing that racial oppression functioned even beyond the color line, Du Bois was careful not to posit a symmetry between the Jewish and Black experience. Rather, he argued for an understanding of the asymmetricality of history. Each group's experience was historically distinct and neither entirely unique or reducible to a universalized, temporal narrative of common suffering. Du Bois argued that the particular and the universal needed to be held together in suspension. Since Du Bois reconceived the color line's boundaries, he now saw racism and oppression as relational principles rather than fixed social categories. Only by understanding the multi-directional nature of structural injustice could such equality be overcome. So,
economic solidarity is much more prevalent and a much better guide to judge whether there is actual kindredness, like kinship there.
Right. But essentially what I determined that in the article what it's saying here is that Du Bois, I think kind of what you were saying before, Indy, like Jewish people kind of associate like your experience in terms of the Holocaust and then like in the Torah, in terms of, like what you study in temple, like
we were slaves out of Egypt,
like one and the same, essentially.
And Moses let us out, yes,
right, and it's not like it's very distinct in terms of experience, in terms of history, in terms of culture. So to kind of level the two as our experiences are ultimately like, and therefore we should have this solidarity with each other. That's kind of where it's a very superficial mindset to have in terms of being in solidarity with each other in that regard. So I think that's what, in this article, what I think Du Bois was saying here.
There also is the, exploitation of the Black community by the Jewish community financially. Again, there always needs to be this hierarchy, it seems. In order for like it can never be that the wealthiest person in the room is the Black person. It's not a racial, it's hard to explain how that always is, but somehow it always ends up that way, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Anyway, just as the boys used the Jewish experience to rethink the problem of the color line, American Jews used their encounters with blacks as a way to understand their own position as a minority, particularly as immigrant Jews began to prosper economically and to experience the benefits that whiteness conferred. In his book, A Right to Sing the Blues, Jeffrey Melnick argued that the concept of Black-Jewish relations does not describe a historical relationship, but rather theoretically functions as a story told by Jews about interracial relations. Although many Jewish American Jews lived in proximity to blacks, few developed intimate relationships with them. I think that's key there. Rather, they engaged in an internal one-sided conversation about race that helped them to apprehend their relationship to whiteness, to anti-Semitism, and to racial oppression. Eastern European Jewish immigrants worked out their relationship with blacks in the pages of the Yiddish press, in Yiddish literature, and through philanthropy and political action. Jews on the left in particular championed black political causes and sought to interpret their simultaneous vulnerability in and culpability for America's racial hierarchy for fiction, journalism, and social activism.
Well, and I will say that the Jewish community recognizes that there has been undervalued and under showcased talent, and it's cultural appropriation in some ways, where they look to the black community as great at trend setting, and they're incredibly intelligent, and they've had all this to offer, but a lot of people never wanted to hear it. But the Jews were certainly open to it and benefiting from that.
Right. In The Price of Whiteness, Eric Goldstein writes that Jews needed to claim whiteness in order to succeed, but that many Jews' ongoing commitment to a distinctive identity complicated their attempts to claim whiteness. The less different Jews became, the more they claimed difference as a marker of identification with radicalized others, rather than with white privilege. This claim to difference served as an internal identity marker for Jews, particularly as later generations lost the connection to the immigrant class and shed other aspects of linguistic, cultural, and religious identity that distinguished them from their white neighbors. The
Blended and Americanized is what you're talking about.
Yeah. The demographics of the post-war era, upward mobility, suburban settlement, and the concomitant transition from radically diverse urban areas to racially homogeneous neighborhoods meant that Jews and blacks were even less likely to identify with each other or see themselves as threatened by a common enemy. In the post-Scottsboro era, Jews were more likely to see the mobilization of black political movements as a threat to Jewish interests, rather than as a response to structural inequality that affected both Jews and blacks.
Yep.
It's interesting because Jews in this country have always kind of looked over our shoulder at the white Christians who run everything effectively in a lot of ways, or did, and feel like they are this is a Christian nation, and they are the majority of what's, and again, they talked about in the South, and as you move further north, because you have less influence of religion the further north, the Christianity, the further north you move in this country. I wanted to mention that.
Yep.
Just like something. In the age of Black Lives Matter, American Jews still ponder the question of white privilege, but few turn to Du Bois or Schnatz to explicate an understanding of racial oppression as asymmetrical, relational, and historically specific. However, many Jews continue to struggle to understand their own place in a radicalized society and grapple with their own agency to either embrace that world or tear it down. These dynamics continue to play out in an unfinished drama whose next act remains to be written.
It's the battle that I'm literally fighting with my family right now.
What do you mean by that?
Struggling to understand our own place in a radicalized society. Put that back up for a second, because I've figured it out, and I got through an education in the last few years about the formation of Israel, about the use of our religion as a bludgeoning tool to control and to divide, use of religion in general about that, but about the lies that were told to the Jewish kids in my generation in order to sell the glorification and this love for Israel. Again, didn't exist when my grandparents were alive.
Right.
So, and this myth about how, well, it's not necessarily even a myth, but how it was gifted to the Jewish people, but they never talk about that anybody lived there or what happened in order to make that happen. It was just, they gave it to us, and it was our homeland to begin with, and we deserved it, and they killed us everywhere else, and we had to have somewhere we can go and live free from oppression. But what happened to the United States, and what happened to the United Kingdom, and what happened to all these other countries where we were able to live free?
There was a part here, I didn't pull it, but I think that was the part that you wanted, that really resonated with you, Indy. I think just in terms of, like, you guys, Jewish people talk about the idea of having a home to escape to. But I argue, especially if you live in the West, now you're there. Like,
that was never your home. Right.
Right. Your home. Like, I think, again, because you're shielded with whiteness, you can get away with, you can enjoy the benefits of what that offers you in terms of.
I'm shielding myself with whiteness.
With a cracker.
With a saltine.
That's probably not the way to do it, dude. That's probably not the way to do it.
The cracker defense is fine. Don't worry about it. Nah.
But and I know Brianna Jo Gray said this when she had her interview with Dean Phillips, which really resonated with me, is the idea of, like, as a Black person, I'm not safe here. Like, I argue I'm not safe in really any country in this world. Other than, and it's not like I can go back to Nigeria and Cameroon, even though ancestral home. But
and you ain't Black.
Right of return. Yeah, we talked about that.
I have the DNA testing to prove it, but I'm not given that birthright, quote unquote, to return to those countries. And Liberia doesn't count, for those of you looking in the chat, because I heard that too. We should probably actually report on that at some point, like the issues with Liberia and all. Because that's essentially like a Black version of Israel that, really hasn't gone anywhere, honestly.
I found the quote for that other article. Quote, "The identity of American Jewish liberals and radicals, the presumption of Blacks and Jews compromise a community of the oppressed, that Jews are never acting more true to their religious and ethnic heritage than when they are working side by side with Blacks to create a society free of racial and religious prejudice," which I, in theory, agree with very much so. And I said, this is definitely how I was raised, but we were also told that there were also big differences, which we never had to go through. So it's not the same. No. The religious discrimination and racial discrimination were, of course, very different.
Right. And I think that's the key, is kind of understanding, look, as I said, and I think we have a clip to kind of end this that we've pulled, but it's the idea of, actually, let's just play it now, and then we can kind of get into it then. So, so this is from Donahue, like the 80s Donahue.
You remember Donahue?
Oh, wow.
Like Oprah became in vogue, but I think this woman kind of summarizes, I think, what I want to say to you in terms of that, though. So go ahead, Reade.
I would just like to say to this gentleman, I would like to say to this gentleman and all other people who are not blessed with melanin at this point in time, to understand that what has happened in our history is that you have been misinformed as much as we have been misinformed. Much of the information that is brought forth, not only from Dr. Muhammad, but other areas, other scholars, are not available to you, as the sister said, in your curriculums that you have for 400 years when you did not allow us to read and write and was being hidden. Whether you, sir, personally did that or not, it was a legacy that was passed on to you. And I end by saying the Holocaust is simply the greatest atrocity on film. Ours was not filmed.
Yeah.
That dude's fucking name still gets me.
Was that Dave
guy right
Chappelle?
there.
It looks like Dave Chappelle.
No, it's
I know it's not.
No.
Bishop Tutu? No, that's not Desmond Tutu.
No. But
that's a lot of Doge. Yeah.
No, but that I think for me is key, because your history, Indy, has been
Documented
commoditized
much more.
Yeah, way much more. You know, we are able to, well, probably not so much now given this day and age, but at least, you know, the Holocaust is talked about on the regular in school. Pretty much every school you can think of.
No,
the
that
Holocaust
was
is in some way, shape, or
Dr.
form
Abdul
talked about.
Khalid Muhammad on Donahue. And I think that's Phyllis Yvonne Stickney was the lady in that, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So just FYI for people who want to look that up. I'd like to see that whole episode. I'm sure it's interesting. So
Should probably maybe if we're trying to try and do a rumble on that. But anyway, but yeah, I think that's the point, is that your history is, for the most part, accepted and talked about and dissected, and even now, like in terms of what's happening in Gaza, the idea is like, we suffered from the Holocaust and we don't want that to happen to us ever again. So this is why we have a right to defend ourselves and all that kind of stuff. When Black people talk about that in terms of slavery, usually the answer is shut the fuck up. You're not slaves anymore. Rise above it. Things are a lot better for you now. Kiss off.
Hillary Clinton, get over it.
Right,
Hillary
get
Clinton
over
saying,
it.
get over it.
Right.
Yeah.
Like it's only probably
Give a shit.
like it's only probably within recent years that the idea of slavery, I think we're just beginning to have more of a conversation seriously about it. And I would argue recently, you know. But again, as I said, growing up in school, like I learned the Holocaust up the ass. Like
We didn't learn about Tulsa. We didn't learn about Wilmington. We didn't learn about all kinds of Juneteenth. We never learned Juneteenth.
Right. I only knew of Juneteenth since 2016.
And
honestly, but then obviously it became a holiday.
Emmett Till
yeah.
through Dave Chappelle. That's who I learned about Emmett Till from, which that should not be the case.
So for us, our history is either hidden because and I will call Black people out on this too. We do not do a good job collectively compared to Jewish people in knowing our history collectively. So that I kind of fault on us in some regard. That being said, a lot of that history has been purposely being erased, you know, in terms of curriculum, in terms of culture, that there's a lot that we you know, the powers that be do not want us to know, because God forbid that we actually do know it and stand up against it. But that's another topic for another day.
Yeah.
But as
Anything to
she
close
said,
with?
you know,
By the way,
yeah, no, I think for me, like that's key in terms of we really need to have conversations like these among each other. But I think, and I'm just saying this as a Black person talking to you as Indy, and I think you've done, you know, I think obviously being a part of INN, like I think we've naturally kind of had these conversations anyway. So I really, again, appreciate you again to have that safety and able to kind of share a lot of this stuff with you. But I think ultimately that's kind of what I want to see, not just in the independent media space, but I think just across the board, that Black people should have to be able to really have that fortitude, but also feel comfortable in talking to our Jewish brothers and sisters who really, really want to know, to kind of give in the real in terms of, look, we understand, we get all this solidarity in terms of what we experience in terms of the suffering that both of us called, but at the same time, it's not the oppressed Olympics too. Like, and I feel a lot of ways it's kind of played up as such, but our experiences are totally different. And the thing is, especially if you're white and Jewish, you're able to benefit, you're shielded from a lot of the stuff that makes you an other in this country that doesn't give you that same perspective as I have living in this country, and especially for me as an immigrant, you know?
Straight up discrimination over skin color too. I mean,
right. So I think we definitely need to have more conversations where we do not look at our experiences as romanticized, as all walking hand in hand in the civil rights movement, but kind of get to the tension as to why there are some issues, even among Blacks and Jews, that we still have that I think we kind of know, but we don't talk about openly. And I think if we really want to have true solidarity, then we should feel comfortable enough, especially since we generally understand oppression, that we should be able to have those conversations with each other and not have either side feel offended. But if we're really looking to have that true liberation that both communities speak of, we need to have conversations as to what that will look like. And I think especially for Black people, that we really need your support, or at least we would like to really have you be fervent in that solidarity of sharing the stuff that is unique to us, to elevate that.
And have the conversation. Jews love to talk. I'll tell you that for sure.
Okay.
We will talk and listen. We will listen. I mean, some won't listen. You might not like what they have to say also, but the conversation is what's important. The dialogue and the coming together to discuss these things, to identify, where can we come together? Where can we work together and find common ground? And how can we help with the education aspect? Because the Jewish community has been, of course, heavily focused on education for children and for years. And if I'd love to see more equality and equity when it came to that, education, especially early childhood education. And that is specifically an economic issue.
Right.
When it comes to nursery school and pre-K and the ability to afford it, the ability to have a parent at home, because you don't have two working parents that have to be working. There's all kinds of financial issues that arise early on from childhood and from infancy, almost,
right.
Neonatal care, even, to postnatal care. And there is so much that we can still do to understand each other, to work together, and to make things more equitable and more even.
As a quick
because
aside,
there still is a financial supremacy that is an unfair disadvantage because of ADOS, effectively, in a lot of ways.
As a quick aside, like what I'm going to be testifying on tomorrow night is, and our budget for DC locally was released, and basically it's a shitstorm of fuckery, basically. Like, it's basically like cuts here, cuts there, cuts everywhere. But more particularly, one of the big issues was there is funding essentially for early childhood educators, and I feel for early childhood educators, especially if you work in like nonprofits or like any daycare, because they get no money. They get pennies traditionally, because many of these workers are women, older women usually, of color, and usually immigrant, especially in low income areas. and they do not get, really, if they're lucky to get a living wage, you know, that's lucky for them. And the funding that helps to support their salaries, you know, in DC is essentially being cut. So I had a testimony, you know, I've talked about like advocating for a child tax credit in DC. I had to change my testimony today to kind of mention this funding that's being cut. And one of my council members said it best, you know, like, I guess when they were kind of talking through it in preparation for the 500 people who is coming to testify tomorrow all day, that, you know, when it comes to kids, given the budget, basically it's like, fuck them kids. And the idea is that you either get them in school to actually do something with them, or you get them in the street. Take your pick. So I'd rather try and get them in school where we actually have a chance to do something with them versus to getting them in the street, or worse yet, getting them like in the grave. But I think it kind of speaks to that, what you're saying, Indy, in terms of the education needs to be there, the willingness to kind of have these, even though they might be uncomfortable, also has to be there. But we also have to talk about what true solidarity is in terms of what does that actually mean. It's not necessarily being like, oh, we're one and the same and blah, blah, and kumbaya. It's like, no, what are the differences? How can we challenge each other in terms of these differences? And what can we really do in terms of really working that solidarity
supporting each other. Yep.
For each other based on that mutual understanding. We don't have to agree, but we have to have that mutual understanding that our histories are different, our experiences are different, but that's okay, because as long as we're able to kind of have that understanding, you know, then we're better able to support each other in that way, rather than a superficial stance of through religion or like culture or just living, just happen to be side by side among. And I wish there actually, and in just doing research for this, most of the articles I found were like that. It was just the romanticizing of that relationship between Jews and Black people in this country. And I think we need to actually have serious conversations of what makes us different and unique, and being able to kind of work through that together.
And the hard work of Black people certainly made a lot of Jewish people rich and wealthy in this country. Let's straight up acknowledge that.
Right.
I don't know if I actually did, but
yeah. All right.
I know you've got one more story you want to get to.
Yeah, but
I got to use that.
Go. So, you know, long segment, but I think it's definitely worthwhile. And shout out to Savvy and JB if they do talk about this issue, because I know they're planning to talk about this issue as well. Please engage them in the chat respectfully, please. And like anything that you might have heard tonight that resonates, definitely share with them. You know, but I think, you know, in the independent media space, we definitely need to have more of these conversations. So with that being said, if you want us, and that especially on INN, to continue having conversations like this, you know, feel free to help us via donation. As we've thankfully put up, you can see our QR code, so you're able to scan. And as we said, all of your proceeds will go towards Jesse's new computer. Please help us in helping us, you know, just getting up to 2K. Hopefully by the summer, I guess.
Yeah.
You know. And then be sure to like and subscribe, as we are heavily suppressed. Be sure to make a comment. We definitely read them all. And we really do appreciate your love and support in the comments. And yeah, thank you guys.